Ashe. God is good all the time, and all the time. I said God is good all the time, and all the time. Church, is you gonna finish that sentence so I know that you're here with me on this good Jupiter day? Is anybody gonna finish that one for me, church? Let me know you're here, church. Let me know you're here. Mm-hmm. What's going on, family? Hold on. Hold up. It's like a jungle sometimes. Like a jungle sometimes. Give me one how I keep them going under. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. What's going on, family? What's going on, family? All right. Blue moon in the building. Dami, I see you, Dami. I see you, Dami. Sister Amber G in the building. Sister Aqua Queen 24 in the building. Brother Deacon from the hip working with the choir. Is you teaching the choir some new songs, brother? All right. I want to hear that song when we done with service. Let me see what y'all was working on. I'll be on the mic. Lately, I've been going through some things that really got me down. Put your hands together. I need someone to help me come to. Sister, we put it on. Sister, hold on. Let me just, because. But Sister Tracism, come over here, sister. Bow your head, sister. Get some. Nah. Sorry, sister. I forgot to tell you. Close your eyes. You want to go again? All right, close your eyes again, sister. Nah. Get some of that healing on you, sister. You'll be all right, sister. You're going to persevere. You going to persevere. I promise you, sister. All right. Shout out to Sister Tracism in the building. Sister Tracism and Brother Deacon from the hip getting jiggy in the choir. All right. Stomp. Stomp. Y'all play too much. Y'all play way too much. All right. Take me to the king. I don't have much to bring. All right. That's all shit right there. Come to you ain't gotta bring a damn thing. Just bring your ass to church. All right. All right. Sister Natasha in the building. They saying Pastor was in that private prayer service with Sister Johnson. Sister Aqua Queen, you're talking a little too much now. You're a little too loud, sister. All right. Sister Venus versus Mars in the building. What's going on, sister? What's going on? All right, family. I was glad when they said to me, let us go to the house of the Lord. You better put that T at the end. You better put that emphasis up in that John. All right. All right, family. What's going on, everybody? Okay, hopefully you guys have had a fruitful Jupiter day, a fruitful Thursday. Okay, we was vibrating with this moon in Libra energy, still dealing with that moon in Libra square to the sun in Capricorn. We kind of transitioned out of that moon and Venus energy, so we ain't had that same harmonious aspect all the way, but relationship work was still the theme. It's still the theme as the moon gets into Scorpio tomorrow. So that's basically what we was still dealing with today. Besides that, Mars family. Mars officially entered Capricorn today. All right, Mars officially entered Capricorn today. I know yesterday I said we gonna I said on Friday we're gonna finish up the second half of the Astro reports today, and then tomorrow on Friday I want to get into Venus and Sagittarius updates while it's still early in Sagittarius, around 6-7 degrees, which is gonna be a Venus and Scorpio recap. Venus and Sagittarius update, but we're gonna do a Venus and Sagittarius update and a Mars and Capricorn rundown. So that's what we're doing tomorrow. Venus and Sag, Mars and Capricorn for all signs. All right, guys. Cardinal signs. It just got more intense for you. It just got more intense for you. All right. So the sun was in that motherfucker. Okay. You know, so the sun got up in there. Sun is in Cap. Mars just entered Cap. Mercury's about to get up in there soon. It's gonna be a full-fledged stellium. Technically, Pluto's still in there. So we got all these passionate energies. Mars and Pluto still influencing Capricorn. All right. Wait, hold up. Hold up. I wasn't even I thought I was sharing my screen with y'all. Hold on, guys. Okay. Hold on, gang. All right, there we go. There's we goes. All right, so yeah, guys. So you know, Pluto's still cusping. Mars just got up in Capricorn, guys. Mercury's gonna get up in there very soon. So we're gonna have Pluto and Mars passionate ass in Capricorn. Now, guys, let me tell you something real quick. Let me tell you guys something real quick, little astrology hack when it comes into Mars and Pluto. Family, when they get together, is up. It's up and it's stuck when they get together. All right. So a lot of people that have Mars and Pluto in the same sign, Mars and Pluto in the same house, they gets busy in this area. They get busy in this area. They get exhausted a lot. They burn themselves. They most likely burn themselves out a lot of the times and be having to take rest and different breaks and shit because they overwhelm themselves with so much gas and so much activity and passion in one area, so much determination, so much. You got the planet of short-term goals, Mars, and long-term goals in the same house. So it's gonna be so much going on in that area. Man, my Scorpio coworker was on one today. Damn. God damn. All right. They got energies. Ain't nothing. The luminaries ain't really hitting the Scorpios too hard today. Ain't never really hitting Scorpio too crazy today. All right. Sun and Cap, that's a sextile, if anything. So a lot of Scorpios, if they deal with some frustration around this time, it might be the fact that, you know, they're being a little bit too forceful, trying to lay the law down with something, and they didn't get to do it in their own time. All right. But that's me, Mars, Mercury, Pluto, and Scorpio in the 10th house. Tracism, you just want to copy my placements, don't you, sister? You ain't copying nothing. We just spiritually twinning. That's all that is. We literally got the same ish. Okay. But seriously, when you get Mars and Pluto up in the same place, man, this is such a period for transformation. This is such a period to take the initiative for your transformation, family. So we already kind of hovered over Mars and Capricorn. We hovered over Mars and Capricorn, talking about how powerful that is yesterday. I don't want to get too deep into it right now because we're gonna hover over that tomorrow, specifically going through the houses. But guys, Mars don't play no fucking games in Capricorn. It's so much status. There's so much attention and status that could be developed. So much recognition that could be developed for what you're building and structuring. Once again, a lot of Mars can attract a lot of new resources to help it with whatever mission it's on with its goals and passions. Okay, now on the shadow side, we could get a little we could get a little bit too deeply invested into materialism a bit with the Mars and Capricorn from a shadow perspective and whatnot. Everybody bringing up progress. Tamika say, "Hey, I know this off topic, but do you talk about progress charts because I don't really relate to my natal chart?" All right, well, guy, you got to be careful with how much you feel like you're attaching yourself to different charts outside of your natural natal chart. Your natural natal chart is your natural. Before you get into secondary progressions, before you get into understanding, you know, more evolved patterns of your chart, you have to understand your basic natal chart holds all your karma. Point blank, period. Regardless of how you evolve in life, that first natal chart, that basic natal chart, the alignments your moon is making, the alignments your sun is making, those things are significant. They never leave you. They never leave you, not in this lifetime at least. You have to understand every experience we jump into, it's This experience we're in is a accumulation of the millions and gazillions of experiences we have. All this energy and memory is held in our Akashic records. So I never want y'all to start disregarding your natural natal chart because you got passionate and very intrigued about another form of a chart. I ain't saying don't study your progressions. I ain't saying that at all. But you gotta grasp the foundation before we start jumping here and there. I always tell my apprentice astrologers and people new to astrology, like, the more you want to there you go, Shell. There you go, Shell. Gotta understand where you where and what you come from first, right? So many times I see people try to grasp things dealing with aspects and jumping here, this, and the third. I'm like, do you know everything about the planet signs and the houses? So why are you jumping all the way over there? Why are you jumping all the way over there? Let's grasp the fundamentals first, because in some type of shape or form, when you skip over the fundamentals, you're always going to catch yourself having to go back to the foundation. Or, oh, I don't get this because I never learned this, right? You can't jump into long division if your ass don't even know how to, you feel me, do simple division and all of that. You feel me? So with all that being said, guys, yup. But I will. But somebody asked about progressions yesterday. I wrote that down. So we gonna listen. 2024, we ain't about to flipping playing. We gonna get into all of that. All right, family. So, um, but yeah, that Mars gets extra turned up in Cap, and now and it's gonna feel the presence of Pluto there. Um, so I just need everybody to understand this Capricorn house about to have a lot of activity. So with a house having a lot of activity, with a sign having a lot of activity, that means we can actually lean heavy into that energy. When we lean heavy into an energy, that creates the potential for imbalances. So it's not saying that we out of alignment, because we're supposed to be gearing all this energy and all this activity towards Capricorn energies. If you're not, you're out of alignment, not finding ways to shift your awareness, Mars, to shift the way you think about things, Mercury, to shift your passions and how you're and the manner you're channeling your passion in, Mars. If we can't correlate these things in a Capricorn way, that's us being out of alignment around this time. This us missing opportunities and pockets to understand what needs to be restricted. With all these energies getting into Capricorn, it just makes us more focused on what's significant in our life that needs time. Okay. So if we're not already giving Mars the guidance of that before the sun is in Capricorn. So Mars getting into Capricorn today, Mars should not be getting into Capricorn in whatever house you got Capricorn in your chart. Like, oh, what am I going to do? What am I taking care of? The sun should already be telling, all right, Mars, we restricting this, that, and the third. And right now I'm structuring a blueprint for this. So by the time I leave this house, this is already established here. Mars supposed to come in this house like, all right, Dad, say less. Just boom, boom, boom. Tell me what to do. So our passion and intention should be immediately directed to something with Mars in this house with Capricorn. It's too much power to just let go dormant. I was doing a reading today, and I was doing a reading for somebody that has so much Mars energy. The whole big three is Mars. And I was basically telling the person, where your Mars is at in your chart, you need to let it roam, or it's gonna build frustration. So when you look at your Mars placement, it's Mars is a young, you gotta think about Mars as the young ass child, don't know how to sit down. It's too active. You losing this little nigga when you go into the supermarket and shit. Where Mars? Mars, where the your black ass at? Your red ass. Red mother flipper. Can't you gotta give Mars direction so it could find ways to, push out its vitality and whatnot. So when you look at your Mars placement, family, when you're not giving Mars, some direction or guidance or incentive on how to use its passion, that's gonna end up being pent up frustration for you, especially if you have strong Mars placements, especially if you have your Scorpio sun moon rising, Aries sun moon rising, and Capricorn sun moon rising, because that's Mars exaltation space. Okay, so that is very important, family, and that's important for us to know, because now that we about to have all this activity there, we have to be geared towards those things. But understand your Libra house, your Cancer house, your Aries house. These are going to be areas that they're going to be like, yo, don't forget about me. These houses gonna find ways to get up in the mix. Like, no, you on Capricorn. You on Capricorn body right now. Do not forget about us. And these houses gonna want to find their ways to be included into things, and that's where we find. This is how we're gonna have to, overcome these squares and opposites, aka being able to sustain Capricorn energy, but still managing our relationships, Libra, still managing how we feel in the home environment. Yeah, we doing all this work in the 10th house, all this work outside in the world structure, this, that, and the third. But are we able to recharge and replenish ourselves in the fourth house? Are we able to find a balance between the work and family home space? So we got that. And then Aries, regardless of everything you're working and structuring for in this area, when it comes into your own personal life, when it comes into your own personal intentions, and when it comes into your individuality, is what you're building in the 10th house taken away from your individuality, or you're finding ways to integrate it. All right. So like when we talk about that Aries and Capricorn square, Capricorn gonna work. Aries want to work, but Aries don't want to work to the point it can't enjoy its personal life. So when you got people with Aries and Capricorn placements, you say you got Aries Sun, Capricorn Moon, Capricorn Sun, Aries Moon. These type of people, they're going to strive to be in a career that's something that fits their personality. Something that relates to things they're personally into. So this shit don't just feel like motherfucking work. It don't feel like slavery, this, that, and the third. Or eventually they're gonna work towards that. You know. Um. So that's something I just need all my cardinal signs to understand. All right, and not just the cardinal signs. What we need to understand about how our cardinal houses are going to play a factor into things as we start to get more energy in Capricorn. Once you said when we need help from Mars, we got to wake him up and ask for his help. How do you suggest we do that to maximize this energy? Mars, you gotta wake him up. Well, that's the thing. Mars getting to Capricorn. That nigga don't need to be woken up. That nigga is excited to be in Capricorn. He's excited. So it's not even about waking him up. It's more so just about making sure he has a blueprint. He has some guidance. He know what he working on. He know what he placing his energy towards. So the sun is already, guys. The sun is motherfucking 14 degrees. The sun is 14 degrees, guys. It really ain't no way we don't know what we should be disciplining, what we should be restricting. Even if you ain't really know coming into the season like that, you most likely picking up on a person, place, or thing that's kind of playing out as a burden. You like, yo, what the fuck? I can't work on this, that, and the third with this energy on me. So you're probably picking up on that in some type of shape or form. So let Mars come in there and clean up shop. Mars will get the niggas out the crib. Mars will transform things. That's what Mars is here to do. All right, guys. So let's just make sure Mars has that type of whatever house we're gonna talk about on Friday. All right. Um, and slow and steady wins the race, guys. Slow and steady wins the race when we're dealing with so much Earth energy. Okay, we can never forget that. All right, guys. So that's what we got going on with current transits. We're getting ready for the moon entering Scorpio tomorrow. So we're gonna have the moon in Scorpio, sun in Capricorn. What do these two signs have in common? Mars. Right? Mars exalted in Capricorn. Mars rules Scorpio. So this is a sextile, so we could find a lot of harmony, being able to find some stability with things we care heavy about, things we're passionate about. You can be real passionate about intense connection you're developing with somebody. You can have an intense crush on somebody. This be the trans that you like. You know what? Nah, we gotta make something concrete. I'm not just about to be feeling all this passion and crushing on this motherfucker from no, this shit got to get concrete now. Let's lay the law down. All right. So you're gonna be dealing with some of that energy. It's gonna be a huge boost of motivation in general. Whenever you get Scorpio and Capricorn, this is another alignment too. These niggas right here. These niggas right here. This close to my. It damn near is my alignment. Well, no, I'm a Libra Scorpio cusp, but like whenever you just get that Scorpio Capricorn shit together going too, you could get very devoted, towards what is it you're trying to build and structure, almost to a super extreme stubborn point of view. And that's gonna work out for you positively and negatively at times. But that's how that one plays out. All right. Whenever you have Scorpio energies harmonizing with Earth energies, you got a Scorpio sun, Virgo moon, Scorpio moon, Taurus, even though there's the opposite, it don't even matter. Taurus sun, you know, getting Scorpio integrated with Earth energy, because Scorpio could take its time with things. Even though it's Mars, Scorpio is a bit better with time. I ain't gonna say the most patient, more patient than Aries, but that water energy could take its time a little bit more, even though it's gonna have its surges of being impatient here and there. But because is that eighth house energy. So Scorpio is stealthy. Scorpio is stealthy, and then Pluto. having Pluto in the archetype of Scorpio helps Scorpio to be more long term. All right, because Pluto we know is more of a long term planet. As far as how it moves slower. So this will help Scorpio to be a little bit more slow. That's why Aries gonna want to whoop your ass tomorrow. Scorpio could wait a couple of years to get his revenge. Okay, and we just want to make sure, moving into that alignment, any new downloads that we catch as far as how we could, take more time with something, or we could look at something from more of a long-term point of view from whatever we're building. Like we need to be able to digest that around this time. Fix signs, fix signs. You guys are gonna jump in the hot seat. Okay. And that's what we got going on. Another thing that I forgot to mention this one yesterday. With the moon in Libra, the moon in Libra is currently opposing the motherfucking Chiron and North Node in Aries. I don't know how I missed that yesterday because, usually, I'm preparing all the notes for the boroscope energies for the week, but we had a lot to catch up with 2024 notes and then January. So, little things with this week I might have overlooked. When we talking about, the moon in Libra, right, reacting to our relationships, but then it got to clash with the North Node and Chiron and Aries. Now, a lot of us may have ran into situations throughout, these past 2 days, especially today, because today's was when it peaked the most. We may have found situations where we felt uncomfortable, or we struggle to try to have our individuality seen in our partnership. So it's very likely that you felt like you weren't seen or heard in your relationship, and then you did something extreme to try to be seen and heard. All right. Some of us may have, had to deal with some insecurities, or, some insecurity energy, dealing with trying to once again establish our self identity in some type of group, in some type of relationship. And depending on how we felt, how good enough we felt like we did that, may have led into how extreme we ended up following that up. You try to feel like you're talking to your partner, feel like you're not really seen or heard. You talking to your homies, your homegirls about something. Libra energy, partnership, friendships, and then you feel like whatever you're expressing from your personal point of view is not being reciprocated, is not being related. That right there could have put us in an extreme type of energy, right? So you have to be careful from that. Chiron and Aries is showing that, we need to continuously learn how to heal when it comes into establishing our individuality. So if you just look at your Aries house, we could think about so many circumstances in the past couple of years where it was a time for our individuality to be shown. It was time for us to make decisions that wasn't based we wasn't considering nothing else but what we wanted to establish, and we wasn't supposed to make the decision considering everybody else. We were supposed to make the decision based off of what the fuck we want. And if we fail to do that, that became a cycle that we have to continuously learn how to heal. Chiron could be very repetitive, could come off very karmic in the sense of the cycles it creates, right? So if you have a wound and you're not you're not being attentive to that wound, then just that wound, that scab is gonna keep on opening. It's gonna keep getting a little bit uglier. This shit start turning a little purple and shit. You like, damn. There ain't no Robitussin, ain't nothing fixing this motherfucker. Cocoa butter or nothing. That'd be the magic hack right there. I don't know. Most black people know that. Whenever you get you a scar, a little cut, or something, put some cocoa butter on that thing. It'll be gone in 3 days. All right. I'll be confused as hell. I'll be surprised as hell when I see somebody got them a little scar or something like that. This shit about the scar. I'm like, you don't know you get some cocoa butter, get that up out of there. And I've been hip since I was a kid. Get you some cocoa, John, and get that scar removed. All right. Shit. But that's how Chiron and Aries been playing out, right? The Aries house has been so karmic in the past couple of years. Shout out to my Aries, man. Matter of fact, Aries, all the Aries in the church, stand up real quick. Let me just, goodness gracious, let me just, close your eyes. Wait, hold on, close your eyes. Right there. My Aries been, a lot of transformations going on. A lot of pull and tug wars with y'all. You want to do this, partner need you to do that. Want to do this, family need you to do that. It's like, damn, y'all not gonna just let me just let me rock in my I am. All right, just let me rock in my I am. Okay, so but you are the example, Aries, on how we gotta do this shit with your North Node there. So it's like you can't compromise who the fuck you is right now, but it just comes with the challenge of making sure you know who you are is accepted in your relationships, in your environments, without you trying to forcefully impose who you are. Just let everything be natural. If you feel like your personality is not accepted in certain environments, then you gracefully transition and do what you do. But for the most part, even though the North Node is in your sign and we all following, the path of developing our I am, we cannot neglect on how that energy affects, the other cardinal placements on top of your opposite sign, Libra, where the South Node is at. So if we know the North Node is, once again, we know the North Node is in Aries, then with the South Node being in Libra, see, we know from our natal chart perspective where the South Node is at in your chart. This is your past life memory. There's a lot of mastery in here, and I won't even say all the times all the way mastery is a lot of comfort here. So yeah, it should be a level of mastery here because it's how many lifetimes you might have been experiencing this energy where your South Node is at, but there's a level of familiarity, experience, and comfort here. All right. So that's in your natural natal chart. But when we look at the South Node from a transiting perspective, right now the South Node is in Libra. So whatever Libra experience we have, whatever Libra knowledge and wisdom that all of us have, which would be relationship energy, one-on-one relationship energy, cardinal air energy, our ability to take our own thought and push it out into the world and see how the world relates to it. But this is our original thought. We're not replying to a thought, right? We're not replying to somebody else. We're bringing a new thought to the world. That's cardinal air energy. So when it comes into the experience we have with that, that's what needs to be implemented right now. No matter if you have any Libra air placements, seventh house placements or not, whatever experience you have with relationships, whatever experience you have with cardinal air, pushing out your thought, expressing your thought freely into the world, right? That's what we have to be able to hone in on right now. So we got to find a balance of doing that, but in an individual way. And that's not the easiest thing to do, right? It's not the easiest thing to do to balance opposite energies, right? So when we actually look at Aries and Libra themselves, that's why they've been going through some whirlwinds. I wanted to make a joke about Cardi B. Look at Cardi B. Cardi B is a representation for what a lot of Libras was dealing with all 2023. Cardi B is a perfect representation of what a lot of Libras been dealing with all 2023. You're dealing with situations where you're in some type of connection, you're in some type of relationship where you may feel imbalanced, imbalanced at times, and you're going into certain extremes. But then again, you're finding comfort in the situation at the same time. So it's just crazy. I'm looking at Cardi B going off on Offset on the internet, going crazy, this, that, and the third, and then and then a few later, she in the club with the nigga, and they got that Libra Sagittarius connection. That's a hard connection to detach from. It's too friendly. They got too much of a friendship. Don't you see the friendship energy with them easily? It don't look like, sometimes it look like they on some bro sis shit. They in a club together, smacking strippers' ass together. They look like they be on some bro sis. That's how she fell for the nigga. Then she's an Aries moon, so her moon gets attracted to his expression. Her moon gets attracted to his creative expression. So I could just see how she got all caught up in the whirlwind with Offset. All right. But seeing how her emotions fluctuate in such a short span of time because of relationship activity, you got to think about it, guys. She's a Libra sun, Aries moon. These are the nodes. She's an example of the nodes. Extreme wishy-washiness, extreme imbalances when it comes into what she wants personally and how she feel like she should be treated personally and what she feel like she deserves personally in comparison to the comfort of the relationship, in comparison to the South Node, the history of the relationship. A lot of the times it's the history that brings us back into wanting to get back into that comfort zone because, your subconscious is reminding you like, yeah, y'all got this beef right now, but you know how good it feels when y'all making love. You know how fire it is when y'all are good. Look at your beautiful baby that y'all created. This is a divine thing. That South Node and Libra tricky. South Node and Libra gassing motherfuckers up. So it's been hard. It's been a lot of people with the North Node and Aries trying to establish situations to break free from relationship activity. But then you got to fight that South Node and Libra. Like, damn. Sometimes we feel like just because we have so much time invested into something that we need a bounce. And that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story right there, though. because that one get a little shaky because it gets to a point. Like I feel like we're in an age right now. A lot of people are bailing out of their commitments that you've made, but for weak ass reasons though. Weak ass reasons. I'll be watching Kendra G singles every time somebody get up on there and they divorced or they not with their baby father, baby mother, and they be like, "Why you not with them no more?" It's never not. The excuse don't never make no sense. Like, what you mean? Like, you just what does grow apart mean? Like, get specific. It's never that. It's never that we grew apart. It's never that simple, family. It's never that fucking simple. I don't care what nobody say. I've been in situations where we grew apart and it was significant things that happened. I was on this timing. I was on this self-improvement timing, on this trying to be better timing, and you wasn't. That's how we grew apart. But y'all just say we grew apart. All right. So we have to, in this age of Aquarius, where individuality and new perspectives, alternative perspectives about relationships are brewing all over the place and they're all over the internet, this, that, and the third. This is why we have to jump in a detached bag. A lot of us don't even know how we're dealing with dating in such an unnatural way. A lot of us don't even understand how the programs on top of us, we're actually using these things as standards in our life for relationships, you know? So we got to get back to what's natural, family. We got to get back to what the fuck is natural. All right, guys. I believe these nodes are helping us to do that. These nodes are kind of combating what's going on with the programs in the air. And for the most part, right? It's helping us, North Node and Aries, get to, who we truly are. And when you get to who you truly are, that helps your relationship results. When you don't know who you are, that will always backfire in your relationships. It will always backfire in your relationships. So if we could continue to follow the North Node in Aries, if we could continue to do whatever work we need to do, remember, Aries is the I am. So best believe a lot of us have to deal with some sense of detachment, some sense of isolation to understand the I am now with the South Node activating things in Libra, or just the Libra being the opposite sign. Now, when you connect to people, it's a certain filter system you have now. People that you used to entertain, you don't entertain it no more. You don't entertain it no more. Before you jumped into a space of knowing yourself, you probably wanted to please your flesh. Before you got into a state of knowing yourself, wanting better for yourself, probably wanting a more sacred union in your life, right? You didn't understand that, damn, this situation is not nothing serious. I could just play around with this person, but you not understanding, you just playing around with this person. You're blocking more time for the person for the more meaningful relationship. But you thinking you just fucking around, like it don't matter. I'm just fucking around with this person. When somebody that's for me come around, then I'm gonna jump on that. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. God not about to bless you like this. Shit don't work like that. You better get disciplined and work for your work for love if you want to. But when I say work for love and work for relationship results, it's not work in the sense of you being intentional about doing things just for relationships. No, it's working on you. You want love, you want healthy love in your life, or you want the potential. I ain't gonna say it's guaranteed, but you want to put yourself in the best space to manifest a harmonious connection. Put yourself in the best space to relate to people who's on your frequency vibration. It start with you. It start with you. You cannot find what you feel like is a harmonious match for you outside of yourself. It never works like that. All right. Granted, sometimes we already built certain connections. We already come into this realm with certain ties, with certain mates, spiritual family members here. So it gets to a point sometimes you may bump into one of your twins. You may bump into one of your soulmates. That don't happen all the time though. Like people understand that. Like there's some people that have lifetime, they don't deal with love. Like, no, I know people. I speak to older. Listen, I connect with so much other people. There's some people never been in love before. There's some people never been in a relationship. You feel me? So um we got to stop acting like things have to be handed to us in relationships for the most part. We got to stop acting like things have to be handed to us. Everything starts with self-improvement. Everything starts with, self-love, guys. Sometimes when we don't, I believe discipline is a form of self-love. So, I get so down on myself when I feel like I'm not exercising discipline in myself, because I know I'm not loving myself the way I should be. Look how you treating yourself, boy. You putting anything in your fucking body. You're not giving yourself no regimen. You haven't been feeding your mind. When's the last time you completed a book? Like all of these things should discourage you, because this is you not placing love into your fucking system, and you expect somebody else to come in your life and just want to uphold what standard? You not even loving yourself. You not even respecting yourself. So they probably gonna come in and take whatever they want from you, use whatever they want from you, your flesh, your time, and that's it. I'm up out of here. This person don't even really respect themselves. I'm gonna commit to them. That's what happens, guys. That's what happens, and that's usually why things, kind of, expire, pretty quick when we don't have a sense of self-love, self-discipline, self-respect, and standard with what we got going on in our personal life. When you don't stand for anything, you fall. You don't stand for something, you fall for anything, guys. And that shit is so serious with relationships. And these nodes are helping us get this together. The eclipses are still popping off on the nodes this year. So this lesson is still in motion. Everything I'm saying right now is we need to have this shit active right now. Everything I'm saying right now needs to be activated right now, guys. North Node is in motherfucking Aries. We're dealing with personal cultivation. Stop trying to bring people on this journey with you. Whatever you feel like you need to do to bring transformation into your life to help you personally, spiritually develop, you need to be on that journey. Let South Node and Libra, let that, like I've been saying yesterday, let that be affected by what you do personally. You don't go to everybody else, your partner, your friends, like this, that, like I'm about to transform this, I'm about to do this, that, and the third. I'm about to be in my self-development shit. I'm about to be disciplined in this, that, and the third. Y'all should join the journey with me. No, you be the example. You do that and let your relationships mold. Let the external opportunities for relationships mold towards that. All right, family. So that's that, guys. But I just had to mention that with the Chiron in North Node and Aries energy. So hopefully that brings clarity as to some things going on in y'all relationships right now. Hopefully, if y'all dealing with partners, hopefully y'all been able to find some resolve. If there's been any type of individuality clashes in your relationships around the time this week, I already told y'all the theme is relationship work, and Venus was also helping. So if these past 2 days you could not find some resolve with somebody, you was intentional about trying to find some motherfucking resolve with somebody and you couldn't. I'm telling you, I don't know if I don't know if that's something you want to continue to stay in. Like, it's just the raw truth about things. All right. So 2024 Astro reports, guys. All right, guys. Let's get right into it. We are picking up with Gemini. All right, picking up with Gemini, and we will be capping it off, concluding with who? Sagittarius. All right. Where my notes at? Where my notes at? Where my notes at? Where my one time? Where my notes at? Little shoulder work. Little shoulder work. Little shoulder work. Little shoulder work. All right. Not for real. Where my notes at? Okay. All right, family. All right. All right. All right. And remember, y'all, I'm in church. I'm in church too. All right. Yeah, I'm a fucking Libra. Don't think I ain't have to learn some shit last year. I had to give some apologies out last year. I had to give some apologies out. All right. I had to lay the law down. I had to notice some trauma responses. I had to notice I may have some self-sabotaging tendencies when it comes into intimate connection. I had to learn some shit, Libras. You're not we together on this bitch. We together now. All right. Let me be the face for this. All right. I can handle it, y'all. I'm telling you, I can handle it. All right. I'm doing this for all the Libras out there. All right. So we in this together, y'all. We in this together, y'all. All right. Geminis. It's some niggas that owe me some apologies out here. I'm collecting 20. Brother from the hip, deacon from the hip. You better stand on that. All right. Boom. So let's get right into it. Shout out to all my Geminis in the building. This is a very significant sign for 2024. Geminis, this is a significant year for you. All right. Everything is of significance. Everything means something. Everything has reasoning to it. But you are a significant sign because there's going to be important things landing in your area. All right. So first of all, before we even understand the fact that Jupiter is going into your first house this year, it's been transiting your 12th house. What is significant about Jupiter in the 12th house? It's home there. It's home there. So this was a year for you to develop all new fucking philosophy, not even philosophies, but understandings about things in your subconscious will hold you back from jumping into certain creative endeavors. A lot of new downloads as to how you may have made mistakes and errors in the past with things that block your creative development, your spiritual development. Jupiter itself, just being in your 12th house, may have really opened up a lot for you from an educational, spiritual perspective. You may have manifested some new teachers, some new mentors. You may have got a little bit deeper in your studies. Even for somebody that's not into spirituality, there, Gemini, they probably started studying some shit, whatever the fuck it is, on a deeper level. 12th house has a lot to do with education. Jupiter has a lot to do with education in general. So if Jupiter is in a house that it's home in, this is going to be a year where we could learn a whole fucking lot. This could be a year where we get enlightened to something that we had. There may have been no intrigue for this shit, but that shit just catches our awareness, and now we just deep studying this, that, and the third, but it's correlating to our personal spiritual development in some type of shape or form. So with Jupiter in the 12th house, I hope you guys were able to continue to, well, it's still in there. It's gonna be in there until May 25th. But you need to use this conclusion of this transit to understand what things Jupiter has been trying to teach you in your life that takes away from your spiritual development in general. Jupiter gonna create some. It may have created some real cycles in this area if you weren't able to acknowledge what type of once again, water house attachments or things in the past that play out as insecurities that get in the way of what you want to explore and experience. Then you got Taurus in the 12th house. So when you got Taurus in the 12th house, when it comes into your psyche, your subconscious, your imagination, there's always going to be things that you want to set in place from a value system, and you feel like it can grow things, but it comes down to where the ruler at, where Venus is at in your chart, and how much you take initiative to plant seeds in these things for it to come into reality. All right. And Jupiter transiting Taurus in the 12th house, I know there was plenty of downloads of how things in your imagination can be pulled out, and plant, and how you could use these things to plant seeds into the world to manifest some form of security, stability, whether it's a form of knowledge, wisdom, experience, you have a talent in some type of shape or form. So this may have been a very loud transit for these things. It's going to continue to be loud moving into May. And I don't want these things to go over your head. So let's use this last portion of that transit to make sure you're recollecting these things. Like I said, Jupiter transiting the 12th house is a strong spiritual influence here. There's a lot of Geminis out here in the world that they just went through they're going through their spiritual awakenings with this transit. They just now getting into numerology and spirituality and this, that, and the third, and they're just lost. They're taking days off work. They're missing some classes in school. They're not seeing their friends as much because they're in the crib watching things about metaphysics all fucking day. All right. So Jupiter can intensely dive you into some form of spiritual exploration, but it's all for the development of what you have going on in your life from a spiritual perspective, and you don't want these things to be neglected, because these are all things, once again, it's still Taurus energy. So it's almost like you're developing philosophical concepts on how things work with reality, understanding I have to have more of an abundance mindset, more of a prosperous mindset for things with my reality, aka Jupiter don't know lack. Jupiter don't do lack. All right, guys. Jupiter does not do lack. So for all of you guys in Taurus don't do no fucking lack. Taurus don't do no fucking lack. All right. So when it comes into the house, you have Taurus in, guys. It's very important to understand how you've allowed yourself to look at ways of expanding that house and be aware about how you may have imposed restrictions on yourself in that area in some type of shape or form. All right. Because Jupiter was trying to break free through all of that shit. Shaka Khan and Gitchy ya ya ta ta Mocha Loca Lata ya ya. Let me get a mocha latte with some extra skim milk. Throw a little hazelnut in there. That's how I like to order my Dunkin' Donuts. All right, Shaka Khan with a little gitchy ya ya. You always get me hyped with that, lady. Why you just get me just uplifting my spirit when you jump in here? All right. Shout out to Sister Chakra. But like I was saying, family. All right. Sorry. A little get you just distracts me a little bit, throws me off a little bit. All right. But when we looking at Jupiter being in this talk, this is just what I need all my Geminis to understand. Another thing is, Gemini, you one of the most social signs in the motherfucking zodiac. Y'all the easiest. I was just saying the other stream. Y'all the easiest sign to guess. I'm sorry. Y'all's literally the easiest sign to fucking guess. It's just I don't know what it is. And then if you notice something about the Mercury signs, this is you notice this about Gemini's, Virgo. It's more Gemini and Mercury in the first house, not so much Virgo because Virgo's Earth and Earth could be sober and steady and almost like non-expressive at times. But if you look at Gemini's, notice this, guys. Start looking at this shit. If you know anybody with Mercury in their first house, Mercury conjunct their sun, Mercury in the same sign as their sun, or if they just have strong Gemini placements, they Gemini, but more so Gemini suns and rises. Watch their face. They face twitch a lot. The eyes is active. It kind of look like their face never fucking is like their face almost reflects what's in their head. It almost look like they always have some shit going on in their head. They always analyzing some shit, this, that, and the third. Almost look like Gemini be talking to themselves. So sometimes the mind be showing on the Gemini face. All right. And with all of that being said, Gemini, with you being one of the most social signs in the zodiac, I think you was in a little bit of a pull and tug war in 2023 because Jupiter was in your 12th house, and that placement calls for isolation. So I know there was a lot of times it was like, yo, I'm a holler at y'all fellas. I'm in the crib. You just wanted to get high, watch. You just wanted to get high, watch some of my videos. All right. That's really what you wanted to do. You feel me? You just want to learn something about astrology and just be high all night and start learning. Take what you learned from the videos and start looking at everybody's natal chart in your life. That's what you wanted to do Friday, Saturday night. But ain't you the life of the party? So what happens? While Gemini want to stay in the crib 2023, everybody, yo, bro, what the fuck? Like, yo, pop out. What the fuck? You too good to pop out with niggas anyway? Like, nah, bro, I'm just, you know, nigga acting like he converting to Islam or some shit. You know, brother, I just been looking at life differently, brother. Think I'm gonna stop using the word nigga. Nigga just transforming on a nigga, just spiritually developing on a nigga. So Gemini, I know you was dealing with that pull and tug, strong sense of isolation calling you, because that sense of spiritual development, you knowing isolation, you being in your own bag was gonna help you get to self more, especially when Gemini can take in too many thoughts sometimes and have to realize these ain't my original thoughts. I just consider so much in the external realm on top of mine. I mesh my own thoughts with everything else going on in the external realm, and that's just what they do. That's their natural energy. But of course, at times that get overwhelming. So isolation is needed at times. This was one of them years. Okay, so I hope you guys were able to find these spaces in 2023 where it was like you was able to find discernment, because Gemini is one of the signs that deal with a lot of peer pressure, and they can peer pressure a motherfucker. They're gonna deal with a lot of peer pressure, and they can you niggas can persuade like none other. I'm just thinking about the way you Geminis be working y'all goddamn magic sometimes. All right. Have a nigga do all type of shit a nigga not. Yo, Geminis know how to put the battery in somebody's back. All right, guys. So I hope you was able to, give yourself that space. Now, um, before Jupiter enters your first house, we got that Uranus conjunction on the 20th. We got that Uranus conjunction April 20th. Now, what this is gonna do here? Now, you see this pull and tug I'm talking about. Jupiter in the 12th house pushing you to honor your 12th house, pushing you to honor the things you want to explore and experience that you haven't yet. Jupiter damn near see this type of placement. Jupiter will reel these things in, right? Something you want to explore and experience, it'll reel in somebody in the workplace that's into this shit. One of your friends giving you advice about the shit this and Jupiter will attract that being in the fucking 12th house. Whatever teacher, whatever the fuck you into at that time, you into astrology, you trying to learn about this, that, and the third, you trying to fucking learn about, you want to be a herbalist, whatever. If it's dealing with some type of studious manner, when you got Jupiter in the 12th house, the teacher, when the student is ready, the teacher will fucking appear. So that was one of them years. All right. So what happens here now is when Jupiter meets Uranus in the 12th house, a lot of the power and control issues you've been dealing with, things with creative endeavors in your life, Gemini, these things are about to open up. So let's say the 12th house, you got Uranus in here. So what's opposite your 12th house? The 6th house. 6th house deal with your day-to-day routine, work. You can't just fucking call out of work because your ass want to stay home and work on your motherfucking YouTube page. You're going to have to find time outside of work to work on that bitch. All right. And the past couple of years, it's been hard to do these things with Uranus in the 12th house. There's a strong sense of intensity which you wanting to take ownership and push out your individuality for things dealing with your 12th house manners, but you have to deal with the fighting your priorities and the time you're already devoted to your sixth house duties and responsibilities, finding these gaps, all right, to work on this, that, and the third. That shit get overwhelming at times. When Jupiter meets with Uranus, things are going to open up now. Things are going to start opening up. Your fucking schedule starts to miraculously change, and now you have more pockets to explore, experience, and work on some shit. Or you run into some type of breakthrough opportunity where, maybe some of you guys that found pockets, in 2023 to work on something out of your 12th house. Maybe I got some Gemini Suns risings that did get on their bully, and they start to explore things with Jupiter in their 12th house, in some type of shape or form. Now you came into 2024 with momentum. So by the time Jupiter hits Uranus, you know, you might be in a situation where the thing you've been working on, you're starting to see some fruits of your labor from that shit. That should start to transform things in your life. It starts to open up different opportunities for you in your life. All right. So you're basically in a state right now, leading up into that point, being able to use the things you already have knowledge, wisdom, and experience about, especially if it's things that you're adamant, intentional, or you have goals about connecting to others. Because the 12th house is dealing with connecting to the the collective consciousness, collective conscious. Especially if it's in the name of healing, teaching, bringing understanding. All right. So I need y'all to understand. I want y'all to stay in your bag with whatever you feel like Jupiter has been calling you to do from a spiritual cultivation, spiritual development point of view, creative development point of view. All right. Stick to that, because a lot of things can open up once Jupiter hits Uranus in this 12th house. All right. Whether it's you starting to be able to make money from some of these things, whether somebody, like I said, this is happening in the money sign. I hate to make things about money seem so 1, 2, 3. I never like to make things with money sound 1, 2, 3 in astrology. I hate when astrologers do that, because I hate when we give off the ideology as if money about to fall on your lap with some shit, with you not being able to not understand that you have to cultivate energy for that opportunity, or that energy that's in your favor to kind of get activated. Yes, we may run into certain transits. Some of y'all got some of y'all got alignments dealing with inheritances. Some of y'all got all different type of shit that you may walk into some lump sum of bread here and there, walk into certain opportunities that you set up for yourself in your past. Like maybe you're a South Node in Taurus, South Node in the Earth sign, all different type of things. Venus touching your South Node, all different type of things, family. But for the most part, currency is energy. And it takes time, effort, and intention to, build stability and security in general, right? Earth deals with time. Stability and security correlate to earth energy. So you can't tell me anything with stability is built over time. I mean, overnight. But with all that being said, this is a money year. Like, it just is. It just is. When you look at the multiple things coming to alignment, yes, this is an 8-year. We know 8-year deals with, cycles, but it also deals with gaining power that could lead into, how you are able to impose your will on the physical reality, but through a sense of consistent discipline and patterns and consistency, though. We gotta create that cycle first, guys. All right. Then, we got Jupiter expansion taking off in Taurus with Uranus. So us being able to take control with, our own value system, our own talents, our own knowledge and wisdom, and find different breakthroughs and opportunities for stability. Like, that's just, it is what it is. This year can manifest a lot of financial breakthroughs for a lot of people if they're intentional about how they're utilizing their values and what you're valuing and what you're putting time into, right? So I just need everybody to step up to the plate and make sure they're exploring and experiencing with different ways of connecting their values to the world in some type of shape or form. Jupiter has been trying to help us to do that since it's been in Taurus, right? It's been helping us to have more evolved values in some type of shape or form. You value in the wrong people, places, and things. We all ran into extreme consequences for these things. There's a lot of things that we've outgrown because of Jupiter in Taurus. There's a lot of things a lot of us have outgrown because of Jupiter in Taurus. Remember, Taurus deals with physical touch. Taurus deals with the 5 senses. What do the 5 senses fucking correlate for the most part? Physical things. So we know Taurus energy has a lot to do with touch, the flesh, this, that, and third, your pleasures. So there was a lot of that we had to outgrow with Jupiter in Taurus, moving into a sense of spiritual development or just being more, spiritually expanded. Those were some of the things we had to outgrow. Having more discernment about how things with the physical body play out with how we creating and developing things in our life. So there's a lot of that we had a discipline and have more of an expanded outlook on. Taurus energy does deal with connection because there's Venus energy there. So there's a lot about Venus energy we had to learn this year, how to protect our Venus energy, how to identify who's deserving, what environments and people are deserving for our Venus energy, all type of shit we've been having to learn and expand with Jupiter and fucking Taurus. And remember, uh uh Jupiter don't Jupiter in earth signs is a funny thing. That ain't really Jupiter energy, guys. You got to remember that Jupiter and Earth ain't really that ain't Jupiter energy like that. Jupiter wants to flap its wings, explore and experience. And when it gets into Earth signs, it has to be more steady. Has to be more steady. You feel me? You know, it take a little bit more time for Jupiter to have to jump into certain experiences. All right. Sometimes Jupiter don't be feeling like Jupiter has to learn how to, work without having resources for things, this, that, and the third, because Jupiter don't know lack. But Earth deal with resources. So what happens when Jupiter wants to do something, but it's like, damn, I don't got the resource to do that shit right now. Now you're in a situation where if there's a will, there's a way. So a lot of us had to deal with that in 2023. If there's a will, there's a way, but I don't got the fucking resources. And I don't think I got that much of a will right now at the same time. So there's a lot going on with that Jupiter and Taurus energy. But with all that being said, Gemini, I need y'all to be very focused about what's brewing in that 12th house, because there's a lot of breakthroughs to happen with Jupiter hitting Uranus in that 12th house, especially when it comes to attachments. All my Geminis, you a relationship sign. So for the most part, relationship energy is a huge activity in your life. And anything dealing with attachments, Gemini, there's going to be a lot of breakthroughs with these things too right now. So leading up into that point, you're dealing with an issue being overly attached to somebody, the idea of being with somebody you was with in the past that ain't good for you to stand a third. Hopefully, this energy helps you to break the fuck out of that shit, break out of that cycle, that toxic ass situation, in some type of shape or form, and understand how to, develop more of a standard for who you connect yourself to and why you shouldn't be participating with certain people, why you shouldn't even feel like you have to go out your way to fight for something that didn't even really, you don't even know if you fighting for some shit, you don't even know if it values. I don't know why I can't say value. You ever know if it values you like that? All right. I don't know why I can't say it with an S at the end right now. All right. So yeah, even though Jupiter and Earth would be funny money, at the end of the day, it is Jupiter and Earth expansion with things dealing with stability and security. All right. It's just that there's gonna have to be, we have to throw philosophy in there. And that's what makes it tricky for people. It's like people don't want to have to fucking deal with spirituality, faith, and philosophy to build shit. You just want to have the routine, the plan, the blueprint. We do this, that, and the third every day, every week. Hopefully, we make this much money. But once we got to learn how to have a abundant mindset doing it, we have to add faith into it, even when things ain't going right. We need to make sure we have a proper, healthy outlook about this. We have to have these affirmations, this, that. Jupiter add all of that shit into it. And now it's like, all right, y'all making this too extra, but that's what the fuck we had to deal with. A lot of us had to learn more of a spiritual concept on things dealing with stability and finances, more than just, the actual plan itself. All right. So Gemini, that's a lot of what's going on with that Jupiter energy. Then boom, um Jupiter enters Gemini May 21st. Jupiter enters your first house. So understanding how you're working with your Jupiter in the 12th house right now is very important, because by the time Jupiter gets into your first house, there could be a lot of new opportunities for your first house, your personality to be seen for a lot of things that was just pretty much birthed in your 12th. Y'all know what I like to call the 12th house. This is the womb. This is the womb. These are the pregnancy stages before something transits into your first house. So if you know Jupiter is about to be in your first house, aka this person is about to be a personal example for some form of knowledge and wisdom. Gemini risings, y'all already knowledgeable ass informative people. Like a motherfucker, too. Super informative. You guys are very studious, the Gemini risings. You know, people see y'all as teachers a lot of the time. So with Jupiter getting into the first house, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for your first house to expand with you being an example for something that you have knowledge and wisdom about. This is the year a lot of my Gemini sun risings Y'all ass already talking 24/7. Y'all ass already teaching a motherfucker something 24/7. Y'all ass already, giving some information out here and there. But what happens is now that Jupiter is in the 12th house and you're cultivating more of an intention on how you may want to connect things to in the 12th house, how you want to connect things to the world. Right now, you're becoming more aware of what exactly you want to connect to the world because you naturally deal with connection, you naturally are enlightening others, you're naturally informing others. Right now, you're getting a little bit more intentional about how you want to do this in a more spiritually intentional way. So by the time Jupiter gets into your first house, this whole year can bring a bunch of expansion to your personal life by being the example for that. So I don't know if you're into music. I don't know if you're running a business and a platform in this department, this, and the third, but every opportunity you have to be a personal example for some form of knowledge, to let other people know what experience you have with something. There's going to be endless opportunities in the first house. But I'm going to tell you this right now, Gemini. This could be one of the most chaotic, reckless years of your life. This could be one of the most chaotic, reckless years of your life. You're already a Gemini rising. Gemini in the first house is a lot going on in your fucking personal life. Is this person here, that person there? This person needs your input here. You trying to look out for somebody over here. Somebody making you overthink about this over here. You trying to study, focus on, concentrate on your own personal idea about something over here. Somebody else thought pop up in some type of shape or form. A lot of miscellaneous random activities going on in your first house. The first seventh house axis in general being Gemini in the first house, Sagittarius in the seventh house is a very active axis. So some of y'all, it takes a lot of intention, it takes a lot of effort just to get in an isolated bag. Hence why I had to say, hence why I said I know there was a pull and tug with Jupiter in your 12th, because that transit is specifically calling for isolation for your spiritual cultivation. All right. Hopefully y'all were able. I mean, you still got a good portion of that, John left. You still got a good portion of that, John left. All right. So, it ain't all over yet. That's why we want to make sure we're getting we getting the meat and potatoes out of this motherfucking Jupiter and Taurus transit before it gets into Gemini, and we want to bring momentum into the Jupiter Uranus conjunction. So we receive all the fruits we can from that shit. All right. But reward comes from work. All right. Reward comes from work. The more we can get, the more opportunities and opportunities for expansion, different breakthroughs, opportunities for being able to monetize things, make new forms of income, new forms of stability and security. It could be a bunch of those opportunities we all run into with during the Jupiter Uranus conjunction. But the people that's going to put more percentage level of work, the people that's going to bring more momentum into building what they value, those are the people that is going to blossom way more for them people around that time. So we could all see different opportunities on different levels. It depends on how much we already are focused about that transit leading up into that point. We are the ones that we have the cheat code, family. We have the cheat code. All right. We have the awareness. We know what's going on in the cosmos. We have a spiritual advantage. All right. But we have to apply that. It's not an advantage if there's no sense of application. We could know this all day, every day. All right? We could know this shit all day, every day. All right? It comes into application. So I just want to make sure everybody has momentum going into these things. All right? So boom. So that's Jupiter entering Gemini. Okay, like I said, this could be very chaotic, reckless time. If you're not, if you're not really taking initiative to lay down what's going on in your personal life and how you're conducting things in your personal life. Like I said, your personal life in general, no transits, just being a Gemini rising, very active personal life. Then Jupiter gets in there, and Jupiter brings a lot of social activity. It brings a lot of, once again, a lot of random shit going on, a lot of episodes for things, this, that, and the third. So, you cannot let Jupiter throw you off your game in that aspect. There's going to have to be a sense of, being, you're going to have to remind yourself to get a little centered every now and then during that year. It's so much opportunity for expansion. So I don't want y'all recklessness and unstableness to take you away from black opportunities for the most part. All right. So that's what we got going on with all these Jupiter energies. Excuse me, I'm about to say enemies. Well, all these Jupiter energies. All right, guys, for my gems. All right, big year for y'all. Big year. I want to see some big things from my Geminis. I want to hear some things from my Geminis. Like, yo, Boro, this business is taking off. Yo, Boro, I'm about to have start a family, get married. I want to see some things taken off, Gemini. I need to hear it. All right. We want to hear some testimonies by midway point of this year. All right. Shout out to y'all. Now, Pluto, um, Pluto entering Aquarius in your ninth house, we know it's going to be cusping. It's not going to officially be in your ninth house until November. So Pluto jumping into the ninth house, it's time for you to take some more power and control over how you utilize your knowledge and wisdom. Okay, in some type of shape or form, taking more power and control for what you want to experience and explore. So I know the Gemini mutable heirs, you're intrigued. You're once again very studious. You have a strong studious nature. The most gangster street criminal nigga with Gemini placements is a very studious nigga. He's an intelligent gangster. This nigga read 1,000 books when he was locked up. All right. So when Pluto gets into Aquarius in that ninth house, there's going to be a lot of opportunity in this following chapter of your life, and you're going to start seeing remnants of this year, where you're able to network a little bit more with people that's into the things you're spiritually into. Funny thing is, once again, Jupiter in your 12th house. A lot of the things you've been cultivating this year on your own, a lot of things you've been cultivating spiritually, right? Tupac, right? A lot of things you've been cultivating in a in your 12th house, in your little hibernation spiritual cave zone. As the year progresses, we start getting into more Aquarius energies. Pluto against an Aquarius. Now, the potential to develop network and community around the things, around your beliefs, around the things that you just started to develop in your 12th house. Pluto gonna start activating some of that shit for you, right? In some type of shape or form. You got that Aquarius energy there. And then, this is gonna be a space where you now gonna have to remember, Pluto likes to get what I always tell you, Pluto likes to get to the foundation of things. All right. So, this is gonna be a space where you're gonna start to see how you're gonna start to shed a lot of energies that a lot of mentalities that have been thrown on you from your childhood stage, a lot of mentalities that your peers have that's close to you. You're gonna detach from some close friends around this year. I mean, this year you're gonna detach from some like some loved ones may not see you like that this year, and you may start to develop a whole new sense of relation with people outside in the world that connect to your beliefs in some type of shape or form, or some new energies that you're intrigued about learning, experiencing, and exploring. All right. Or just simply you pushing out. Because remember, this is a trine now. You're a Gemini. You got Aquarius in the ninth. You got Aquarius in the ninth. So if you have Jupiter in the, oh shit, and Jupiter's going to be in your first house. So that's a trine to the ninth house, AKA just like how we talk about the Gemini creating so many opportunities, being able to be seen for some knowledge and wisdom or expertise it has in the first house, that trickles into opportunities in your ninth house, right? So like now, you know, either people want to access you, or give you more attention for the knowledge you have. You pushing out. Remember, Jupiter is home in the ninth house, so now you got Jupiter harmonizing with its home house from a trine perspective. So, and these are fire houses. So, the Gemini owning the stage, the Gemini owning self-expression for pushing out things that it knows, that has wisdom about, that's gonna do so much for you this year. And that's already a lot of your natural energies. Okay. So Pluto and Aquarius eventually throughout the year gonna, gonna create little remnants of you being able to get into certain circles, right? Being able to develop a little bit of community, new relations with people that's into certain things that you may be utilizing to help you spiritually develop around this time. Okay, try not to feel too guilty or be too hard on yourself if you feel like you not there. Because one thing about Gemini, man, y'all will feel bad and shit. Y'all will feel bad and shit, feeling like you're not bringing the team along and this, that, and the third. So, you Gemini, sometimes you got to leave your third house. Sometimes you got to leave the third house, Gemini. You got to leave the block. All right. Don't bring your Tims to Miami. Get some slippers. Learn to leave the block and keep the block where it's at and experience something new. All right. And that's what's going on right now, Gemini. So let's Pluto into Aquarius, and then the eclipses. All right, the eclipses is taking place. In your fifth and 11th house axis. Hold on, I'm sorry. I just want to bring up the dates real quick for the eclipses. So we got the new moon solar eclipse once again in Aries on April 8th, and then we're gonna have the new moon solar eclipse in Libra on the 2nd. All right, guys. So Gemini, when it comes into your 5th and 11th house axis, what we got? We got Aries. Yeah, we got Aries in the 11th house, and we got Libra in the 5th. All right. So if you just look at 2023, how the eclipse has been affecting you, Gemini, you ran into a lot of intense experiences. For one, not allowing yourself to, not having discernment with who you associate yourself with in the 11th house, especially because with Aries in the 11th house, you're a very social sign, but Aries is a deal with individuality. So even though when the Gemini gets into the 11th house, even though when Gemini gets into the 11th house, it's able to create opportunities there. We all are able to create opportunities when we go into the 11th or the third house in general, because the sextile, it harmonizes with our personality. So anytime we let our personality be seen in social houses, it creates opportunities in some type of shape or form. When you take your social, the 11th house deal with the internet. You take your personality, you take your personal ideology, you take it into the internet, you take it into the world. You create some type of opportunities in some type of shape or form, whether it's relationship opportunities, business opportunities, something. All right. But with all that being said, Aries is still individual. So things get a little tricky when we put Aries. I take it from me. I got Aries in the 3rd. When you got Aries in air houses, it get a little tricky there, because now as a Gemini this year, when you jump into the 11th house, you're supposed to let your individuality be shown. But because you're so relatable, when you get into relatable spaces, it's natural for you to just adapt. It's natural for you to just, become a chameleon. And this year was more so, 2023 is more so pushing you to let your individuality be seen and not try to gel in too much. Like, what is the Gemini personally into besides the things it's trying to just become of with us? There's a difference. And I think the more that you allowed yourself not to, establish your individuality and your personality out in the world in some type of shape or form, the you allowing yourself to associate with people, just hanging around people for whatever meaning, with no reasoning, with no meaning. For the most part, you're just socializing with people just to socialize with them because you're a Gemini. You just want to be around people, communicate with them. This, that, and the third. You want to be a part of this social environment. This, that, and the third. But the things that you're trying to build in your life don't really correlate to this social group you're with, and now you're creating imbalances in your life because you just out and about all the time, or you just out in the 11th house with no purpose. All of these different things may have created intense situations for you. And the thing is, when we look at Libra in the 5th house, when you look at the eclipses popping off in the 11th, 5th house, once again, this was a year that was pushing Gemini to take their experience with 5th house things, creative expression, self-expression, and push it out into the 11th house. You may have manifested a bunch of scenarios this year, whether you probably be a part of some community, some group, you may be around some friends, this, that, and the third, and they was urging you to take some type of talent, some type of 5th house expression, and push it out into the 11th house. Your friend might have signed you up for some fucking uh signed you up for a fucking talent show, all different type of shit. You got people in the 11th house urging you to push out your individuality, this, that, and the third, instead of trying to do things with other people all the time. And this year's going to continue. This year's going to continue to push for that. This year's going to continue to push for you to take, what you got going on from a creative perspective and push it out into the world. So Gemini, you really need to just, now that I continue to go down these trends, you really need to own your expression out in the world seriously this year. Like, and that shouldn't be too hard for you, as extroverted as your ass is. But there needs to be an initiative for these things, though. There needs to be an initiative for these things. All right, so we got that going on. In the eclipses there. This is not a year to just Gemini. There needs to be reason. There needs to be a meaning for who the fuck you associating yourself with. You don't just let anybody come in your fucking house. Don't be just giving anybody your number. Just don't be going on a date with anybody. Like, this is not the year for that shit, Gemini. This is not the year for that. Jupiter in the 12th house was building a lot of discernment. There was a lot of things with Jupiter in the 12th house. You was learning about energies you've picked up from other people based off of not having discernment, connecting yourself with other people. And now you may feel like you had to rid some energies. You may feel like this was a year, 2023 was a year you had to detox some energies up off your spirit. So let's not repeat the same cycle going into 2023. Just let people work to access you, Gemini. All right. as much as you are here for the people. All right. Now, moving on, Pisces lunar eclipse in the 10th house. All right, Gemini. So, first of all, when we get into that 10th house, Pisces is there. So, in some type of shape or form, this is another reason people see you as a teacher, Gemini. This is the reason why you are one of the most relatable individuals in the zodiac, but you cannot be a jack of all trades to the point it's a detriment, right? That's something my Geminis always have to realize in some type of shape or form. Just because you can manage a lot of things, just because you can multitask, doesn't mean there's times you have to buckle down and focus on a certain thing in your life. Now, when we get into Pisces in the 10th house, when it comes into your career life, it comes to a point Gemini has to lose themselves in their creativity and put some faith into that bitch. Take some leaps of faith for something they believe in creatively, especially something that they want to connect with purpose now. See, air sometimes may not have fucking purpose. Air, air could just yap, 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 yap. Now, when we get into water is purpose. Like if you're dealing with emotion and feeling and shit, there's some meaning, there's some substance to that bitch. All right. So when it gets into the 10th house, it comes a point in Gemini Sun's rising's lives that they have to learn how to use their communication and their ability to connect with a purpose. Are you connecting these words and these ideologies to the world to heal, to teach, to help people transform? Like, what is the purpose? What is the meaning? Jupiter, Neptune in your 10th. All right, Gemini, you gotta understand this. So, moving into this Pisces lunar eclipse in the 10th house, which is gonna take place, which is taking place more so around Virgo season, right? Around Virgo season, early fall. Excuse me, late early fall, late summer. Um, you need to be very intentional about what things you've done in your 10th house that you haven't completed, that you've built momentum with, that you need to continue to, or you may need to revive. You need to be very aware about, keep your awareness the whole year leading up into this point on how you believe people see you in the 10th house. The more you pay attention to this, the more you take an initiative to understand how people pay attention to you in the 10th house, the more you'll start to realize, like, damn, people do see me as a teacher. Damn, people do see me as knowledgeable for this. Damn, people do see me as a creator. This, now, all right, that's how motherfuckers see me. I gotta invest into it. But the Pisces lunar eclipse is gonna help you to detach from everything that doesn't support that. All right. So, if there's, once again, any experiences in the past that went left, any insecurities about certain things in the 10th house, vulnerabilities about being seen for certain in the 10th house, you may feel like, yo, Boro, I be feeling called to do this and the third and 10th house, but I just don't feel like I'm equipped, or I have the credentials to be teaching this and the third. Man, listen, if you could teach one person, if what you got to push out in the 10th house could help one person, then never underestimate what the fuck, how your ability to help somebody in general, never underestimate that in general. All right. So, but the thing about the eclipse, it just makes things intense. It pulls everything that's heavy and buried up to the surface. So I just want to make sure your 10th house, the whole year, you're doing what you can to experience, to explore there. When people are calling for your knowledge or expertise in some type of shape or form, and you could be seen for that, that could be attached to your self identity. Is like, damn, once again, people are inviting me here to do this, that, and the third, or the people in this environment are talking about me here, this, that, and the third. Let me wear that shit. Let me learn how to embrace that identity in the world. So by the time you get into this point, you're not doing a whole bunch of detaching, you're not doing a whole bunch of soul searching when it comes into how you feel like you're seen in the world. You understand how to resonate with this Pisces energy in the 10th house. All right. So we got that going on. And then Mars retrograde in Leo. Mars retrograde in Leo in your third house. All right. I said before this placement, there's gonna be a lot of changes and transformations with close friends and siblings. So that shit gonna start in the beginning of the year and it's gonna end the year like that. Mars cleans up shop, and when it's retrograde, it's taking its time to make sure which one of these people, places, and things and motherfucking energies in this house be holding me back from my passions and goals. The fact that wherever Mars is going retrograde in our chart, is most likely going to be an area. No, it ain't most likely. It's spiritually, you know, an area that's designated for Mars to be at, because this is going to be an area that Mars needs to weed things out so we can find more clarity with our passions and goals. Gemini, your third house. Your third house. Once again, sometimes it's hard for Geminis to detach from your third house. It's hard to tell your friends, like, yo, I'm about to go explore this, that, and third. I'll be back. I'm about to go study abroad for a little bit. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. The block ain't going nowhere. The hood ain't going nowhere, Gemini. All right. So it's these type of situations you're gonna be experiencing, the whole year, understanding how to detach from what you already are familiar with. And if you struggle to do that in spaces that you're supposed to, by the time we get into the end of the year, and we're dealing with that Mars and 12th house energy. I mean, Mars in your third house, it could just be a little bit more intense with how you have to detach things and different transformations going on with loved ones, this, that, and the third, with with siblings or close friends, this, that, and the third. You don't have to explain to everybody what type of journey you on with self-development or new things that you're exploring and experiencing in your life. You don't have to explain this shit. You're probably gonna still do it because you're a Gemini. But for the most part, don't have none of these energies hold you back. Don't have any of these energies hold you back from what you're supposed to be doing. Um, and that's the mentality of probably some people that are close to you. You're gonna have some people that's close to you that ain't really resonating with the things the path of growth that you're on, and you're not supposed to stay and be like, you know what, I'm gonna wait till you get ready so we could grow together. No, Mars is in that motherfucking third house, and it's gonna make you very passionate about pushing out your ideologies into the world in general. That is the thought. That is the communication house. This is the thought provoking house, and Mars is in there. So it's gonna be new passions and inspirations. Gonna be new passions and inspirations about pushing that house out, and you're gonna have to identify how the things you've been attached to, the things, the habits and ideologies you've developed in your adolescent stages up until this point in your life, how the thoughts of your friends, cousins, siblings, and people around you affect your ability to explore and experience new things. That's gonna be a constant theme this year. It's gonna be a constant theme this year. All right. So that's what we got going on with my Geminis. Okay, that's what we got going on with my Gemini. Cancer. 1 second, y'all. Let me just get some water. I didn't drink 3 gallons of water talking about Gemini. Talking about Gemini make you talk more. Shit. I got a soft note in Gemini too. No wonder I can't shut the fuck up sometimes, y'all. All right, guys. All right. Cancers, my beloved. Let me get a timestamp real quick. I didn't get the timestamp. Gemini, Cancers is starting at 1, 2, 3. Cancers, you in alignment. Oh shit, we starting at 1, 2, mother flipping 3 on your ass. Sometimes Cancers give you a countdown just like that before they whoop your ass. They be like 1. That's one thing hit you with that one. Your ass better start running. But it's not. They're not gonna verbalize it though. Just that's what they count in their head. You like, I'm gonna whoop. As soon as I get to 3, I'm just gonna fire out. You in there talk you yelling at your Cancer girlfriend and shit. No, you know what the fuck is wrong with your ass? Your motherfucking ass don't know how to listen. She just be in her head. 1, 2, sock the shit out this nigga on 3. You motherfucker. Yo, crazy Cancer woman is just crazy. A crazy Cancer woman is like the most alluring toxic thing in the world. I know that sounds crazy because I'm partially toxic. I'm working on evolving out that shit. Is fucked up, I know. But a toxic Cancer is a little sexy. I'm not gonna lie. Because they know how to bring the moon back in at times. Your Cancer girl try to fight you and make dinner the same night. Shit like that bring you a little too close. It's like, you know what? I love this crazy motherfucker right here. Girl, you put you put your foot into these biscuits, just like you try to put your foot in my motherfucking face today, but you made it up and put your foot into these biscuits. Crazy Cancer lady woman. All right. So all right, Cancers, what we got going on? I can't lie. I want me a Cancer because I know she gave me all of her. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. Like the Cancers, I used to be scared of the Cancers. I'm not gonna lie. I used to be scared of their ass. I felt like they too aggressive with trying to build this connection. Like, I'm too. That's how you scare. That's how you get a Capricorn placement to run off. Yeah, that's how you get a Capricorn placement to run off. You threw too much water at my ass. Got me feeling like you got me late for work. You got me feeling like I'm finna be late for work fucking with you. And I've done signed up for OT a little too much this month. I ain't trying to lose my job signing up for OT and not showing up. They don't like that shit. Bro, what the fuck you sign up for overtime and then you're not showing up? You know how much extra shit I gotta do when you do shit like that? I gotta find other motherfuckers to work. Like, yo, I'm sorry, boss. All right, let me tell you, just keep it between me and you. All right. You know that cancer woman that working the other department, the chick Jocelyn? Yeah, she a cancer. We've been fucking with each other lately. Like, yeah. Nigga start telling his boss to scoop. I ain't gonna lie, this shit is just crazy. She's a bright woman, but she's intense, boss. Nigga start bonding with his boss. His boss be like, you know what, goddamn, I ain't gonna lie, my ex-wife a cancer. Tell me what's going on. You want to talk about this at lunch? What she do? Did she hit you? They like to get a little violent at times. It's like, no, it ain't get there yet. But I seen the potential of. You got two niggas at work talking about cancer energy. Yeah, they so alluring, I know, but they crazy, man. But cancer love, I'm sorry. I don't mean to get too lost on y'all right now. It's just cancers. I've learned to develop a soft spot for y'all. We need everybody. We need everybody in the Zodiac. All right. Cancers. Okay, let me see what it looked like is the huge emphasis for you. Okay, strong 11th house presence this year. Strong. Okay, let's get into it. So, first of all, Cancers. First of all, Jupiter's in the 11th house right now. Jupiter's in your 11th house. This 2023 had a lot to do with you understanding how to connect to the 11th house. It threw you into the 11th house. So this was the year a lot of my Cancers, for the first time, they put their music out. They started their platform. Started dealing with something on the internet. They created their brand or something that they've been dealing with, and they started going to pop-up shops. They started getting into network spaces. They manifested friends that were already going to the pop-up shops. They was like, girl, homie, come on. Like, you could sell all that shit over there. This is what Cancer's going through. And this is the thing. Cancer, sometimes y'all could be a little bit too homebody-ish. But once Cancer get into their business bag, once the Cancer finally gets into the 10th house, when they find when they find it in themselves to be like, man, fuck this hide in comfort zone shit. Let me just throw myself out there. They get extreme. Cancer don't even know how to come home anymore. This is why you have them Cancers that's out there that it'll throw you the fuck off. It's like, hold on, I thought you was some caring, nurturing motherfucker. All the fuck you care about is making money. Is you a Cancer or you a fucking Cap? What the fuck going on? I'm trying to chill. You made them biscuits for me last week, and now you're telling me we can't link because you're always working OT and shit. That's what happens. The Cancer, and we all do this at times with our opposite sign, but it just be a little different at times with depending. It just be different with each sign, but it takes certain things can activate with each zodiac sign where we could get extreme with the opposite sign, right? And that's what happens with Cancer a lot of times. You can have them Cancers that is just like, nah, they in the cap bag. You have a Cancer like 50 Cent. You have a Cancer like 50 Cent or some shit. Sometimes the 10th house activity is what substitutes some emotional hurt or trauma, But anyways, this was the year Cancer was having. You Jupiter in your 11th. And I know what that Jupiter in 11th, I'm familiar with that placement. I just know a lot of people with that placement. And it's like, you mother flippers, I swear, y'all just don't be realizing the opportunities y'all get in the 11th house. Jupiter in 11th house will have a stranger come up to you and tell you everything you need to know about some shit going on in your life. And you'll be like, oh, that was weird. Anyways, what y'all niggas do? You trying to get high? Motherfucker, did you listen to what the fuck your Uber driver just told you? They just gave you the business card. You better call their ass. Jupiter in the 11th house. Some of y'all got Jupiter in the 11th house right now. I need a testimony because y'all will have strangers give you the keys to life. Y'all will start working some job, and especially if it's a job that you're just meeting different people. You start meeting people at this job. Jupiter in the 11th house, y'all go work at a job and then meet somebody at the job that teaches you how to do something where you don't need the job no more. Now you making money from some shit. Somebody at Jupiter in the 11th house be crazy. But with all that being said, I hope my cancers, everything that you learned, everything that I hope you continue to throw yourself in the 11th house. You continue to help Jupiter help you connecting your talents, your creativity, your wisdom out into the 11th house. But I just know there was a lot of development of new relationships. Um, I know there's a development of a lot of new potentially being in some this feel good. Ah, a lot of new opportunities dealing with social groups, social environments in some type of shape or form. You might have been deemed as the gem in the group too. It's like, damn, the church was lit already. This band was lit already. Whatever the fuck was, this 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 little mob of gangsters, we was already good criminals, but when this cancer came in, they uplifted shit. They took shit to another level. They made the church more lit. Now we hitting more banks. We robbing way more niggas since this cancer came. They enhanced the shit out of our schemes. We was some low level criminals. I didn't even know we was some low budget criminals until cancer came here and started telling us how to really step our gangster shit up. So cancer come, you had that shit going on too. All right. So I just hope everything you're experiencing in Jupiter in Taurus in the 11th house, you're not letting it go over your head, understanding how the things you was just experiencing out in the world could help your bag get bigger. Like there should be a clear awareness of that right now, Cancer Sun Risings, how the things you've been experiencing in 2023 could lead to the potential of your bag getting bigger in some type of shape or form. Most likely through some type of group effort or some type of ability of you using technology, possibly, or different forms of communication to have your type of ideology, talent, healing energy, upliftment energy, uh, through whatever through whatever tool you're pushing it out through, spoken fucking word, music, art, teaching, whatever the fuck it is, right? Don't let this shit go over your head, Cancer. I know you see the potential how your bag could get bigger, how bag could get bigger, how your sense of stability and security can improve the more you're active in the 11th house. You should be feeling that energy right now, like, yo, damn, I'm getting around the right people. I'm gravitating towards some of the right people to stand the third. You feel me? Does this count for Cancer North? No, not really. No, not really. All right. If you have a Cancer North node, yeah, we did. That's a whole nother thing right there. That's a whole nother thing. Sorry. I work in a spawn. My client always are the plug, and my Aquarius Asby network. There you go, Aqua Queen 24, and you Aquarius too. So there you go. There you go. There you go. All right. So yeah, we got that going on, and then once Jupiter Uranus conjunction come, that's when things could get very sweet in this 11th house. This is the time where Jupiter Uranus conjunctions. One of these people in this group, this new group you've been associating yourself with, this new partnership you've been in, this that and the third, this new networking space. Somebody in the group like, yo, Boro, yo, I just met somebody that said they want to sponsor our business. I just met somebody. They told us they invited us to come. Do a They want you to come do an astrology reading party over here. This and that third. Like there's gonna be some big opportunities, breakthroughs for the things that you're already placing momentum in, networking, connecting to the 11th house. Now I'm telling you, around this time, it's gonna be a huge opportunity that comes around. It's gonna be somebody want to invest in you, somebody that helps you take your shit to another level. It's gonna be something, but you put yourself in that space. It ain't gonna be no fucking handout. This is gonna be what you worked for. It's gonna be your ability to stay consistent. Helping others in the 11th house, finding way to service the 11th house in some type of shape or form. All right. So, at home with Holly, we are on Cancer right now. So, Leo's next. So that's what we got going on with that Jupiter Uranus conjunction 11th house. Okay. And one thing I need y'all to understand is you have to be very conscious about what how things are, either if you're a part of groups and shit, like as far as agreements, contracts, this and the third, be very clear about all of that shit. You have Uranus in the 11th house. Don't think people won't try to take control of you and what you bring to the table in some type of shape or form. So just make sure you're having discernment with who you participate with, because and that's easier said than done because you're dealing with a lot of social activity. All right. So we got that going on, and then moving into May 25th, Jupiter enters the 12th house. Jupiter enters the 12th house. All right. So now this is when uh, uh, Cancer goes through all these experiences out in the world. So your physical reality, your ability to deal with, you know, commerce and business and finance and networking and groups and relations. Yeah, this is going to be at an all-time high. But once Jupiter gets into the 12th house, now we start to find more meaning and reasoning in everything you're doing. You're going to start to recollect some more on some of the things you've been experiencing out in the world. That you could start to feel the isolation come a little, not so much isolation because you just don't go from such a social space right into an isolated space, but you start to find more of an understanding of all this activity going on because there's gonna be a lot of activity. Like right now, Cancer, you could tell us right now it's been a very social space for you the most part. And if it hasn't, you the one that hasn't been embracing the social activity. You've been the one trying to stay in the house and be in your little comfort zone. Hopefully, you ain't dealing with no attachment this, that, and the third, because that's another fucked up thing about attachments. It takes us away from our natural function as human beings to be social. That's one thing I hated about fucking smoking weed all the fucking time because I could be in the crib and just fucking smoke weed and be to myself and I'll justify like, yeah, I'm just in my own space. I don't need to deal with the no, we need to be out in the fucking world communicating, relating this, that, and the third. And I'm a talking ass, communicative ass nigga. I can't be in the fucking house talking to my fucking self and weed all day. Get your black ass outside and have a conversation with somebody. So sometimes our attachments in life keep us way too much in our own little bag. And now that's not the way to live life. We need to be out here. We need to be it's you talking to a stranger in the street should be a regular fucking thing. You know? So and it's, shit, weed makes me social. That's great. That's great. I know sometimes different things be like social lubricants for us in different ways, and we shouldn't want nothing to be a social lubricant, anyways. We should naturally be able to, you know, jump into some social activity. But that's just with all different attachments. Like I said, a person could be your fucking attachment. Like it is what it is. It is what it is. Self development could start to fuck you over at times. Sometimes you could be so drilled into something dealing with self development, spiritual development. Your ass is just super monked the fuck out. Can't nobody connect with your ass now. Niggas don't even want to invite you to shit no more. You just disconnected from the fucking world. All right. So it's like it's a balance with everything, man. There's a balance with every fucking thing. God damn, it's a balance with everything. Jasmine said weed makes me high. No, you don't say. You don't mother flipping say. I'm a natural social butterfly. We makes me lean into it even more. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I just want to throw that out there so y'all could just become more aware of that. Sometimes you could just be too hugged up with this thing that makes us feel good. It takes us away from the natural energies of the world. All right, y'all. So, anyways, Jupiter. So, Jupiter ends up entering Gemini and it gets into that 12th house. Cancer. You have strong Jupiter energy too. You have strong Jupiter energy. So while a lot of y'all make some of the best fucking teachers, some of y'all make some of the best fucking spiritualists. All right. But social lube. Sometimes you need to take a couple shots of Henny. Now you're like, all right, what's up? Where the hoes at? Got a little bit of Henny in my system. Got a little bit of teleport in my system. What's up? I'll talk to any one of these Johns in here. What's up? What's up, baby? You want to fuck with a real nigga? Start saying all type of shit and never say so. But what's up? Don't act like you don't see a real nigga in front of you. Yeah, you like this. I know I'm sexy. What's up? You sexy, I'm sexy. We look good. Listen, you might as well fuck with me. I make you look better, you make me look better. Why are we playing? You just start saying all different type of shit to a John. I'm not the nigga to be under the influence, being under liquor. I don't even like me being under that influence. I'm already an impulsive, communicating ass nigga. I'm not really a big drinker, anyways, but yeah, see, when I used to be on live drinking and smoking, guys, I was drinking fucking wine. I was drinking fucking wine. Ain't nobody drinking no fucking Hennessy or none of that. I turn into a fucking fool. Hey, come here, baby. I start grabbing motherfuckers. Come here, you soft as shit. Damn. See, but I'm a charming ass nigga, so I get away with murder at times. But every once in a while, motherfucker, who the fuck is you touching? Get your fucking hands the fuck up off me. I'm like, damn, baby, all right, shit. Damn, you too cute to be aggressive like that. I didn't even think you had all that in you, baby. It's all right, my bad. Let me keep my hands to myself. Sorry, it's just this. Ooh, this Henny just got me sweating and bugging out right now. My bad, baby. What's your name? Can we start over? So sometimes you got to know your limits, family. You got to know how shit affect you, family. I can't fuck with that. I can't fuck with alcohol, man. So just sober life is that's just the way to go. I ain't judging y'all. I ain't judging. We all on different walks. But understand Cancer, when you get into that 12th house energy, now you're jumping back into your bag of spiritual cultivation. And you're usually in the natural state of spiritual cultivation. That's your archetype. You're a Cancer. This is water, moon, Jupiter energy. You are always finding new philosophies about your subconscious every other fucking week. Every other week, you understand how the world affects your subconscious, how a person, place, or thing is making you feel, and you develop philosophies about that. You should understand how you attract things, how you repel things, how you're gonna manifest something, how you're gonna overcome cycles. This is what's going on in Cancer fucking head 24/7. So this is your natural energy. It's just that you've been pushed into being an extra social energy. The energies you experiencing in 2023 wasn't your natural energies. No, you was motherfucker 2023 said, Cancer, get your ass the fuck up out the house, get outside. All that shit you be doing in the house, all them creative ass songs you be making, all them intelligent ass spiritual downloads you be having. If you don't connect that shit onto the world in some type of shape or form, and Jupiter dragged you out the house. So now when the Jupiter gets into 12th house, you could get a little bit more comfortable back into your comfort zone, a little bit of you know you may have more of a grasp on dealing with things with business partnerships and what you got going on in the world from more of a controlled state, maybe from your own space, not having to work so much into a social space, being a social environment so much. You all that work you're doing in this first quarter of the year, that also all that momentum that was brought in from last year, all these things will help to set you up to a space where it's like, all right, boom, I did all this type of work. I took a year to be out in the fucking 11th house. I made some new relationships. I got some new networking, some new network experience in this and the third. Okay, now I could run the business from the crib a little bit more. Now I could dumb down my activity, bring a little bit more understanding, and see how I'm gonna tweak things, and also manage my personal spiritual development in the midst of all of this, because this was a real career orientated, you know, uh, you know, social, once again, social type of space. Okay. Noted, pastor can't handle that drink. Yes. Don't try to take advantage of a brother now at the church Christmas party. Like, pastor, you want another drink? Like, you know what? It's Christmas. Pass that over here. Y'all gonna catch me slipping. Yeah, yeah, I know. Y'all gonna catch me slipping at that Easter church party. All right, pastor, you want another shot? You know what? I already. You gonna have some good music playing in the background. You got some good music, nigga. Ask you for a shot. You already flowing and shit. You like, you know what? Another shot of Henny won't hurt. Damn, that's a double shot. God damn. All right, fuck it. Chuck it. It's first Sunday. It's Easter. It's all right. It's the name of the Lord. That's all. That's just some blood of. That's just the blood of Christ. You gonna have me acting a fool in church. All right. So don't try to take advantage of pastor, please, please. But for the most part, when you get into uh that 12th house energy, that's what's gonna be going on for the most part for my cancers. And another thing is, even though it jumps into 12th house energy, it is Gemini. It is Gemini in your 12th. So it's not saying that's gonna be such a social space, but this is gonna be a time where you're gonna start to find a lot of different understandings about things with your relationship life in general. You're gonna outgrow some relationships around this time. You're actually already in a space of outgrowing relationships because you're too active out in the world. So you're trying to see the significance to new partnerships, new potential, to the new potential with groups and environments that you're in, and you trying to see the potential to these things are kind of taking away attention from what's already established around you. Cancers is loyal as fuck to the home though, so they never make their cancers always can make the home feel like, yo, I ain't too far away, y'all know I'm right here if y'all need me. Cancers make that shit known with the loved ones. I fuck with y'all for that shit. That's why a Cancer girl, that's why if you have a Cancer girlfriend, that's why it'd be fire. That's what be so fire about the Cancer girlfriend. Yo ass I could be, baby, she's checking out, baby. You ate today? You all right? Oh, that should be fire. You checking up on a nigga. Damn. All right. So Cancer gonna make sure the loved ones in the home, like they know Cancer. Cancer don't take the heart out that space. The body might leave, but the heart don't leave that space. All right. And even though it's gonna be in Gemini, even though that Jupiter in Gemini just creates a very social ass fucking space, because it falls into your 12th house, it's more so emphasizing different philosophies you're going to be developing about people. So Cancer, when it comes into attachments, when it comes into, your understanding at this point of your life with connection, because connection is one of the biggest themes in your life. So what you understand about connection at this point, you're going to be developing and downloading a lot around this time. So you want to make sure you're not being impulsive with relationships around this time. That's the most important thing I have for Jupiter being in your 12th house. You cannot be impulsive with relationship activity, because there's going to be almost a lesson to everything. There's going to be, if you allow yourself to digest what relationship circumstances mean in your life, you'll be able to find, the answer to things before just impulsively jumping into how you feel like you should respond to something dealing with relationship energy. Okay. So, and this is also gonna this also does emphasize you connecting your knowledge out into the world, but it's Gemini energy, so it's almost like you got all this experience going on in 2023, Jupiter in 11th house. You got all this experience going on out in the world, learning new things, and you may, like I said, Cancer may be also learning about, once again, how to connect themselves to the 11th house a lot. So it's like you got these different goals, this, that, and the third. You may already know what you want to do, but you just started learning how the internet really works. You start learning how to run ads on things. You start learning how to, build a niche. You start like literally understanding how to connect to community and different things. So you may have had that going on, but by the time it's 11/11, y'all. Shout outs to y'all. Shout outs to y'all. But when we get into Jupiter and Gemini, that does still keep an emphasis on you having to bring some knowledge, to the outside world. It may actually enhance, to be honest with you. Jupiter in the 12th house in Gemini, it's like you may get called upon even more to be more of a teacher than you already feel like you already are now. If you feel like you're bringing a new sense of awareness and knowledge and wisdom to some groups, to some friends you're around, new pair of associates, that actually might enhance around that time, and it's only going to create more opportunities. Jupiter in the 12th house bringing expansion, so you want to embrace all of that, Cancer. You want to embrace all of that. Then Pluto entering Aquarius in the 8th house, so Pluto been cusping your 7th and 8th house. Ooh. Pluto been cusping your 7th and 8th house, Cancer. So there's been a lot of power and control issues when it comes into learning how to leave certain relationships. When it comes into understanding, you may have had some issues in the past couple of years. Understanding, like, is this shit expired yet? I don't even know yet. I don't even know. And it's just Pluto made that shit a little confusing at times. Understanding if you should continue to, place your intention into something, or you need to transform it. And a lot of the times, when you ain't trust your intuition about something, you were wrong. When you ain't trust, I mean, when you ain't trust your intuition about something, you might have manifested some, deep transformation with holding on to things in your relationship like you shouldn't have been holding on to. And now you got Capricorn in the 7th house. So a lot of times your relationship life, you can find yourself trying to extra build something and not feel like your partner is placing the same form of emotional effort into it. Okay. And this gets tricky for the Cancer, because sometimes the Cancer got to learn to see, like, okay, that's not their character. Their love language is not showing the same way as mine. They're a little bit more sober, or they maybe have a way different ways of dealing with their emotions. Maybe the way they grew up, this, that, and the third. And Cancers sometimes have to learn to adjust to the love language of somebody else and not try to just be cardinal water all the time in their relationships. Not just try to impose your emotions. Like, no, you should be loving me like this because I'm loving you like that. Like, Cancer, that shit don't work all the time. That's the one thing I'll be having a fit with y'all in relationship. Like, Cancers be swearing just because they loving the fuck out of you that you have to act a certain way just because they loving the fuck out of you. It's like, first of all, Cancer woman lady, I love this shit you dropping on me. You making shit real sweet. You mad understanding, Karen. You be smelling mad fucking good every time you come. Your feet, everything, nails always did and shit. Your hair always. I love that shit about your moon ass. Your skin be glowing and shit. Your lips, give me a kiss. Mwah, soft ass motherfucking lips. But look, just because you fucking loving the fuck out of me, don't be trying to force me to love you a certain way now. Cancer start low key demanding shit a little bit, like almost coming off a little bit like the nigga, just because they did some shit. Cancer gave me a little massage, cooked me some dinner. All right, I'm about to go to sleep. I'm in. You done. Gave me the itis. Then you're gonna talk about give me some head. It's like, what, hold on, how you just gonna demand it like that? I'm not even in a head giving mood, woman. And now she in a fit because I'm about to go to sleep. Gonna wake up in a fit. Now it could have been a beautiful night, nice night. Now we talking about why the fuck I don't compromise the next day. Now the next day we talking about why I don't fucking compromise because I ain't want to give you some fuck. I wasn't in the head giving mood. I don't be in the head giving mood all the time. I like receiving. I got to be in a special space for that. All right. And you thought because you made dinner, you did this, that, and the third, you cashed at me lunch a couple of days this week, you made me this, that, and the third. Let me love you, reciprocate this energy the way I want to. Just don't demand something. Now I want this because I did all of that. Cancer, I know that shit you be on. I know that shit you be on. All right. So you gotta calm that shit down a little bit, trying to give you a little emotional demands or some shit. Cause it's like, what the fuck? I done loved you this way. I done did this, that, and the third. That's the least you can ask for. It's like, that's a big ask. I'm not in the mood for that right now. I'm sorry, I gotta have such a promiscuous influence on my humor. I'm so fucking sorry. This is all this Mercury and Scorpio. Sorry, guys. All right. So Cancers, calm that aggressive ass shit down. Um, but with all that being said, because Pluto been on that cusp, that seventh, eighth house cusp. Remember, Pluto in the seventh house, deep transformation influences in relationships. Pluto influence in the eighth house, strong influences for going through certain spiritual initiation phases, getting rid of attachments. All right. So Pluto starting to get more comfortable with your eighth house. This is what's gonna start turning up your tolerance, but turning down your tolerance, to be honest with you. This is the year where cancers, somebody gonna lose their cancer this year. That Pluto's keep touching the eighth house. It's gonna be somebody that dealing with cancer. They taking cancer for granted. They taking cancer for granted. Pluto cusping the seventh, eighth house. So once again, Cancer be a little confused. Like, yeah, should I hold on to this? It's Capricorn here. I already put a lot of time into this relationship. Kind of like, should I hold on to it? Should I hold on to it? You keep having Cancer question that shit. The more once Pluto start touching Aquarius some more, start touching their eighth house some more. That's it. They're gonna be encouraged to transform shit. They're gonna be encouraged to get on with the healing process, get on with the getting over your ass process. And it's Pluto touching the eighth house. Somebody else may have to substitute your energy, whether they doing it in a whether it's fucked up, whether it's not helping them out because they just getting a rebound. But I'm just being honest, it's the eighth fucking house, and it's Pluto touching the eighth house. That'll be something that pops up in their head. It'll be something that comes to their doorstep, actually. This Cancer trying to work things out. Right now, I'm talking to the motherfucker dealing with the Cancers. There's a Cancer trying to work some shit out with you right now. You don't even know there's a nigga persistent in them DMs. You gonna get a chance if you keep fucking up. He gonna slide right up in that motherfucker. All right. You could take that whatever way you want to as far as sliding into something. All right. So Cancers, hey man, I ain't blaming y'all if y'all feel like y'all gotta go ahead and get on with your transformation process because somebody having you question if you should continue to be intentional about this connection. All right. That's how the critical energies, cuspy energies are gonna go. Remember, 29 degrees conclusion energy, 0 degrees birth energy. All right. 0, 1 degrees, new cycle birth energy. So Pluto's gonna start touching that energy in the eighth house. Okay, so that's what we got going on with my Cancers, and then moving into the eclipses. The eclipses taking place in your 4th and 10th house, Cancers. Y'all could go on Instagram and see the notes that I dropped for the cardinal signs today. I go on Instagram and see the notes I dropped for the cardinal signs today. It was kind of things we already spoke about when I was talking about Capricorn season in general. Um, uh, and Cancer's just right now, you guys need to learn how to just jump in the 10th house, right? Without feeling that vulnerable. I ain't gonna say without feeling vulnerable. We can't help how you feel, but without your vulnerability holding you back from, thriving, being seen for something, develop a status for something, establishing a brand or your identity in the world, how you want to be seen. And this was a huge theme last year. This was a huge theme last year, Cancer. Dealing with vulnerabilities, being seen for things in the 10th house. Some of my Cancers found it in themselves to push something out in the 10th house, and then depending on the feedback you got, it started to distort how you may go about it. If you want to continue doing it, it's like, damn, I, I knew that I was gonna get the exact feedback that I wanted, dropping my music, posting whatever on social media, doing this, that, and the third. But damn, like this type of feedback, like shit, how long I'm gonna get this type of feedback for? It's like Cancer, you being too fucking impatient. Every time you get into the 10th house, you be too fucking impatient. This is why you need to kick it with me. You need to kick it with Capricorn, and this is literally what happens when I deal with Cancer women. This is literally what happens. I be having to tell the Cancer women like, "Yo, baby, listen, you is too fucking creative. You need to calm down. You're being too complicated. Take this shit one day at a time. Why are you being so extreme with yourself with these goals that you have? You acting like a real fucking Virgo right now. You acting like you being this perfectionist shit. Got to calm the fuck down. Take this shit one day at a time. What's the point of you being all talented and gifted with this, that, and the third? I'm trying to help you structure this shit the right way so you could use this shit to really build something in your life. And you trying to rush me? You trying to rush the process? You too eager? You too anxious? Calm that moon the fuck down. Calm that fast moving motherfucker down. I know that bitch jumped into a sign every 2.5 fucking days. Saturn chilling right now. Saturn been chilling in Pisces for a minute. You got to learn how to chill, Cancer. It's the moods. This is the moods here. This is why Cancers, when we talk about y'all being the most powerful sign, it comes with the challenge of having to channel your moon. You cannot say you're the most powerful sign and think it's just so easy to use the power. A lot of power is hard to handle. All right? This is why Cancers be killing niggas, man. They just get overwhelmed sometimes. Say, fuck it. Fuck this shit. Fuck trying to channel my feelings and emotions every fucking circumstance. Let me just take this nigga out. Hopefully this shit make me feel better. Eventually it don't really make you feel better, but in the moment it did. In the moment it did. All right. So with all that being said, when we talk about these eclipses hitting the 4th and 10th house, Cancers, I need y'all to just stay sturdy with what you're bringing into the 10th house. There's going to be, if whatever type of once again mentalities, insecurities, especially if you around people that's not helping support what you're trying to bring into the 10th house or cultivate in your 10th house in different type of ways. And you got Libra, Libra's in the 4th, Aries in the 10th house. Excuse me. Yeah, Aries in the 10th house, Cancer. So that's where the node is at right now. Chiron is at. So I know there's certain humps and battles you're going through trying to get over the time you did something in the 10th house and it didn't go the way you wanted it to. And now you're like, do I really want to go start this business again? Or brand this, that, and the third again, try this, that, and the third again. No, yes, you're gonna have to try it again. Yes, you are. You have to keep trying until we keep seeing results and keep building experience and keep making progress and keep building momentum because that's what you do in the 10th house. That's what you do in the 10th house. All right. The 10th house, dude, ain't nothing with career overnight. All right. They see your motherfucking glory and don't know your story. Somebody with a lot of 10th house placements made that fucking phrase up. You don't know how much fucking shit I had to build up, break down, until I finally started manifesting some type of success with how I'm seen in the world with something I'm building. I've been building this shit my whole fucking life. And you act like this shit just came out of nowhere. It take a lot of cancers a while for them to understand that shit. All right. Sometimes y'all drop things too quick. Y'all drop things way too quick. All right. So the work family balance is very important. And when I say the work family balance is more so about managing your emotions through what you're building in the like that's really the main thing here. It's not so much about what your parents and family members and loved ones think about what you're doing. Like you could find your ways to, get over that if you feel like you're dealing with any projection. But the 4th house is the home environment. 10th house is is the house that you're getting more comfortable, being active in. And then remember the North Node is here. So your individuality is supposed to be blossoming through career right now. So you shouldn't be feeling like, oh, because people ain't doing this, or I don't feel like what I'm doing is that much relatable. You're not supposed to feel super relatable right now, Cancer. You're supposed to take what you believe in yourself, what you believe is valuable in yourself right now, and lay the law down with your individuality and career, and make motherfuckers gravitate towards that. You trying to be extra relatable. That's not the right space to be in. So that's what's going on with the eclipses in that fourth and 10th house. And I can see a lot of things blossoming in your 10th house if you remain intentional about this space. If you remain intentional about this space, and with Libra in the fourth house, you have to make sure you can't just be bringing any. I mean, Cancer ain't bringing anybody into the fourth house for real, for real. But every once in a while, motherfucker has the right sense of the right aura, just the right aura and energy to make us say, you know what, let me just disregard a little bit of my standards, and let me see what this motherfucker hitting for. All right, we can't really take that risk this year, Cancer. We can't take that risk. You need to protect your fourth house. All right. So that's what we got going on there. Then we got the Pisces lunar eclipse in the ninth house, Cancer. All right, you got Pisces in the ninth house. So, this is a real mystical ass placement right here. All right. This adds on to a lot of the quest you choose to go on and initiate in your life, because you got that strong explorational energy, Pisces, in the ninth house, right? So this is all Jupiter energy here. And this is why Cancer can feel a lot of fulfillment, healing, bringing understanding to others through the knowledge and wisdom they have. This house does that a lot for them. So that's why if you got cancers that have placements in Pisces in this ninth house, I know they teaching some shit. They could be hairstylists, but when you go get your fucking locks retwisted by their ass, girl, I told you don't be coming in here with your motherfucking locks all dry. I told you, hair holds moisture, or this, that, and the third. You need to do this, that, and the third. And what's up? You getting your hair thinning over here. You're stressed out. You're still thinking about it. You got to learn how to release that, girl. You see, because the subconscious, it connects all to the hair and everything. And that, it's like, who the fuck is you? Is you my hairstylist, or is you Gandhi? The fuck? Your philosophical, intelligent ass. All right. So shit. Them cancers that got placements in Scorpio, the Cancer sunrises got placements in Scorpio, but it also got placements in the cancers with placements in Scorpio is the ones that lean heavy on their creative expression. The ones that put their heart into the creative expression. It's like, I'm gonna be a rapper or die. I'm gonna be an actor or die. There's no other way. Then you got the cancers that if they have trines from Pisces, super fulfillment from teaching. If your mama, your daddy, they from day one, you got a billion lessons they done taught you. By the time you turn 15, you got a whole fucking encyclopedia of knowledge and wisdom because of your fucking cancer fucking mama daddy with Pisces placements having ass, because it's all hitting the ninth house. So with all that being said, you get the full moon lunar eclipse here. So anything that the Cancer sun rising have been applying with the things you understand about healing, with the things you anything about you taking the initiative to explore, experience certain things in the ninth house, apply yourself towards new forms of education, this, and the third, or just apply yourself to put yourself in position to connect, your knowledge and wisdom to others. If moving into the full moon time, if there is any blockages with your ability to be able to do that, the full moon is going to activate this. But since we already know that's where the eclipse is taking place, okay, we want to make sure every time the Cancer sun rising gets called to the plate to express, to enlighten, give off some knowledge and wisdom in some type of shape or form, you don't run from that. You embrace that. All right. So when we get into the space, you're not feeling like, damn, I be running from the front of the classroom a lot of the time. People looking at me as the one that can, uplift and enlighten, and I be running from that. All right. You are the anointed one for that, Cancer. So just make sure you step up to the plate with all circumstances with that going on. Okay. With that lunar eclipse taking place in the ninth house. And then last but not least, Mars retrograde in Leo in your second house. All right, Cancer. So this is really why we need to have some patience this year, because um yeah, we need to have a lot of patience this year, Cancer. I'm just not realizing like shit gonna be turned up from this point of year to that. Because right now we got Mars in Capricorn. So that's about to that we're gonna speak about that on Friday, but that's you're gonna have to be patient with this fucking transit here in the beginning of the year and then even in the end of the year. But Mars in the second house, Mars don't have no patience. So when Mars gets into the second house, it becomes very impassionate and he wants to take his passion and want to build this, build that. Oh, we got this value, this, that, and the third. Oh yeah, let's get busy working this, that, and the third. So Mars has to have some more tact and he needs to understand this is the second house. Everything is slow and steady here. Everything in the work house, in the earth houses are slow and steady. Now the thing is, you got Leo in the second house, Cancer Sun rising. So a lot of the times you can build frustrations when you're not allowing Leo to just express his motherfucking value here. And this is why this is another placement when you look in the life path of Cancer Sun rising. This is why Cancer's. I mean, I don't think it's underrated if you know astrology, if you know zodiac signs. But I think like in some type of shape or form, Cancers, they just don't get mentioned as much as I believe they should when it comes into who's the most creative signs in the zodiac. You know, these motherfuckers is some days they are the most creative. All right, in my opinion, fire, water signs from an element perspective are the most creative. But once we get past the elements, when we get into placements, there's certain placements that is from rulers. You may have this first house lord in the fifth house. You know, fifth house lord in the like these type of placements. Fifth house lord in the 12th house. Like there could be placements like that. Simple planetary placements. Neptune in the fifth house. Luminaries in the 12th house. Okay, all these different type of things. So when we talk about creativity and when we talk about placements with anything, there's going to be multiple different influences that can bring this thing. So when we talk about who's the most spiritual sign, you don't have to be one of these signs. You could be if somebody says the most spiritual signs is Scorpio, Sag, Aquarius, Pisces. You can have no fucking placements in any of these signs in any of them houses, but still have one fucking placement that make you look at every fucking Scorpio, Aquarius, Pisces that you bump into, like, y'all the most spiritual signs. One placement that could be your Neptune and Jupiter conjunction in the 12th. That one placement right there have you on Gandhi mode. All right. So it's astrology is that deep, family. We can't just be condensing things to just the signs, just the elements, to stand a third. But when we're looking at that Mars going retrograde in the second house, I believe, after all these experiences you're gonna go throughout in this year, especially the momentum you're bringing from 2023, dealing with new partnerships, new relations out in the world, to stand in third. By the time you get to Mars in Leo in the second house, this is why we want to make sure nothing with creative expression is being withheld, because Mars is gonna feel resentment for that if it gets into the second house. It's like, yo, why are you not letting Leo do his thing here? Right. So now you jump into an extreme state of wanting to build this, that, and the third. Ain't nothing wrong about jumping into an extreme state of wanting to utilize your values to build some sense of stability, security, trying to take your talents and things you're good at and use and max them out and see its potential. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's just that, like I said, you're gonna have to pace. So if you come into this transit with that energy, feeling like you gotta make up for so much in a year, then now that ability to be slow and steady kind of gets thrown off track. All right. And it's going to be retrograde. So this is going to be a great time where you're going to start to potentially re-download things and manifest things that come back from the past that can now properly fit into what you're building and stabilizing. All the things all the projects you may have going on, the new relationships, the new sense of networking, and the third. When Mars go retrograde in the Earth house, it may bring back some resources you wasn't in a space to utilize in the past. You probably didn't have nothing to utilize. You didn't have a platform, a business, something in motion to utilize this resource you had. It's like a nigga that want to be a fucking rapper and know somebody where they could record for free, but the nigga ain't got no songs. Like, what the fuck? It don't matter what resource you have, nigga. Write a song, make a song, motherfucker. Like, come on, you gotta have something in motion to use the resource. So when Mars goes retrograde in the second house, I believe there's gonna be a lot of things dealing with finances, this, that, and the third, or things that could fit right into your space and complement things that you're working on, complement some 10th house aspirations that you have in motion, and then you could start bringing transformation to how you build stability and security. Mars transiting an Earth house, especially the second house, has so much potential to transform your ability with stability and security, but it'll be retrograde. So there's going to be a lot of things dealing with transforming how you deal with your value system if you value in some negative things, Cancer. All right. So that's what we got going on with my Cancer. Shout out to y'all. I hope y'all have a nothing but a fruitful 2022. All right. All right. Leos. Shout out to my Leos. All right, Leos. Um, I think y'all was one of the signs that had a significant 2023. What we had the Venus retrograde in your sign. That shit felt like it was forever. Okay. Um, but Jupiter has been all up in the 10th house. Jupiter has been all up in the 10th house. Now remember, Jupiter don't really fucking like this house. Once again, Jupiter don't resonate with Earth energy like that. All right. So as Jupiter gets into as Jupiter gets excuse me guys, sorry. As Jupiter gets into your 10th house, there's been a lot of new opportunities that you've been realizing how first of all, it gets with the slow vibe. That's one thing Jupiter can get with the 10th house. It's like, all right, I gotta slow down here, slow my temperament down. He ain't the fastest moving planet in the first place. So it ain't an issue with that. Jupiter can get settled and digest what it needs to learn where it's at. So when it comes into 10th house aspirations in this past year, there's pretty much been a lot of new things or things from the past that you feel like you have to, push out into your 10th house, but it comes down to what you've been attached to that has been holding back your capacity to do that. All right. So let's say Leo, your 10th house, you want to do this, that, and the third. Jupiter's uplifting you to do this, start this, that, and the third, explore, experience this, that, and the third. But in your 7th house, the square house, you're very deep into a relationship in some type of shape or form. And you don't know how to find the balance between that and your 10th house aspiration. On your 4th house, something dealing with connection and attachment is taking away your time from able to invest into the 10th house. So the influence, the ideas, the outlook, all of that was brewing in your 10th house, and many of you may have got active experience in exploring new things in your 10th. However, you know, when Jupiter gets into the 10th house, it wants you to have more of a wiser way of going about what you're doing in this area. It doesn't like guerrilla warfare tactics. It doesn't want you to just be all aggressive and like, oh, let me just dive my head into work and just whatever results come out. No, Jupiter wants you to move a little bit with a sense of knowing this. It doesn't want you to just, Jupiter does deal with exploration energy. And sometimes when you just explore, you don't really know what the fuck you about to jump into. But remember, Jupiter deal with our knowledge and wisdom. So this was a year with a lot of my Leo sun risings. It wasn't something new that you was trying to project into the world, something you already had knowledge about. It's something you was already experienced about. And I don't know if y'all realized 2023, y'all had people, it may have been people even in the workspace where you work at, but you have people encouraging you to take something you're experienced with and put it in the 10th house. And that's going to be an ongoing theme until Jupiter moves into your 11th house. All right. And what we have Taurus in your 10th. We have Taurus in your 10th. So I always tell Leo sun risers to get to a point, no matter how creative you are, how much attention you're able to generate, there has to be you have to be able to find pockets to make that stand for something in your 10th house. Okay, you got all these followers. Are you monetizing anything from this? Okay, you got all this attention. How is this affecting your reality? Do you just want clout or you want results? You want clout, attention, or you want stability in this bitch, Leo sun risings. And this was a year for you to make this type of transition. All right. If you be leaning on the clout attention side a little bit too much. All right. So as we close out Jupiter being in your 10th house, okay, as we get into Jupiter moving to your 11th, I need y'all to establish a new sense of value with what's going on in your 10th house. This Jupiter transit in Taurus, when it hits Uranus, depending on how much momentum you're putting into things with your 10th house, Lord have mercy, Leo, you can transform your fucking sense of stability around this time. It could be some crazy breakthroughs that happen with Jupiter and Uranus touching each other in the 10th house. You know them Leo risers want the 10th. I know. You got some of them Leo risers that don't really. You got some of them Leo risers that. Because one thing Leo risings go through that is a little frustrating is getting attention for things they don't be wanting attention for at times. You have a fucking Leo rising that they may be real attractive, but they want to be seen for a talent or something, right? You may have this Leo rising chick. She hella talented. She could sing and rap like a motherfucker, but she just sexy as hell. So when she put out music and shit, the song good as fuck. But when she in the comments, she's like, "What the fuck, niggas just talking about my ass," and that should have frustrate a Leo rising. That should be they be going through shit like that. It's like, yo, pay attention to my shit. Why y'all be paying attention to the wrong shit all the time? Like I like the attention, but can you take some of that attention and put it over here? So they'll go through some of that shit, a little bit of start creating a little bit of self-identity crisis a little bit in the first house. But with that being said, guys, nonetheless, all my Leo sun rising, there's a lot of things that you're supposed to outgrow in the 10th house. A lot of you guys are like, yo, I'm about to retire early. I can't really do this, especially if you've been in a long sense of, yeah, this is actually one of the most crucial themes now that I think about it. Because remember, Jupiter don't like pattern and routines, right? It fears that shit. All right. That's why Jupiter can't really deal with the 6th house like that. And when it does, it turns into a beast there because it gets so deep into things dealing with wellness. That's why I like a lot of people that deal with health and wellness to have that placement or deal in the medical field or deal with health. But it's pros and cons to everything, guys. But the energy wise of it, Jupiter don't like that shit. Jupiter don't like repetition, pattern. This is the sign this is the planet that wants to experience and explore all the fucking day, new things. Is not content with doing something over and over again. It wants to experience something different and different. All right. So when we get into Jupiter being in your 10th house, it may have been situations for my Leo sun rising. If Jupiter, let's say before Jupiter entered Taurus, when Jupiter was still in Aries, let's say before Jupiter entered Taurus, you was already at your career for a while. You was already at your career for a good amount of time. Before Jupiter even got into Taurus, you was already thinking about like, all right, eventually I'm gonna transition from this shit. This down the third. I need something new. I just need to be in a space where I can have more authority, ownership, what I'm doing in the 10th house. When Jupiter got into motherfucking Taurus, that 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 vibration, that thought of transitioning, expanding outside of this pattern routine in the 10th house, it was intense all 2023. It got very intense. You might have even manifested situations where people in the workplace were starting to be assholes and shit. And that was creating more of a spiritual push for you to get out of a pattern, get out of routine. Jupiter is so good at that. Jupiter is good at creating intensity to get you out of cycles or to get you out of patterns. Jupiter is an ace at that. It does that shit perfectly. All right. So it could have been people in the workplace, this and the third started getting on your fucking nerves. And it also may have did something to extremely highlight your ability to expand your 12th house. So like, you doing this, that, and the third, and then somebody, really encouraging you to put something into the 10th house, express this, that, and the third, start your own business, this, that, and the third, all different type of shit. So hopefully you guys are able to use this last portion of this transit to be able to jump into that exploration energy, really take a leap of faith with certain things in the 10th house and see how things play out, because that pattern routine shit and Jupiter ain't going for that shit in there. And that's also gonna, hold back some of the opportunities Jupiter can manifest being in the 11th house. Because if the 10th house, guys, I tell you all the time, this is the organizer house. This is the blueprint house. When the planet transits from the 10th to the 11th house, this is the time to connect it. So what happens when Leo sun rising has all these ideas that stay dormant, that don't get activated in the 10th house? Now when Jupiter moving to the 11th house, there ain't that much to shake and bake with. You're almost playing a little bit of spiritual catch up. It ain't that much to shake and bake with to be like, yeah, I've been building this, that, and the third. Take my business card. Yeah, follow me. I'm on all social media. I'm on everything. This is my LinkedIn, everything. All right. So let's utilize this first quarter of the year to make sure we're establishing these things, Leo sun rises. It's too much that you are able to bring into the 10th house. So I don't even feel like there's that many of y'all that's probably leaning on a state of now. I don't really think there's that many of y'all talking about like, no, bro, I ain't get to really experience or push that new energy. I'm pretty sure some of y'all said, fuck it, y'all took that leap of faith. But for the ones that didn't, I know it's probably because of something from the 4th or the 7th or the first house. Not so much the first house, but probably from the 4th and your 7th house. Something dealing with an attachment that was hard for you to break free out of, right? Person, place, or thing, substance, habit, or 7th house. Something dealing with relations, something dealing with your relationship life. A lot of people that you're involved with. You may be participating with a lot of things in group environments, and you got to break out of those things to deal with something individually in your 10th house. So things like that, Leo sun rises. All right. The Jupiter Uranus conjunction gonna pop off in that 10th house. So if you have momentum coming into working on something in 10th house, if you have momentum into allowing yourself to experiment, explore something in your 10th house with your abilities to be known for something, bring some expansion to others through what you do in your 10th house and all of that, boy, things can take off around this time. April 20th, boy, things can take off when this Jupiter and Taurus, you know, conjunction happen. People may look at you as the source of, as a source they can connect to help them break free from something in their life. Once again, Uranus, power and control issues, but also individuality. And then you got Jupiter there. So a lot of what you're doing in your 10th house could inspire a lot of people to take control for things in their own life. Whether whatever you're pushing on the 10th house, especially if what you're doing in the 10th house has anything to do with helping people transform things, this could take off crazy around this time. All right. So that's what's going to be jumping off with that Jupiter Uranus conjunction. And then we got Jupiter moving into the 11th house. All right. Jupiter moving into the 11th house in Gemini. This is strong sextile energy. All right. And there's going to be the more, once again, the more that you're establishing things in the 10th house, there's going to be so much opportunities for you to bump into people that may want to sponsor your shit, repost your shit, put money into your shit, spread your shit in some type of shape or form, build with you, exchange resources with you, walk into the right supportive environments, this, that, and the third. Like, so that's why, Leo, I don't want you to play. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. I don't want you to fucking play with your 10th house, because this is all different type of shit that can manifest when Jupiter has to pass Uranus and then get into your 11th house, right? People may be in 11th house trying to pull on your 10th house energies, especially if you're dealing with some shit on the internet. All right. Um, but you're gonna have to be real, you're gonna have to do your best to stay stable here as well, too. Because Leo, when you get a lot of air energy around you, it's hard for you to get stable. And when Jupiter gets into Gemini 11th house, it's gonna be a very social time. It's gonna be extreme, one of the most, probably one of the most social periods you've been experiencing for a long time. All right. So I need you to understand you cannot be everywhere all the time. You cannot be everywhere all the time, Leo. Okay. And because you're the life of the party, you sun energy, you so lively. Sometimes you want to live such a lively life, and you may feel like you need to be here, this, there, that. You need to be all in about all over the place. You need to feel fulfilled through having all this activity, but you're gonna have to pick and choose when Jupiter gets into the 11th house. What relationships are meaningful? What environments I need to be in that have substance or towards things that I'm building? Should these people or this person even have this much fucking access to me? Like shit like that. Make sure you keep that in mind. You don't have to be the life of the party everywhere, Leo. All right. Then moving on, Pluto entering Aquarius in the 7th house. Pluto entering Aquarius in the 7th house won't be officially into your 7th house until November, but with Pluto being on that 6th, 7th house cusp, there's a lot of things dealing with you potentially wanting to make certain moves or make certain decisions to feel like it's going to help you get over things dealing with power and control issues in the workspace. These last couple of years specifically, you may have felt like you may have been dealing with some type of power and control issue in the workspace. Uh, uh, Motherfuckers controlling you a little bit. You not being to have authority over your schedule in some type of shape or form, and you had to learn to work through that. Do you want do you want stability in this bitch? Yeah, let's go ahead and get that one up there. All right. So you know, now Pluto's on that Aquarius cusp, right? On that Capricorn Aquarius, because when Pluto starts touching the 7th house some more, you're gonna start jumping into a state of evolving with how you look at one-on-one relationships in your life. You're gonna start looking at one-on-one relationships like, yo, because everything deal with transformation with Pluto. So now you're looking at your 11th house. Now you're going to start developing mentalities, looking at your relationships, whether it's a business partnership or whether it's somebody you want to connect to on an intimate level. You're going to start looking at them from a transformative perspective. Like, yo, me dealing with this person is going to transform what? It's going to transform things in my life in a negative way, or can I transform things with this person in a positive way? And that comes down to what intentions you share. It comes down to what you got going on at that point in your life, Leo, and how this person can fit and complement certain things. But remember, Pluto deals with focus, concentration, and it also deals with strong psychological influences and understanding things with the subconscious as well. All right. So having that in your 7th house, you lacking discernment with how you pick your mates can lead into intense situations that reflect issues with you. And our relationships is always going to reflect energies in general. We're always gonna see ourselves through our relationships. But when you know better, you do better. Once again, Leo, it's not the year for you to act like, even though it's gonna be a heavily social year for you, you gotta have discernment with how you relate your energies. Pluto did with deep transformations. So things you already know about your relationship life, things you already know about what's red flags, or things that you have negative habits with dealing with relationships, or the lack of discernment you may have with certain things, lack of discernment, discipline you may have with things dealing with your relationship life. They could really bite you in your ass. Not only this year, for the pretty much for the rest of your fucking life, with Pluto being in the seventh house forever. All right. So it's just, you can't play. You cannot play. And Leo, you was one of them signs that I love you out of death, but if we wave a little thrill in front of your face, you are one of the signs that can get gassed up a little bit easier than others. All right. I see the smartest, and Leos are a lot of Leos are so smart, but it's the sun, is awareness, is got to be somewhat fucking wise and aware and smart, being ruled by the fucking sun. All right. The sun see everything. It feed everything. All right. So it's just that obviously they have a little ego issue at times. But with all that being said, um uh all my Leos, y'all need to make sure that it ain't that fucking easy to wave some fucking thrill in front of your face to get you to participate with something in relationship activity. And another thing I'm noticing about Leo sunrises, no wonder y'all be I never thought about it like this from this perspective, but it's just that I just know some Leo homies. Like, this may sound crazy, but like, when it comes to me dating in these stages of my life, like, I got a lot to give, but I'm also in my building stages in life right now, so there's only so much a nigga can give. All right. You want to fuck with Boro, you gotta fuck with me for the free. You gotta like me for me. Cause you ain't finna come here and you ain't finna come here and use a nigga up like that. I'm sorry. But I got some Leo homies, bros that be complaining about being like, yo, yeah, this chick, every time this I gotta link this chick, she want me to spend bread and do that. I'm not doing all of that, bro. And I'm just, I haven't stopped to think. I was like, damn, y'all do be having Aquarius in the seventh house. Motherfuckers be trying to use the Leo. That's some bullshit right there. Leo sun, I bet if we got 20 Leo's sunrises in the chat, a good 17 of them, a good 16 to 17 be like, hell yeah, I remember I was dealing with this motherfucker. Like, damn, they was draining me. God, they always needed some shit from my ass. God damn, and Leos are givers too. So sometimes it might take a while for Leo to realize, because they feed shit, they help shit grow. Sometimes Leo's hearts is too big. They do too much for their friends and homies, for their partners. I haven't seen Leos get taken advantage because they fuck a heart too fucking big. So we ain't all that shit ain't happen. Leo, they let them fuck with you for you. You should adapt my phrase. They've got to fuck with you for the free. If I'm fucking with a chick and she's with me, I don't got a question. She fuck with me for the free. Anything, any dollar I spend is a perk. That is that is additional. All right, call it what the fuck you want to call it. You gotta have discernment in this bitch. All right, can't just be spreading resources everywhere in this motherfucker. No, people have to deserve shit in this bitch. All right, that may be my stingy ass Capricorn energies right there. I don't know. I may have to work on that. That's where I'm at right now, y'all, in my life. Okay. And sometimes I be having to tell some of the bros, I was like, that's your fucking fault. You're leading with your fucking wallet. That's your fucking fault. Man, that's your fucking fault right there. Learn to help her with some shit other than learn to tell her about her fucking life in some type of shape or form, so she can see some value in your ass. She's like, oh, this nigga is a leader. This nigga could teach me some shit. This nigga could help me enhance some shit in my fucking life. You niggas out there trying to show what the fuck you got and this, that, and the third, it's only gonna get you so fucking far until you ain't got no substance to give the woman. Yeah, it's only gonna be so fucking far, and she's gonna be just forced to use you. It's like, damn, I wish the nigga has some more value to give me. All the nigga got is money. But some women don't give a fuck about any of the other shit. They just good with that. But but naturally your spirit yearns for more. So if you just good with that, just the security, just the stability, not saying that's something a woman should not be seeking. I ain't saying women shouldn't be seeking a nigga that's unstable. I want to teach my fucking daughter to seek an unstable nigga. All right, so let's get that one out the way. We need to stop calling women superficial and transactional because they fucking seeking a nigga with what the fuck you want them to date, bro? What the fuck? How the fuck niggas is supposed to? How are you supposed to lead women? But then we want them to be okay dating broke niggas. How that work? All right. Now, for women that think they need an OD rich nigga and a nigga make 300, now you need to sit your ass the fuck down and humble your fucking self and understand you want too fucking much in life in general. You just want too much in fucking life. If you can't provide that shit on your own, it shouldn't be. Why your shit can't be regular? Why a nigga making this, that, and the third? All right. So, but then we ain't gonna get too fucking deep into that. But we ain't gonna get too deep into that. But for the most part, Leo, this is really for my Leo fellas out there. Come on, bros. Come on now. You got more, you got some substance, something else to show their ass. You keep trying to lead with your wallet. You keep trying to lead with some imagery. You know, Leo be trying to throw the vision out there. Some shit be trying to make how their appearance and shit look all fucking, make that shit look all captivating and shit. Man, fuck all of that shit. Fuck all of that, because Pluto gonna have you in the seventh house going fucking crazy. Motherfuckers trying to take advantage of you. Niggas always trying to, niggas already got Aquarius in there. Aquarius transactional ass. Aquarius sometimes will be having no fucking heart in relationships. Be noticing that shit for a little bit. I was watching Kendra G single show the other day. This Aquarius lady came up on the show. That's really why I like watching. I swear to God, that's really one of the only reasons I like watching the show, because the fact that they say they Zodiac sign in the beginning, and then I just, after that I start predicting everything. I'm like, okay, they most likely, when if they're gonna probably say this about their past relationships. They're gonna say they're seeking this in a partner. Like I just start, I just start seeing how good I am. I was watching this Aquarius lady the other day on fucking Kendra G. Kendra G asked her, "What do you feel like you need to work on? What's your flaw?" She said, "I ain't gonna lie, I need to work on affection. Like I don't, not really an affectionate person." And that's what it is sometimes. Sometimes the Aquarius woman just don't be fucking affectionate like that. It's just they so wishy-washy with that shit. All right. It's like, damn. Like, I don't know. The Aquarius, get that shit together. Learn to touch a nigga, rub a nigga or some shit, man. Y'all just want to have rough sex and just dominate a motherfucker, and then like Aquarius woman just just start go make a sandwich or some shit. It's like, you're supposed to be asleep right now. I just gave you everything I got, and you just gonna wake up and go do some shit. What you sending out emails? You supposed to be in bed cuddling with me right now. I'm tired. Why you not tired? Like, that's that Saturn right there. Wore your ass out. Fuck all that cuddling and affection. I got some shit to do. I don't need you all up in my personal space. Like, come on, give me a little room to breathe a little bit. So I was like, damn, Aquarius, you gotta come on now. You a whole woman talking about you ain't affection. We have to work on that shit. Okay. But hey, man, I guess everybody else, I guess there's somebody for everybody, right? I guess there's somebody that fuck with that shit. I don't know. I don't. All right. So that's what we got going on with that Pluto hitting the seventh house, Leo suns and risings. Okay. Now, eclipses is taking place in the third and the ninth house. Eclipses is taking place in the third and the ninth house. So a lot of my Leo sun risings, 2023 was a huge pull and tug of, do I stay content in my habits and what I've known my whole life? Do I stay content, you know, with the things, the people, my homies and my home girls and what my cousins and friends and sisters and brothers are doing all the time? Or do I allow myself to explore things outside of my third house? So this gets a little bit deeper than rap when we talk about eclipses, though. It get a little bit deeper in rap, because if you have some habits of Leo Sun rising that was uh that was all about motherfucking tap into your Libra. It's all about balance. We don't want you only for money, but if you never spend money, not, come on, y'all know I'm not that extreme. I'm not that extreme. It's just that, no, it's just that my value for who I am has to be demonstrated first. And I'm never a nigga that's gonna ever lead with I could be a millionaire. I'm never gonna lead with that. So it's just like, I'd never put that projection out to for a woman to come in. Like if I know what a woman, how I attracted a woman, then I ain't got to question a goddamn thing. Like I'm stable in that. She's here for the fuck who I am. I don't have to wake up every day and have to try to be this person or throw this facade. Or I got no. She fuck with me for the fucking free, cause it's me. And when a chick fuck with me for the free, she get you can have anything I got. Fuck is you talking about? You can have it all, baby. You can have it the fuck all once I see that shit. All right, so let's get that. You right. It is about a fucking balance. Let's just get that one right with there. I'm just talking about the entrance into the fucking connection. All right, that's what I'm talking about. So Leo third and ninth house, it get a little bit deep in the rap because if there's any strong influences about things that if there's any strong influences with things you've picked up in your third house, things activity that your peoples is into, but you know there's things out in the world you need to be exploring and experiencing. So you might be the one nigga in your clique, Leo Sun Risings, that's trying to do some shit outside of what the fuck your homies is doing. All your homies is scamming, but you like, yo, real talk, what the fuck is this scamming shit gonna get us? I know if we just guys look, it's the age of Aquarius 2024. Like, bro, back in the day, we had to either play basketball or sell crack or rap. Look how many ways it is to make money and do this, that, and the third, bro. These little ass 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds is out hustling us. These niggas, little niggas is getting rich. Come on, y'all. We can't be doing the same shit. A lot of Leo Sunrisers was going through that. You the only nigga trying to talk some shit into your friends. Like, let's go legit, y'all. Like, this can't be. But you trying to be loyal. Keyword Leo, loyal to your third house pack is what's holding you back from the ninth house. And you may have manifested extreme situations last year where you got into fights. You got into fights with your close friends. You're probably not talking to some of your close friends right now because you was passionate about them joining a journey with you. And then y'all got into some shit because they wasn't ready. They're not on that frequency vibration, but you are. All right. So I think somebody just I think at home with how you just said what you just said. You said, didn't you just say something like I lost my two best friends in 2024 in 2024. I think you meant 2023. But if you gave the Aquarius some hints, you would have been y'all crazy, man. But yeah, like Leos, you can't be in that pull and tug, man. You cannot be in that pull and tug and hold yourself back from doing what you feel like is righteous, what you see the potential in. You have to be the example around this time. Don't let your fucking third house hold you down. And what's in your third house? Libra, the fucking relatable guy, Mr. Relatable. All right. So a lot of the times, Leo in the third house, you the one dealing with the peer pressure. Come on, Leo. Come on, my nigga. We about to go rob this store real quick. We gonna PC you. You just gotta be the driver, bro. We just need a driver. You got this your Libra friend from the hood gassing you up. Once again, air gassing fire up. So Leo had a lot of Leos manifest situations in their third house, trying to be loyal or relatable, and get into shit. But this is the Leo Libra connection, though. This is why they be best friends. This is why they get into a lot of chaos and trouble with each other a lot of the time because they could gas each other up very well. But if they're on some productive shit with each other, the things Leo and Libra can manifest, it'd be crazy. It'd be crazy because remember, Leo ruled by the sun. Libra sun energy is debilitated. So sometimes Libra could feel like when they get around Leo can help them carry out some ideas that they didn't have the push for, at times. Leos can help expedite things for Libra. And then, as Leo's on its track to do things, Libra throw some air here and there, help Leo with how it's, helping the team cultivate things. So it just becomes a very strong pairing. But it really comes from that. It comes from like Leo helping give a vitality to the ideas from Libra. If Libra hit Leo with an idea and Leo's loving it, Leo's gonna take off with it, and it could be a beautiful thing. So, yeah, we got that going on. Moving on. At home with Holly, can you stop teasing me and the imaginary Aquarius lady? So we got that going on, and then so that's the eclipses, guys. Okay, Pisces lunar eclipse in the 8th house. We have to make sure this whole year we're weeding out the eighth house, Leo. I've already kind of mentioned a couple of things dealing with your relationship life, attachments, right? This, that, and the third that pretty much, correlate to you weeding out attachments, making sure you're spiritually cleansing, understanding how your past relationship experiences affect who you are now, how you go about connecting with people now. You need to be very aware about all of this. In my opinion, I think y'all should fast a little bit. I think y'all should be fasting this year. As if you're somebody that's like, I think you just fast a little bit this year on things dealing with intimacy. All right. Because you have a full moon eclipse in the eighth house. So it could just be very uncomfortable getting up into that point of late summer. Damn. And this is in the summertime. This is your season. So as a Leo sun rising, if you just find yourself just being lost in the heart of the summer as you usually like to do, right? It's your season, it's summertime, we out and about, we showing our bodies, we posting a lot, we want to have fun, we don't want to be in the house no weekends. And if there's gonna be a lack of discernment with how you deal with connection with people, then it's on top of situations you might have not healed and detoxed and filtered from already, then this gonna make this situation, it's gonna make this space feel so uncomfortable, especially if you're dating somebody around this time or you're connecting with somebody around this time. It may be things dealing with your trauma, maybe things dealing with your with negative habits with you that start to extremely play out in a relationship because it's a fucking eclipse in your eighth, and the moon already don't like the eighth, so all your demons can just shoot up at one time, and that could just be fucked up. You have because you didn't take the initiative to fast on intimacy, to understand things about how your intimate connections affect you, this, that, and the third, because you didn't take the time for that. You just continue connected, continue letting yourself have access to this, that, and the third, continue motherfucking connecting your body with people without understanding what the fuck you doing, right? You one of the most sexual fucking signs in the zodiac, right? It's 12 o'clock, it's midnight now, so we could go there now, even though my ass will go there at 6 p.m. But I'm just saying, Leo, sit your ass down. I don't want to see y'all dealing with no extreme transformative shit around the summertime. Like, damn, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't listen to you. Man, I got into this situation with this chick, this and a third, and then this happened and that happened. Like, no, Leo, learn how to preserve your energy a little bit. All right. You are the sun. Don't be thinking people don't be wanting to get around you just to get some sunlight. Some people want to get around Leos for mad different reasons because they either pick up on your inspiration, this and the third. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Sometimes people want to get around the Leo to get a little bit of their attention, see if they could get a little bit of clout off them, you know, all different type of things. So man, you're gonna have to manage your accessibility, and this could just be an extreme space if you're not having discernment with intimate connections leading up into this space. So that's why I just think this would be a great year for you to just kind of, just chill, just be a little bit more, way more, not a little bit, be way more discerning. But let every intimate connection you have this year be meaningful. Like hold the fuck out as much as you can. Even if it's a one night stand, be like, Bora, I couldn't help it. Everything was fucking perfect. It was a full moon. When I met them, they had this on. They were this zodiac sign. It was this, that, and the third. The stars were sprinkling on their eyes. God told me it's okay. Everything aligned. It's like, you know what? That sounds like a magical night. I ain't even mad at you, Leo. But it felt like an experience though. You didn't just deplete your energy and be like, all right, what you doing today? Like, no, it felt meaningful as fuck. All right. So, it's hard to have meaningful experiences in our relationship life when we just always fucking connecting. Take it from the Libra. All right. So that's what we got going on with that eclipse in the eighth house. All right. Now, and another thing is Pisces in there. So just understand with Pisces in the eighth house, strong fucking properties dealing with understanding the subconscious, navigating the subconscious, counseling the subconscious, especially of others. And that's why Leos can be a lot of Leos are so intuitive to be able to pick up, because Leo energy deal with expression, but a lot of Leos can see how other people expressing themselves, and they could kind of match up if there's something inside them that's holding them back from their full expression. Like they're kind of good at that, you know, you know. It's like a Leo. You could be a singer. You could be a singer. I don't want to use the Tina Turner. Yeah, I remember Tina Turner and Ike. Yeah, even though the scene ended abusively, I don't think this is a good example. But whatever, I'm gonna kind of try to use it. Y'all remember the scene in What Love Got to Do with It when Ike was just being too hard on Tina, and he was like, "Girl, push that shit out." They had everybody in the house, and he kicked everybody in the house, and we know how that scene ended. But you see how he was so adamant on her, like, girl, I know you got it in there. Push that shit out. Like, Leos could get like this. I see your expression, and I know that ain't your full potential. What's going on inside? But it has a lot to do with some of that Pisces in the eighth house placement, understanding how creativity could be affected by what's inside you, what attachments, what things are buried within you that's kind of holding you down from having your full expression. It gets so fucking deep. But Leos are very intuitive when it comes into that understanding. What's holding back your full expression is just that it's hard for them to see that for themselves at times. If they're dealing with, any type of issue pushing out their natural expression into the world. And don't think Leos don't go through that at times. All right. We all struggle with some of the things that we are actually more equipped to deal with, right? We're not perfect. Okay. Um, so yeah, leading up into that lunar eclipse, I want to make sure all my Leo sun rises, make sure anything dealing with creative influences that they feel blockages for, you take the time to heal and work on that. And it's most likely things dealing with attachments. Once again, the eighth house, things dealing with attachments that may be getting in the way of your full potential with putting things on the stage. And also things that will help you to have more discernment, making connections in your life. All right. And then we're gonna cap it off with Mars retrograde in your first house. Mars retrograde in your first house, Leo. So when we're talking about all this influence with you stepping into more of a light, keyword light, Leo attention, more of a light, Jupiter in the 10th house, um, uh, you know, you being able to project your knowledge and wisdom more on from a from a 10th house perspective, you exemplifying this shit to the world, not just people in your personal space. Mars goes retrograde in your first house. First of all, Mars gets in there, it's already going to be turned up. Is Mars in the first house? Loves to be in the first house. It just goes crazy in the first house. And now there's going to be an extreme influence to want to just, push out every fucking personal aspiration in the world. All right. And when it goes retrograde, though, right? If it goes retrograde, now this is going to be a huge deep cleanse in your first house about all personal aspirations. This and the third that the Leo rising hasn't had the ability to push out yet. So you need to make sure around this time you allow yourself to, download, be open to all of these things that you haven't pushed out yet, but also make sure you're not trying to still do all these things at once because it's still going to be Mars in your first house. But you have to remind yourself it's going to be retrograde. Even though it's gonna be retrograde, Mars is still gonna have this intensity to want to push things out. It's almost like you're gonna have to calm Mars down. Like, yo, Mars, ain't you fucking retrograde, motherfucker? Relax. Like he's like, damn, my bad. It's the first house. I just be wanting to go. So like Mars might fucking forget it's retrograde while it's in the first house. All right. AKA, you need to make sure when it comes into things you're very passionate about pushing out in your first house, things that you want to start, you're not starting them impulsively. Okay, you're waiting for Mars to go direct, and when we get to 2025, now we're gonna bring all type of fucking transformation to your first house. All right, fire transforms, Mars in the fucking first house transforms. Okay, so that's what we got going on for my Leos in 2024. All right, 4 more signs to go. Virgo, Virgo, my beloved Virgos, the virgins. All right, Virgo. Jupiter is in your ninth house until May 25th. All right. So been a spiritual influence, a strong spiritual influence in 2023. You got Jupiter in your ninth house. There's going to be a strong influence for you to pursue new things with education, to pursue anything that you ever wanted to learn and gain credentials for wanting to learn and being able to be an example to teach to others. This is the year that you're going to feel like you need to apply yourself to that, go back to school, this, that, and the third. So hopefully my Virgos got their chance to do those things. All right. You still got a portion of this energy left um moving into May 25th. All right. So I hope you guys are able to don't hold back, Virgos. Ain't nothing to really think about. Don't overthink. Jupiter been in this fucking house majority of the whole year. So if you ain't allow yourself to once again experience and explore or apply yourself towards learning that new thing, and once you apply yourself towards learning some shit, you learn that shit in a week. That's why we got to put you in AP honors class. You know how to dissect some shit. You know how to learn some shit fast. All right. So you have to make sure, you know, you don't, neglect yourself of those opportunities to do those things. Okay, so that's one with Jupiter in the ninth house. Now, Virgos, I love y'all to death, but y'all are the signs that could be a little bit hesitant, a little bit hesitant at times to explore, experience new things. Okay, you got some of them Virgos that's some like big risky demons at times. You got some of those, but it's anytime a lot of the times Virgos get into like taking risks, or sometimes it got to be in an extreme energy. Like sometimes it got to be in an extreme energy, and hopefully with Jupiter in the ninth house, you guys were able to. It's Taurus here, so when it comes into things that you value, things you want to build, hopefully you allowed yourself to jump into some leap of faith energy and just go out and experiment and explore, even if it's something dealing with intimacy and connection. You allow yourself, you didn't withhold the opportunities to deal with these things in 2023. Okay, but when Jupiter starts to conjunct Uranus and Taurus around April 20th, so many opportunities can manifest with how the things that you're learning and studying can have a huge impact on your life, especially especially making money. If my Virgo sun rises is already dealing with something, dealing with teaching, servicing, helping others, boy, oh boy, y'all finna walk into some opportunities around this time, and you're gonna be able to use your knowledge, your wisdom, your expertise, your skill, which Virgos are very skilled signs. All right, and matter whether they doing hair, makeup, fashion designing, chefs, motherfuckers be skilled like a bitch. All right. A lot of Virgos' middle names should be skilled. All right. So when it comes into the Jupiter Uranus transit, and Virgos is already in motion, teaching, servicing some shit, they're walking in their natural energies, and being confident about the experience they could bring to the world, and no matter what they're doing, man, it shit gonna get crazy with this Jupiter Uranus conjunction, man. Virgo gonna be able to see new opportunities, new ways to establish new incomes in their life, all different type of shit, manifesting new forms of support and stability in all different type of ways. So I need my Virgos to stay in that bag, stay in your studious bag, know that you're studying and applying yourself towards learning new things for a reason, and know that you're applying yourself to be able to give off some sense of, once again, expertise or skill off to the world, because you got it like that, and you can help other people manage shit in their life. All right, the more you're doing that, the more we can see some big ass rewards. Is in Taurus, guys. This is your trine. This is a trine, Virgo. This is a trine, Virgo. All right. So these things I'm talking about was supposed to be really, a lot of this was supposed to be manifesting in 2023. A lot of my Virgos is supposed to be getting in position right now for things that you have knowledge about in some type of shape or form. Y'all supposed to be getting in position in some. I shouldn't be. It shouldn't really be something we're starting around this time. All right. So we got that going on, and then once again, yeah, Jupiter Uranus Taurus conjunction, could really uplift a lot of things, create some opportunities to get paid off of some shit that you're able to help others with. You ain't just fucking helping people in your personal life, this, that, and the third, and no, 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 no. We're booking you. No, we need to go on your website. No, we want to compensate you for this shit, and it may be a situation where you may be doing some shit you helping motherfuckers with. You ain't even think about. You ain't even think about. You didn't even think about selling it, putting a price on some shit. This be the year motherfuckers is like, yo, what are you doing? Like, what do you mean you finna just help me? No, I want to pay you. You start realizing like, oh shit, damn, people want to pay me for this shit. I'm telling you, this is the money year. I don't know, man. We all got to get rich this year. We all got to find ways to change to enhance our motherfucking reality. The universe is dropping bills on us this year, y'all. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling y'all, man. Okay. And I don't even want to say this is so much like the year to just come up, this, and the third. This is the year where a lot of us can align purpose with how we make money. This is the year where we can find ways to utilize our creativity, our true spiritual creative essence with how we build stability. And that's a beautiful thing, family. That is a very beautiful thing. All right. So we got that going on for my Taurus. I mean, excuse me, for my Virgos. And then moving into May 25th, Jupiter enters Gemini in that 10th house. All right, Jupiter enters Gemini in the 10th house. So I'm talking about all this energy with what you could develop in Taurus, dealing with bread, out of your ninth, right? Because there's a huge influence of Jupiter in the ninth. So your knowledge and wisdom is activating Taurus to build something for you, from a stability perspective. Now, once Jupiter gets into your 10th house, Virgo, you got Gemini here. Now, what happens with Gemini in your 10th house, Virgo? At some point in the Virgo life, they have to learn to be more communicative, relatable, jump into network spaces, be more sociable. Virgos are ruled by Mercury, so they can be communicative. A lot of them are fucking communicative and relatable as shit. All right, their aura and demeanor might not give that, but them motherfuckers could talk. Trust me. All right. You made it at the right time, Virgo Empress, right time. All right. So when we talk about Jupiter getting into your 10th house, when we talk about Jupiter getting into your 10th house, Virgo, I swear to God, I'm gonna wanna probably fight y'all ass if I see any one of y'all running from the 10th house, because you're gonna be pushed up into there to be the example to be seen for some shit now. You done cultivated all this new knowledge and wisdom in the ninth house, or you done established some type of energy by utilizing your knowledge and wisdom and connecting it to others, teaching others. Now you damn near walking into the 10th house with some potential status already brewing for yourself. And this is after the Jupiter Uranus conjunction. So now it could just be like a huge motherfucking explosion like this, like a lot of Virgos, I'm telling you, in 2024, like if you create content, you a business person or whatnot, you a Virgo, or you're dealing with anything with teaching and you're a Virgo sun rising, a lot of them might see some success overnight. And I don't like saying that, but you could hit a huge hump where, like, I don't know, you start a fucking YouTube page. I'm just hypothetical example, YouTube, internet, whatever. You start a fucking YouTube page now, you fucking hit 50K subscribers like in 3 months because two videos went super fucking viral over some shit that you didn't even think was extraordinary. It's like, well, I'm just teaching motherfuckers how to detox. Like, damn, this shit got a million views in a couple weeks. Damn, I got 30 fucking subscribers in 2 weeks, 30,000. What the fuck? Yes, you is in that type of energy, but that's the thing. Is Virgo gonna run from the 10th house? Is Virgo gonna run from not projecting out their knowledge and wisdom? Is Virgo gonna do this shit that y'all always do? But Boro, I don't know. Like, it's so much other people teaching and explaining the things that who am I to come? Motherfucker, use somebody that knows what the fuck you talking about. That's who you are. There's a gazillion motherfuckers in the world. All right. Am I the best fucking astrologer in the fucking world? Hell the fuck no. Hell the fuck no. It's some astrologers right now. I could go in their shit right now. Like, what the fuck this nigga talking about? What they just said? Or what? There's a few niggas out there still do. I still listen, family. I'm a fucking student, all right? But that doesn't fucking mean the little bit I know can't help other people. And in life, we gotta this for all signs. Now, you gotta be careful you don't underestimate what you could bring to the table just because you feel like you're not as experienced, this, that, and the third. How you know people ain't gonna gravitate towards what your business, your brand, just because it's the energy you have. Nobody could do you the way you do. Nobody could do you the way you do. You feel me? So this is what I need my Virgos to understand moving into this fucking 10th house this year. This is what I need y'all to understand. I need y'all to do this. I need y'all to get it out. All right. Need y'all to Tracy. Any reason Cat Williams? I know I want to get into the Cat Williams shit. That's why I even want to bring that up. I really want to do a breakdown on that shit. Break down his transits, all of that shit. So, but yes, he's a fucking Virgo. All right. Look like he's getting started early. Okay. But yeah, family. There's gonna be some things, and is once again, is Jupiter. This is Jupiter creates the environment. This is not we gotta go activate. No, Jupiter creates the environment. Says here, come teach here, come push your energy out here. This and then the third. So if you're already if you're already taking initiative to do certain things before Jupiter starts creating opportunities for you, you ahead of the curve, Virgo, and you just know too fucking much. You just too informative to act like you can't put Mercury or Jupiter energy both, even though they're different, they both deal with knowledge. There's no reason you should be reluctant to represent yourself in the 10th house with that energy. All right, so that's what we got going on there. Then Pluto enters Aquarius in your 6th house. So right now it's in that 5th, 6th house cusp. All right. And then once Pluto starts getting into Aquarius, you're gonna start feeling that influence to start taking more power and control over your 6th house, Virgo. And that's the funny thing, Virgo, y'all some security mother ass niggas. Like, man, fuck that entrepreneurship. This job, I know my check coming every 2 weeks. I don't got to think about freelancing or none of that shit. Where my clients, no, I need a job. Matter of fact, let me get 2 jobs. So that's y'all shit right there. You know, That is y'all shit right there. And guess what? When Pluto gets into the sixth house, when Pluto starts touching up on that Aquarius energy, um, depending on certain influences in your sixth house that you may feel like is, you may like security, but you may not like your job environment all the way. You may feel like there's some motherfuckers, the advisor, manager, higher ups got some power and control over your ass. And if this is not an environment that's gonna help you expand in your life, Pluto's gonna make it more intense. And it'll start as soon as it touches zero. It'll start as soon as it touches 0 1 degrees. You'll start feeling the remnants of it. All right. So I just need to make sure all my Virgo sun risers know if you're stuck in any type of pattern in your sixth house, and there's other things you could be adding into your sixth house, a new project, a new finding pockets in your schedule and routine to work on this business, to work on this creative endeavor. Just get ahead of that curve right now before Pluto starts touching up and getting more situated in your sixth house, because it's going to start creating intense situations to force you to do these things. All right. Um, and Virgos, once again, once throughout the year, if you start feeling like people are becoming more power and controlling over you in your work environment, take that as a sign from God. Like, Virgo, let's make sure we transition out of this shit this year. Let's sacrifice whatever time we had to spend a third to pour into building up, something. Remember, you're gonna have Jupiter in the 10th house. Right now, your Jupiter's trining you. So there's a level, there's portals for expansion in career manifesting right now. Okay. It comes down to Virgo. Do you want to stay in a pattern routine? Are you so comfortable in your pattern routine in your normal sixth house? If you're comfortable in that, be comfortable in that. I'm just letting you know Pluto gonna bring a certain sense of intensity, and that's what that is. All right. So we got that going on. Eclipse is taking place in the second and eighth house. All right, eclipses taking place in the second house, in the second and eighth house. Virgo, you already know the second and eighth house. It might have been a lot of things, a lot of pulling tugs, a lot of power and control issues manifesting last year with finances. Finances may have got caught up in the name of partnerships and relationships with other people in some type of shape. I don't know if something's on my face, or that's my screen. So but yeah, so a lot of my Virgo sunrises, a lot of you may have been in situations you gave a little bit too much. You overshared your resources a little bit too much amongst relationship activity, and then you started realizing, like, what the fuck? I don't how the why do I give away so much resources and energy when that shit I could be actually using for my own personal aspirations and shit. And that's what started creating deep transformation in some of your relationships, and started changing your values on how you look at giving and exchanging and building connections. Probably put you into a little bit of a hermit mode last year. All right. Because you was trying to understand these things. Um, so knowing that these eclipses is taking place in these houses again, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Who's here to take from the Virgo? Who's here to, help stabilize the Virgo as they're building things and being gracious and appreciative of any type of energy or resources y'all get to exchange in general, right? Virgos, at this point in your life, you should be able to know how to identify people, the red flags with people not being able to be appreciative of things that you help them build with, like at this point in your life. Well, I mean, we all different ages and shit in here, but everybody's an adult unless you fucking 18, 19 years old, and you'll know the return to some shit. Maybe you ain't experienced some shit, but for the most part, you past 25 years old and you're a Virgo sun rising. If you over 25 years old, you're a Virgo sunrise, and you in this fucking chat, your ass, you should know. You should know what it looks like when somebody's not reciprocating your effort to build, your effort, to build stability in a relationship. Because you take a responsibility for all of that shit. And we can't keep doing that shit, Virgo. We can't keep having, you're gonna do that though. That's the thing. I'm not saying don't build. I'm not saying don't service. Shit, I love y'all. I love fucking with the Virgo women just for that. But I ain't taking advantage of the Virgo women. I'm letting her know every night, like, you a gem. I didn't even ask you to come to make up my room. You done did my laundry. I didn't even ask you for that shit. But it's the fact that you think about that shit to make sure I'm more comfortable. That's why I fucking love you. Come over, give me a kiss. Mwah, your cute ass. What the fuck? Shit. Let your Virgo woman feel good to want to do that shit all the fuck, because she's gonna do it. But damn, let her do that in the most high vibration as possible. All right, man. Learn how to keep your Virgo in positive energy. But Virgos, goddamn, you got to notice when the nigga or the girl, whoever the fuck you dealing with, ain't doing that though. You got to notice that shit because somebody else will appreciate that motherfucker. A nigga like me. All right. Come here, wash some dishes, make a smoothie for a nigga. I gotta go online. I ain't got time to blend the fucking smoothie. Fuck. All right, Virgo sun risings. Okay. Let's get a little bit of some of that. Let's make sure you're receiving some of that in your relationships this 2024. Okay. Reciprocity. So we got that going on. And then Pisces lunar eclipse in the seventh house. Pisces lunar eclipse in the seventh house. So Virgos is the ones that's dealing with some more of the heavy intense. We're all once again the eclipse is taking place in Aries and Libra. Ain't nobody ducking. We all dealing with intensity in our relationship life. Virgos though, that Pisces lunar eclipse in that seventh house gonna get a little brazy. I'm not gonna lie. All right, if there's no sense of discernment, if you still fucking with you ain't learning about this attachment you got with somebody in some type of shape or form, it's just gonna get real ugly around this time, Virgo. It shouldn't be it shouldn't have to get ugly. This is going to be around your solar return season. It's going to be right in the middle of your solar return season. No reason in your solar return you're going to be dealing with trying to convince another motherfucker why they should be caring, why they should be appreciating you. Oh man, Pisces in the seventh house be crazy, man. Pisces in the seventh house be crazy because y'all be running through into motherfuckers that be throwing illusions into y'all, illusions into y'all like motherfuckers. I ain't gonna lie, Virgos is just Pisces in the seventh house. Motherfuckers be playing a lot of psychological games at times. That niggas be knowing what you bring into the table, and instead of just honoring that and reciprocating that energy, they kind of play games, try to say things to keep you in that bag and play mind games and project here and there, make you feel insecure, and then like it's like you questioning things about yourself. Like I know this be all different type of psychological games and shit sometimes. Pisces in the fucking seventh house. Motherfuckers be trying to keep you in an unaware space at times. They be trying to keep you in a keep you in a floaty space, and it take time for Virgo sometimes to come down and be like, yo, damn, this is the reality of the situation, regardless of how this person is psyching me up to make me feel, or regardless of the things this person says and does to make me feel like this is the potential of what's going on. No, this is the fucking reality of what's been going on the past 6 months. I've been realistically, practically doing this, that, and the third. What the fuck have they been doing? Besides playing on my emotions and thoughts and providing really good sex every once in a while. What the fuck? What other than that? What the fuck else? All right. So you Pisces, you're gonna have to be able to identify that shit yourself because if there's some type of strong attachment energy or you're being up in the you're being up. This is a chapter of your life that you want to be up in an illusion with somebody. And sometimes I ain't gonna lie, Virgos, y'all want to be in an illusion. Y'all be knowing y'all in one. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all fake be wanting to stay in it. Let's not do that in 2024. You got a lunar eclipse landing in your seventh house. Eclipses are picked up like if we guys once again if we know the full and new moons take time, if we know the full and new moons already already picked up ahead of time, a few weeks, this and a third, a week or two. What the fuck we think the eclipse is doing? Eclipse is picked up on months ahead of time, months ahead of time. So Pisces, make them work for your accessibility. I don't give a fuck how good, charming, how sexy. It's Pisces in the seventh house. I already know it's seven. I already know Pisces in the seventh house, the most alluring, charming, as a man, if you're a Virgo rising as a man, you be meeting women, they just so fucking soft, fucking spoken and elegant and caring. They have healing hands. Damn. It's that Pisces energy is alluring. It fuck you up sometimes. All right. So, ladies, you got that motherfucking Pisces in the seventh house. Don't let them charm and disarm you all crazy in 2024. I'm telling you, they coming for you. That eclipse, they don't want you. That eclipse wants to see you demonstrate your wisdom in this area for things dealing with intimate connections and who you just allow yourself to build a dream with, to build potential with. You know, it has to be certain standards that's laid down before you feel like this person is you know, this is the person I can select to build this potential or this dream with. I can't just feel like I have this own potential in my head. by myself. They have to do things to confirm that we're looking at the same fucking dream. All right. So that's what we got going on there. And then lastly, Mars retrograde in Leo in your 12th house, Virgo. Leo in the 12th house, extremely strong creative placement, but sometimes things can go dormant in this area depending on how much of a plan Virgo is setting up for some of these creative ideas to come into fruition. This is why once a lot of Virgo sunrises make their mind up that this is what they're going to do from a creative level, it don't take that fucking long for them to start making so much fucking money from something from a creative perspective. Virgo know how to do hair, know how to do this, know how to fix that. Once they say, all right, let me really make a brand for it. Let me just really start posting my work. This, that. 3 months later, your ass is like, damn, I could quit my job already. Damn, yeah, because nobody wants to get my hair done from the Virgo. I don't want to go to nobody else. Once the chick shorty get her makeup done from Virgo, don't nobody want to go to nobody else. So why can't you take your skilled ass and invest in that shit? Leo be wanting to jump the fuck out your 12th house sometimes. But what happened? Mercury think too fucking much. The sun ain't thinking. The sun doesn't do that much thinking. The sun is an actor. The sun feels. The sun is intuitive. All right. Don't let the thought hold you back from experimenting with your fucking skills in 2024. This is we already spoke about multiple placements that ain't playing that. So let's not have Mars go crazy in your 12th house, start digging up all these fucking things from your fucking all these situations in the past when things from your creative perspective or creative endeavors didn't go the way you want to. Now you're holding on to these things too much, not knowing you're just supposed to be reflecting, revising these things to empower yourself to go at it again. It's great that you experiencing them things. Now you're gonna overcome some of them things. You feel me? So let's not keep the belief of you not being able to overcome something, or just keep the imagery of that time something didn't happen the way you wanted to happen, or just sitting on the potential of something. Mars is going to get frustrated. Mars is going to get burnt out here, and you're going to manifest an extreme situation that's going to be frustrating in some type of shape or form because you're not helping Mars to channel something that you want to create and manifest in your 12th house. All right. So that's what we got going on with that for my Virgos. All right. Moving on. What we got? Libra, Scorpio, Sag. All right, let's finish strong. Let's finish strong. I'm not even feeling bad for the long live streams. I was real curious, so I just typed in. The other day I typed in 2024. What's the name? Energies for all signs. I'm not niggas was having 5-hour live streams. I'm like, okay, now y'all on my type time. Damn, I'm seeing 4 or 5 hour live. It's a lot to cover, y'all, and I'm trying to make this as brief as possible. So is a year thing, man. All right. Question. My Leo rising is like 28 degrees. You think some of the Virgo rising applies to you? Does it? Your personality is big Virgo energy. All right. Your ruler is still the sun, but your personality takes the influence of the sun. Your first house takes the influence of the sun, and it shines a lot of light on your Mercury energy and your personality. So when I meet you, the first thing I see when you start expressing yourself, I'm going to see your attention to detail. I may see it just in your appearance. I'm like, damn, her eyeliner, her makeup, everything looks real to the T. Damn, the way her hat, her wig, I don't see her fucking tracks coming out her fucking wig and shit. Damn, everything looked precise. Your sun is gonna make your Mercury in your appearance very loud, and then your Mercury is very loud in general. So your personality, you're gonna be very expressive about the detail you see in things. Sometimes you may OD. Sometimes you may walk into a room and then you be like, tell your friend, like, damn, girl, you see that girl's what's the name? I would never wear that. You probably say that shit a little too loud. It's like, girl, shut up. They could hear you. All right. Okay. So we like the long give a lot of thing about. All right, so that's what you got going on. All right. Libras. Libra, Scorpio, Sag. Let's get busy. Let's wrap this up. Libras. Okay. Remember, you was one of the signs, you was one of the hot seat signs for 2023. Okay. And your ass might Aries and Libra, that shit might not change for y'all. Y'all both staying on the hot seat 2024. Just blame the eclipses. Okay. Now, when you get into Jupiter in your Jupiter's in the 8th house right now. Jupiter's transit in the 8th house. Okay. And one thing about Jupiter in the 8th house, this is a very tricky placement. I mean, what placement isn't fucking tricky in the eighth house? I remember when I was first getting into astrology, every time I watched a video with somebody breaking down planets in the eighth house, I realized that video can never be 1, 2, 3. Like that video was always one of the longest videos in somebody's YouTube channel. They always spent mad time on it because everything get tricky in the eighth house. Jupiter is one of the most trickiest placements in the eighth house. Now, it's so much spiritual inclination that comes with this placement. You see that in somebody's natal chart, they have strong ass properties for things dealing with spiritual development, healing, potentially channeling things with the dead. There's a lot of shit that happens with planets like Jupiter, Neptune, Uranus. When these planets is in the eighth house. But Libra, this is why I hope you guys are learning to evolve and outgrow certain tendencies and habits in your relationship life. The eighth house, when you have Jupiter in the eighth house, it's a deep intrigue. All right. Is an intrigue. So you became more studious about understanding what's in your eighth house and how things with your relationship life impact your eighth house, whether you have certain demons in your eighth house, whether you have certain, I don't want to be that extreme and say demons, but you just have, whatever burdens, things that happened in the past with your relationship life, you still holding in your eighth house, self-sabotaging habits, you realizing that's in your fucking eighth house. You know, when it comes into all things you feel like that you've accumulated through relationship activity, this was a year for you to start to analyze these things, right? And take an initiative to, start setting new standards. So you're not you're not allowing cycles to continue with you going through relationship, and just accumulating more in your eighth house. Now understanding any cycles in your life in some type of shape or form. Now, Jupiter deals with expansion and upliftment and experience. So that's why it gets tricky in the eighth house. Because, for one, in the most righteous perspective, it's helping you to evolve from any heavy animalistic desire or energies, like energies that anything that you're dealing with heavy desires in your life and they got control over you. Jupiter can come in this house and help you look above them. you know you have addictions with whatever, you have attachments with whatever. Jupiter gets in the eighth house and it's going to help to provide every type of mentor, form of guidance, ideology to help you start overcoming your attachments and setting, developing new patterns in your life, to help you deal with these things. Now, on the other hand, because Jupiter deals with experience, you will be tempted here. So the same things that keep you in a certain cycle in your eighth house in the name of a desire, Jupiter can enhance that because it deals with bringing experiences here. And you can spiritually develop by making sure you reject the temptations. Jupiter is going to bring them in the eighth house, though. So you can have Jupiter in the eighth house and you could be like, you know what? I'm going to be celibate. I'm going to abstain from sex this whole year. With Jupiter in the eighth house, like that's gonna get challenged. Jupiter is gonna manifest this. You say that shit with Jupiter in the eighth house, you start realizing this damn ass getting thrown at me this year. Like I ain't never had this much options and this much time to just lose myself in all this ass. This is so crazy. Jupiter gonna do that shit, but what happens when you say, Jupiter, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Reject, reject, reject. That's where all the spiritual development comes from, right there. Your ability to look over, to have an expanded outlook on your desires and attachments. All right. Now, this is easier fucking said than done. Jupiter in the eighth house is get deep. But like I said, there's an intrigue to understand your shadow with Jupiter in the eighth house. There's an intrigue to understand your attachments. All right. There's an intrigue to understand why you gravitate towards certain things, why certain things trigger you, why you like toxic women, why you like crazy ass women in some type of shape or form, unstable fucking women. Like that's a problem, but Jupiter got in your eighth house, and you really had to start deep diving. Like, yo, why the fuck do I gravitate to these crazy ass hoes? Like, what the fuck? These bitches be making my life chaotic as hell, but I like them though. Like, what does this stem from? Is it because my mama a crazy hoe? What the fuck is it? But I'm dead serious. It get this deep with Jupiter in the 8th house. I'm trying my best not to be long-winded on this motherfucker. But that's what happens. There's an intrigue, and we know the 8th house dealing with reinvention, transformation. So Jupiter gets into that bitch. It's like almost every fucking circumstance in your life is pointing at why you should be initiating transformations or evolving over some shit you have an attachment or has some fucking control over you in some type of shape or form. All right. So it sucks. I ain't gonna say it sucks. It's just it gets challenging because once again, um, Jupiter it will bring that. It's Jupiter brings experiences, so it's gonna bring experiences for you to lose yourself in whatever your desire is. I'm just using sex as the 8th house of the desire. You can have desire for so much different things, right? You can have desire for fucking shopping and fucking superficial tendencies and shit, and you always fucking up your finances in debt, this and that, because you can't fucking stop fucking getting shit, ordering shit all the fucking time, and you just don't know what the fuck you doing with your finances, and you just create all different type of cycles because you have a desire to spend fucking money or some shit like that in some type of shape before make you feel good. The things you be getting make you feel good, or whatever the fuck. Fuck you, bro. You know we like crazy bitches because the women in our family, broken homes. Listen, I don't know. I don't know what type of homes everybody comes from. I don't know. All right, I don't know. It's just fucked up because in the black community, we just see a lot of fuck. We don't see that much healthy versions of love in the black community. It just is what it is. Not many of us grew up with that fucking outlook. That don't mean y'all moms is hoes. I ain't sorry if y'all moms is hoes. Sorry, I don't mean to trigger y'all, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All right. I'm just saying, okay? You got mommy issues and all, it don't matter. Whatever the fuck it is, you know, most of our issues in relationships is stemming from the fourth fucking house. The fourth house squares the seventh house. So whether your mama was a hoe or your daddy was a rolling fucking stone, we all got to figure out how to fuck our parents is fucking up shit in our relationship life, and we got to take initiative to heal that shit. That shit is not their fucking fault. All right? Grown folks be doing grown folks thing. All right? If I have a child today, you feel me? Well, matter of fact, let me get that out the air real quick. But if I create a fucking family, okay, if I create a family and I'm I'm a grown man, I'm having an issue with my wife. We going through what the fuck we going through. Man, listen, we adults. However the fuck that should affect our children, right? You know, it's life. That's what the fuck it is. All right. Who in here then don't got some a little bit of family trauma to grow the fuck out of? But that's what the fuck me and my wife, me and my baby moms got going on. I don't even like using the term baby moms. That's what me and my wife got going on. All right. So with all that being said, my children gonna have to learn to fucking heal through that shit. All right. You gonna have to fucking learn what me and your mom had going on. That's what the fuck was part of our life path. All right, you gonna have to learn to fucking heal. My fucking parents wasn't fucking perfect. I had to learn to heal through that shit too. Okay, and maybe we didn't heal. Maybe we just continuing the cycle. Maybe that's why your ass is here. You here to break this shit. As you see, me and your mom ain't really got it together. All right, so we got to take the initiative for all type of healing in our life. It don't really matter what type of home, family, environment you come into. When you're really spiritually minded, you get to understand how to give grace to your fucking parents. You can have abusive parents, which at some point you know, when you start digging into their history, shit don't happen overnight. Your parents probably had certain tendencies because of the environment they grew up in. All right. When you take time to start understanding that, then you understand how you can break a cycle in some type of shape or form. But not to get too deep in that. Sorry, I'm just playing. I didn't mean to call y'all mom's hoes. Come on, y'all. This is a hood guru. Y'all can't, y'all know sometimes the examples gotta be ghetto. But with that being said, though, with that being said, yes, Libras, you was just in a state right now, and you're gonna continue to be in this state until Jupiter gets into your ninth house, where you have to have more of an evolved look with things dealing with connection, things dealing with attachment. The new job I work at, motherfuckers be asking me about shit this and that. I tell them, like, yeah, I don't have sex. I'm abstaining. They think I'm lying. They still think I'm lying in there, and I'm being dead fucking serious. Like, y'all think I'm just saying I'm dead serious. I do not want to fuck none of you bitches in here. All right, that's what that is. All right. You and I done went through some shit to make me be like, all right, I'm tired of certain cycles. I'm tired, especially being. Come on, Libras. Right now, we talking to each other right now. Y'all know us right now. I was just talking to one of my close Libra friends, and she's a female. We talking about how hard it is to be alone. How sometimes it's like we just we just we just always with fucking somebody. All right, that shit is not fucking healthy. All right, you got the North Node is in Aries. This is why a lot of us went through some shit in 2023 because we didn't know how to fucking follow the North Node. We got too stuck to the South Node in Libra. The South Node came into our sign, and it's like, oh shit, there's some opportunities that can manifest if we apply our Libra experience and wisdom, but we flew off the handle with that shit, not understanding we have to follow the North Node in Aries. So all the things dealing with personal development, your personal development, your personal spiritual development, a lot of your relationship activity was throwing that off if you was putting that first. So there's some Libras out here that was very fucking serious about personal development last year, and they're in a harmonious relationship because that was the standard. They wasn't searching for a relationship, and they wasn't searching for somebody that was gonna align with what they have going on in their personal life. They just said, "Yo, fuck relationships right now. Let me cultivate what I got to do in my personal life." And then you was able to attract somebody, fell right into that shit, or you was able to find a support system right for that shit. Right. So Libras right now, you have to evolve past the flesh. You have to evolve past all things that you realize you gravitate towards in relationships, and you need to put yourself in a space where you're not only, when we talk about reinvention with your desires, reinvention with your ability to transform and transmute heavy energies. So you're not your heavy energies, or whether it's heavy lustful energies, whether it's things dealing with attachment, whether it's things dealing with not being able to be by yourself, that these things don't keep creating cycles in your life. So once again, I don't want to spend too. It's hard not to. This placement get crazy. Placement get crazy right here. Jupiter in the 8th house. All right. So Libras, y'all already know what the fuck y'all was experiencing. Y'all know what y'all got to learn through. Y'all know what type of cycles y'all got going on in your relationship life. Sometimes somebody could come up here as the first time. Somebody could not be into their first time getting into astrology, come into this live, and it sounds like I'm talking so fucking crazy. I'm talking so vulgar, this, that, and the third. But Libras in here know what the fuck they going through. Y'all know what y'all was experiencing last year with relationships, and you know how you've been called to be more wiser. You're the relationship sign. You cannot, sometimes you take advantage of your power. All right. So Libras, be more wiser in this house. Remember, it's the dark house, the heavy, deep dark house, but you got a planet that uplifts in this house right now. You got a planet that uplifts and expands and is optimistic. All my Libras should be having an optimistic outlook on your ability to evolve out of cycles, evolve out of things that have power and control over you, no matter whatever the fuck it is. All right, guys. All right, guys. Shout out to Neo up Libra, sun with natal Jupiter in the 8th. I know that's get a testimony, right? Sister, hold on. Hold on. Just get something right there. Oh, that. Sorry, I got you. Nah, my bad. Sorry about that, sister. Just link it out. All right. All right, Libra. So moving on. Jupiter Uranus conjunction. Now, this is where it should get even crazier. I'm forgetting Uranus is in your 8th house right now. Shit. So everything I said was even times two. I forgot. Is it because Uranus in the 8th house is crazy? Uranus got motherfuckers trying to in the 8th. Uranus exalted in the 8th house. So a lot of the times, Libras can get over their head, become very manipulative with this transit, using their power to using whatever is their charm, their ability to talk, their whatever the fuck, sexual, whatever, using their sexual energy to gain power and manipulate others. Or Libra has been running into people that's doing that to them. People remember Libras, people look at y'all as weak sometimes. Sometimes, Libras, people look at y'all like, oh yeah, y'all gonna relate. I could bag her, I could bag him. That's the energy they pick up from you. You're gonna relate. You're not gonna say no to not relating. Even if you don't even think, sometimes you don't even think the person look that good. They decent. Like, okay, come on, let's go in there. All right, I'll fuck you. Libras, you gotta calm the fuck down, bro. So when we're talking about the conjunction Uranus with Jupiter and Uranus 8th house, first of all, before we even talk about finances, I think it's just a huge breakthrough. A lot of us can find, in the year 2024, understanding that we've always had power over our ability to, we've always had power with who we allow ourselves to connect with. We don't have to succumb and just conform to some type of relationship or connection to somebody just cause, especially if it's some type of thrill, some type of pleasure in the type of influence in some type of shape or form. We just don't have to say yes to it because it look like it'll make us feel good, right? This Jupiter Uranus conjunction is helping us to once again gain our power and break free from attachment cycles. This and the third. So I'm saying a lot of Libras may want to come into this year abstaining. There's a lot of signs that may need to deal with that. And it don't even deal with the sign. Actually, you should know when your spirit is calling for that in some type of shape or form. Abstaining from anything, fasting from your fucking food, fasting from the social media, and fucking not fucking, fasting from this substance. Like you need to be able to listen to your spirit with that shit. Like, and once again, I'm not perfect, y'all, but I'm not in denial though. That's one thing I'm never in denial. I can have an attachment with something and I'm gonna continue to acknowledge that shit until I find the fucking strength to get over it. But I'm never gonna just sit here and be like, yeah, this attachment, you know what, I could actually work with this. Actually, I could be productive and still do positive things. No, you will never be operating in your full potential if you're dealing with a whole fucking bunch of attachments in your life. I said yesterday on the live stream, a lot of us don't even know our potential because we're too attached. You just being non-attached can manifest greatness. You don't even have to do some whole extra shit. You who you are, you just allow yourself to deal with no attachments and just be can do a lot of great things. But you might have too much things holding you down in the physical realm. So that's why detachment is always going to be key in the spirit for the spiritual journey for anybody. And it's just a lot that can manifest with Jupiter and Uranus conjunction with my Libras being able to take power over a lot of things in their life dealing with attachments. And the thing is, remember, the eighth house is other people resources. You got Taurus. So when we're talking about the type of things Libras sun risings can manifest when it comes into taking power or reinventing things from a business perspective, how they make money with certain things around this time and how they could attract other people to probably want to invest into something they're building. That could get crazy. This could get crazy around this time. This transit can really pull on somebody else's resources. For real, for real. All right. It might be I'm hoping some rich Jewish family catch this fucking live stream around this time. Like, I like this little black astrologer guy. Let's pay him, let's put him on the payroll. I like he's so animated. Yeah, come on. Come sponsor me, white Jewish family. All right. Change my life with this Jupiter Uranus conjunction. All right. So, in some type of way, I'm telling you, Libras, you stay focused on some shit that you're passionate about. You're trying to reinvent, okay, or a certain deep passion or goal in general, eighth house, okay, something you're trying to transform. It could come off very motivating to others. All right, you being an example of some type of transformation and also having some knowledge and wisdom is like, yeah, guys, I'm going through this transformation, this, that, and the third, but it really stemmed from this attachment I was dealing with, this cycle I was dealing with in my life, and it got to a point I had to work over this. So, this is the way I initiated the transformation. Then in the process of the transformation, these were the things that was going on. I had to realize this, that, and the third. I had to realize, I had to do this, that, and the third to sustain the process of transforming. And over time, that's really what happens now is just my character. Like any Libra that gets in that bag where you just explaining to other people how you dealing with some form of transformation, how you learn from your past with something with dealing with transformation, and you're able to help others manage something with their subconscious and have more of a outlook on, more of a wiser outlook on how they deal with connection and standard. I'm telling you, Libra, just something's gonna pop off around this time for sure, for sure. But the fact that this is just the house of other people's money, you may just be falling into a situation where people just giving you their money in general. People trying to encourage you to build a service around something in some type of shape or form. All right, you already know you're very communicative in some type of, in general, and a lot of Libras have charisma. You have Venus in combination with air energy. So it's not just you communicating. Venus, kind of makes all the shit that you say look good and shit. Even if you're saying a bunch of dumb shit sometimes, you kind of fake psych people up a little bit. You got to catch that with Libras at times. Libras be saying some dumb shit at times. That shit just sound good though. But it's like, you just said some edge shit. But in some type of shape or form, I appreciate you, Dami. In some type of shape or form, though, Libras, I really believe anything that you're doing around this time, especially if it's helping the collective deal with some type of transformation, you're helping others manage some transformation in their life, or you're just being an example of something dealing with overcoming something, and you just being adamant about something you're passionate about. But like I said, if it's just whatever you're passionate about, if it's something that could just help others deal with change and transformations, like that would be some shit motherfuckers want to sponsor your ass, want to fucking support you, this, that, and the third, wanna motherfuckers gonna want to exalt you. Speaking of exaltation, Uranus in the eighth house, motherfuckers gonna want to exalt your ass to be the example of what this change, this transformation, sense of perseverance look like. All right. Does this count for Libra stellium or Virgo Libra cusp? Yes, it does count for a Virgo Libra cusp, because if you're a Virgo Libra cusp, you need to watch all readings for Virgos and Libras. You're affected by both energies. Now, when you say Libra stellium, it really depends what planets you have in Libra. If it's not a luminary, no. If it ain't the sun, moon, rising, not really. But yes, you being a Virgo Libra sun cusp, yes, yes, yes. That's for everybody, guys. If your moon is on a cusp, you watch both readings. All right. You a fucking Virgo Libra cusp. You sit there for that Virgo reading and you sit there for that Libra reading. All right. You got to take both into consideration. You will be influenced by both all the fucking time. All right. So we got that going on with Jupiter in the Uranus conjunction, and Jupiter enters Gemini in your ninth house, Libra sun rising. So it gets to a point where you go through these states of wanting to. This is what I'm saying is it should be. A lot of my Libras should be finding something to abstain and fast from, especially if your spirit is calling for it. That's the eighth house process. Once Jupiter transits into Gemini in the ninth house, now you have the sense of enlightenment. Sometimes we think that uh 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 sometimes when we deal with attachment energy, it's hard to get off the attachment because we feel like life gonna be a little lame or boring without the fucking attachment. We feel like, damn, I gotta get adjusted to living life sober. I gotta get adjusted to living life single again. I gotta get adjusted to doing this and a third. But then it's like you just psychologically attached to some shit. Like when we want to get over a certain attachment, this, that, and the third, forgetting that when we were children, we were sober and happy. You ain't need no fucking drugs. You ain't need no drink. You ain't need this, that, and the third to be happy. You was a kid. You was young. You was exploring and experiencing. When the fuck did we start needing all this shit to feel like we need to live fucking life? So when you have this mentality, you have to understand things can be healthy and positive and lively, not dealing with attachments. But it'd be hard to see life like that when we haven't been living life in the most purest state, depending on our attachments, depending on certain cycles we're dealing with. So when Jupiter gets into Gemini in your ninth house, this is the space where you start feeling enlightenment on this new character development you have, because you was taking initiative of dealing with your attachments and your desires and heavy energies in your subconscious while Jupiter was in the eighth house. Honor this process, Libra. Honor this process of evolving with everything that's heavy in your life from an attachment connection point of view. Because when Jupiter moves into that ninth house, especially Gemini in that ninth house, this becomes a trine. This becomes a trine to your personal life. So now the opportunities to develop the most fruitful relationships in your life. You abstain, you do this, that, and the third. Now you're meeting people that honor these things instead of you being around people that don't understand these things. You meet people that honor these things. You meet people you meet a chick that's turned on by this. Oh my God, wow, a man that's abstaining. You look like you could get some hoes too. What's making you abstain? Oh my God, you got that much discipline and control this. And oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Whatever the fuck it is that you finding yourself finding more of a control of which with it in your life. Jupiter moving into the ninth house, so you're gonna end up being seen for it in some type of shape. Before it's a fire house now, it's an expression house. You end up kind of getting seen for it now. So, because it trines your first house, not only is it going to, and it's coming out of air signs, Gemini in the ninth, Libra in the first. So now you have this unison where the new ideologies, the new things you're learning, the new things you're experiencing, Jupiter in the ninth house, on top of your personal relationships, the knowledge you have about relationships in general in the first house, it creates, this unison. And these are the people you start meeting. These are the experiences you start having. You start being able to connect, with others with in a more high vibrational way. And if Jupiter in the eighth house if we're not doing the work with Jupiter in the eighth house, now it's just going to be more toxic connections. It's going to be more opportunity to connect in a low vibrational way. All right. So that's that with that, family. That's how Jupiter is going to be getting busy. You wanted to try and signs with Jupiter and Gemini this year. So when it comes to Aquarius, did we do Aquarius yesterday? Yeah, we did Aquarius yesterday. So when it comes into Gemini, when it comes into the air signs in 2024, all of us can have very reckless, chaotic lives this year. Look at the Earth signs. Go ask Taurus. Go ask fucking Taurus, Capricorn, and Virgo if there wasn't a lot of chaotic points in this year, and it ain't gonna be as chaotic for them. Why? Because they Earth. So at some point they know how to go to sleep before they go to sleep at night. It's like, what the fuck? I'm doing too fucking much. Life is too upside down. Let me fucking stabilize some shit. They Earth. They're gonna do that quicker than air does. We air, we gonna get lost. I'm a Jupiter in air sign. I'm a Jupiter in in Libra generation. I already know how my life can be overwhelmed by relationship activity, and I have to learn to be disciplined, discernment, not even just from an intimate perspective, but just so much interaction with people a lot of the time that can take me away from certain things that I'm supposed to be doing. So Jupiter and air generations got to realize that air signs are going to have to understand that going into Jupiter moving into Gemini. You got a sign dealing with expansion and experience moving into a sign dealing with relationship, social activity. All right, it's gonna be a very social year in general once Jupiter get into that space. And air signs, you're gonna have to fucking relax and have discernment with how you know deal with accessibility in your relationships, who you connect with, who you're relating to, who you taking serious. All right. So that's that. Then um then we have Pluto get into Aquarius. Excuse me, guys. We got Pluto get into Aquarius. It's another trine energy. God damn. Air signs. I'm not even realizing air signs. Uh these trines hitting y'all. Pluto gets into damn, this is a damn. Let me see. Okay. So yeah, Jupiter entering excuse me, Pluto entering Aquarius. That's touching your fifth house, Libra Sun rising. So you already want to get into the mentality of starting to learn how to take more power and control for something you're dealing with in a creative perspective. Don't wait for life to provide an opportunity for you to jump into the stage. Leading up into this energy for the rest of the right now, you got Jupiter, excuse me, not Jupiter, but Pluto cusping that wait, hold on. Oh, I'm bugging. Yeah, Libra rising. I'm bugging out. So yeah, Libra rising. You got Pluto cusping like that fourth and fifth house. Okay, so by the time Pluto, touches Aquarius, now you're gonna start to feel more of a stronger incentive to become more intentional about things dealing with your creative substance, right? Your artistic substance and things dealing with demonstrating things, putting things on the stage in general. The only thing here is that when Pluto starts touching Aquarius in the fifth house, this trines your first house too. It's gonna start trining your first house too. So Libras, you're gonna feel real jacked up to want to start taking control and being real extreme and passionate about things dealing with creative artistic expression. You can start doing things a little bit reckless without planning, without a blueprint. Make sure you have some type of direction with what you got going on. But at the same time, you got to be real conscious about, once again, air, who you relating your shit with. You got Aquarius in the fifth house. You need to make sure you have the right sense of network, the right team that you're dealing with if you're participating with other people from a creative perspective, because Pluto and Aquarius, I'm telling you, Pluto and Aquarius is gonna be one of these transits we look back in the history books. There's gonna be a lot of shit going on while Pluto's in Aquarius. Because Pluto stays in the sign for so long, it's kind of cliche to say it's gonna be a lot going on. Of course, there's gonna be a lot going on. It stays in the sign for a gazillion years, but you know, the first 2 years of Pluto and Aquarius, let me say that the first 2 years, we're gonna anticipate some changes in the infrastructure in the world for sure. Shit with voting, shit with all different type of shit, politics, media, propaganda. Pluto rules propaganda and all of that. You know, so with that being said, when Pluto starts touching, Aquarius, I need all my Libras to be very intentional about who you share space with from in a creative aspect. All right. We got that going on. And then the eclipses. The eclipses in the first and seventh house. I really don't have to say that much about this energy because we've been talking about this all fucking year. And this is just a more evolved aspect of this energy, all right? First versus the seventh house, all right? You and Aries are just more potent examples of the nodes because y'all nodes are actually the Aries and Libra represents the first and seventh house, but because you're a Libra and because Aries is the Aries, y'all shits is really in the first and seventh house, all right? So Libras, it's relationship discernment, man. It's relationship discernment. I'm telling Libras right now, you can find it in yourself to abstain. If you could find it to see how much you can enjoy being lonely, as crazy as that sounds, Libra, how much can you really enjoy being by your fucking self? The more you can enjoy that shit, the more you can feel comfortable just being in your own skin by yourself and not have somebody trying to get in your skin. The more comfortable you can enjoy that shit, Libra, I swear to God, the things that you manifest in your relationship life is gonna feel real fulfilling. Um, shit gonna feel more meaningful. All right, you're not gonna feel like you're just having people in your space just to take up space. You're gonna be making more divine connections. Libras are not meant to be lonely their whole life. That is not alignment. I ain't say I who said the whole life. What did I say the whole life? Be lonely your whole life. But guess what? The North Node is in Aries. The North Node is in Aries. So Libra's gonna have to fucking learn how to jump into some I am energy. And the more we lack doing that, the more we're gonna be unfulfilled in relationships. So if there's any Libras in the chat right now, if there's any Libras in the chat right now that feel like they're in a successful relationship, even though they're not paying attention to their personal goals right now, please can share a testimony. Let me know. Let me know. Because I know a bunch of Libras felt unfulfilled in their relationships because they felt like they must have fell into that shit, not really paying attention to what's going on in their personal life. And Libras do what a lot of Libras do. They use relationships as a coping mechanism. Just like all other signs use certain things as a coping mechanism. Libra will go have sex with somebody, go out on a date because they feel fucked up about this, that, and the third. They not even caring about this connection or no who they spending time. I just want to this is feel good. It's a little bit of a high I get just being around somebody, being around some feminine energy right now. I don't even like this girl like that. That's a dark shadow side of Libra. So I'm not telling all Libras to be. I could never tell a Libra to be alone for fuck ever. I could probably tell an Aries to be alone forever, but not a Libra. I listen. All right, so you got that going on, Libra. s- First and seventh house is just going to be doing numbers, man. All right. Because the North Node is in your seventh house, though, understand it. North Node brings new experiences. So, this is why I want y'all to hold out. This is why I want y'all to have way more discernment than you ever had in your relationship life. Because the North Node in your seventh house, it's a huge potential for new, fulfilling relationship experiences. But I want y'all to prepare yourselves or help put yourself in an environment to attract that by not being so accessible, by not feeling like you have to be, you know, here, there, and there for every relationship. That's every fucking person that's pulling on your energy in your fucking life. All right. So we got that going on with the eclipses, Libra. I feel like I didn't really have to even spend that much time on that. All right. Then we got the lunar eclipse taking place in the sixth house. All right, lunar eclipse taking place in the sixth house. We got Pisces in the sixth house, Libra sun rising. So your whole life, you're trying to find different pockets and in order to have your creativity or your imagination be a part of your schedule routine, be something that could be worked on. At times it's very hard to do because Pisces energy is very floaty. It's very hard to do at times because it comes off unrealistic when you're trying to work on your dreams and imagination. So you go through all these different situations dealing with resistance, trying to work on your dreams, this, that, and the third. But with that being said, while the eclipse is getting in there, we need to make sure that you are very you're aware about what things you've experienced in the past that hold you back from working on your creativity. Once again, as imaginative and as much potential energy Pisces deal with, Pisces can create insecurities real quick. Pisces can feel inadequate real quick. All right. So when you have that energy in your sixth house, you cannot those moments where you don't feel like you're capable, that can't be what pushes you to make a decision to not do anything in your sixth house. You have to find a way to work through that shit. It's just like fucking being depressed. Ain't nothing coming out of sinking into that shit. You better go do some push-ups, run around your fucking house. You better do something. Go outside, slap somebody, get into a fight, take it out on somebody, do something. But if you just sit in that depression shit, there ain't nothing coming from that. You multiplying that vibe. You gotta work up out of that shit. Sometimes people be like, "Oh my god, it's so insensitive." When people be like, "If you're depressed, you're a bitch." You got the motherfuckers out there like, listen, depression is for bitches. Like, get the fuck out that shit. I'm sorry, I kind of lean on that. I kind of lean on that ideology. I'm not that is I don't know what you want to call it, but I do kind of feel like that. If you're an OD depressed bag, I get it. Sometimes spirit just need to sink into some shit to bring some understand this vibration. Like, okay, this is what this feel. What got me in this feeling? How do I prevent this feeling? What does this feeling mean? What does this emotion and this emotional mental state that I'm in right now mean for my spirit? What is life trying to teach me? Okay, so once I move out of it, I move out of it move out of it with wisdom and awareness. But just justifying your depression, like you don't understand when you're depressed, like when you understand it just eats you up, and like you gotta like it's a real psychological thing and you need it, man. Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. Maybe I'm just a Capricorn moon. Maybe I just dealt with so much depressing shit in my life. I learned to just be like, it's life and you gotta work through that shit. Maybe it's that. I don't know. But when you're dealing with some shit with being a negative vibration, you can't sink into, you gotta find ways to work up out that bitch. Okay. And I think Pisces in that sixth house, our Saturn place to be keeping a nigga down, but I needed to hear that. Real talk, Tracism. It is what it is. It is what it is. I was just talking to a Capricorn moon the other day, and I was teasing, this girl I know. I'm like, why you be so rough, man? What's wrong with you? You too cute to be all motherfucking aggressive all the time. She's like, motherfucker, I was on my own my whole life, and I'm looking at her chart. It's straight Aquarius, and she a Cap moon. I'm like, God damn, I get it. I actually get it. Damn. I get it. All right. So, I try to give grace as much as possible, guys, but life be life and for everybody. But at some point we gotta take initiative for our own healing. And that's why self-awareness is such a powerful thing. Okay. So Pisces lunar eclipse in the sixth house. I need all my Libras to make sure that they're allowing themselves to understand what holds you back from initiating working on a certain project and sustaining working on a project, sustaining the routine and regimen to work on something that you're creatively invested in and whatnot. What's stopping you from doing that shit, you know and whatever we need to work through on a psychological level, whatever we need to work through, maybe it's an attachment, maybe once again there's things in your sixth house that should not be in your sixth house. We need to remove them so you can create pockets and spaces to work on your fucking dreams and imagination in some type of shape or form. That's what's gonna have to be a focus before this eclipse takes place in the sixth house, and you create an extreme situation. You get mad. You fire your job. Somebody in the comments said today, "Hey, bro, I think somebody in Instagram, one of my comments, like, "Hey, bro, I fired my job today." You get real tight. You fire your manager. You fire your boss. All right. Your ass really need that job, but you just dealing with some frustration. Now you created some fucked up circumstances for yourself. Now you gotta do some drastic shit to get the rent at the end of the month. Libras, I don't need y'all being in no extra shit. Being in no extra shit because you didn't take the time to really study the influences of your sixth house, what's accumulated in your sixth house, what's a burden in your sixth house, and then eclipse season coming, and you just so extreme about everything. You just so frustrated that you're not in a space where your routine and schedules like this, and you mad that you could have been working on your business or been working on this creative endeavor. It could have been a part of your routine and schedule. Now we get to the eclipse, it's about to be your fucking birthday. You getting mad, frustrated, like, damn, it's about to be my fucking birthday. I'm about to turn this old, and I'm still not working on this shit. Like now you're gonna be mad extreme around this time, and I don't think nothing good really gonna come out of that. All right. So let's make sure we on top of the sixth house and what we really, desire to be working on in that house. Pisces is always Pisces always got some motherfucking creative, imaginative shit to get placed into that area. And I'm not just talking about creativity, healing, healing. Libras. I ain't gonna keep talking about y'all transforming over, you evolving with things, dealing with connections and intimacy. You got Pisces in the sixth house with an eclipse there. You better learn how to take some of Pisces healing properties and place that shit into your schedule routine in 2024. Better learn to understand, meditation, breath work, abstinence, a good diet, and all that improves your fucking mental, emotional well-being. Pisces got a lot of healing properties. When is that gonna become consistent in your schedule, regimen, and routine, Libra lady, Libra man? All right. So we got that going on. Now, lastly, Mars retrograde in Leo. All right, Mars retrograde in Leo in the 11th house. The Libras I know personally are feeling mad played because they knew the relationship wasn't worth it, but stayed to avoid being alone. Man, that ain't it. That ain't it. All right, but Libras, we're gonna have to learn sooner or later. All right. Mars retrograde in Libra in the 11th house. All right, Mars retrograde in Leo in the 11th house. Uh, Libras, as much as this year is gonna deal with things cultivating for you personally, internally, understanding what type of cycles and attachments you're dealing with your life, how relationship energy has accumulated certain energies, understanding how you can be the example of transformation, perseverance, expansion to others, especially with that trine energy. So you will have the stage to express these things and be seen for these things this year, as much as your as much as your negative energy can be projected as well to the world too. But when we're looking at the Mars retrograde in the 11th house, this is going to start to reactivate you being, I don't even want to say reactivate because the social presence is going to be mad strong when Jupiter gets into Gemini. I'm bugging. But Mars, damn, there's a lot of fucking air energy going on. Well, maybe I'm bugging. Just for at least Libra, for the most part, with the air signs, this is kind of air overload for the air signs because the air signs also got a lot of planets moving into their air houses. So, a lot of air signs are going to really have to learn how to sit down every once in a while. But when Mars gets retrograde in the 11th house, could be a lot of opportunities that just start to re-navigate, all right, in your lives when it comes into you being able to connect and build your passions with others. All right. It's just that it's gonna once again it's gonna focus on you being discerning about who, because Mars could be a little greedy. No, Mars could be a little greedy at times, man. Mars be a little greedy little nigga. So sometimes you got Mars in the 11th house. You can't just be building with anybody. Motherfuckers will try to use your ass, Libra. All right, in some type of shape or form. It is your sextile, it is Leo. So best believe there's going to be a lot of opportunity to take, your ideas, your thought, your creativity in some type of shape or form and establish that in 11th house, and that could bring transformation in your life. But when Mars goes retrograde, just understand there may be opportunities that start to, rekindle in your life with maybe past collaborative opportunities, times that once again you was probably working on something with another group and it was successful, but for whatever reason you guys didn't sustain it, maintain it. When Mars comes back in this 11th house and it goes retrograde, you need to keep your eyes open for all of these things that start coming back into motion. Like I said, it might be something that you was trying to build with others in the past, but you wasn't able to sustain it, and now this is the perfect time to sustain it or perfectly complement something you're working on in your personal life. All right. And it's also going to do a lot of rearranging with your social life. So if you're already not on top of, having discernment throughout the majority of the year, who you associate yourself with and whatnot. When Mars starts going retrograde in 11th house, going into 2025, you could deal with drastic relationship transformations to start the year in 2025 for no reason when you were supposed to be having awareness and a more evolved way of looking at things in 2024. All right. And we ain't perfect, but when you know better, you do better. All right, Libra, that's 2024. Last two signs, Scorpio, Sagittarius. Scorpios. Scorpios. Okay. I had to drink some coffee before this live. I would have been tired as fuck right now, y'all. That coffee got me jacked up a bit. Um, Scorpio guys, no problem. Aqua Queen 24. Ooh, Aqua Queen, you chimed up. What is you? You said you an Aquarius. What are you, Libra Rise? Ooh, you a Libra Rise and Aquarius, son. Let me find out with them double air energies. All right. So, Scorpio, Scorpio. Let's get through this. All right. Scorpio, Jupiter is in your 7th house until May 25th. So Scorpios, for the most part, when it comes into 2023, mm, when it comes into Jupiter in your 7th house, we know Jupiter creates experiences and it helps you to explore new things. Yep, Aqua Sun Libra. Okay, they ooh, okay, ooh. Yeah, Tracism. I don't even be trying to fuck with coffee like that. It's just, with so much shit being, me still adjusting to new schedules and shit, getting up mad early, this and that, third. I just be needing that shit every once in a while. But I know with my addictive personality as I used to be hooked on coffee a couple of years ago. So I know I can't even I take my little sips of that bitch, put it back. Like I'm not even trying to go back there because coffee will have you needing coffee for everything. Like I'm not going back to that life. But all right, shout out to you, Aqua Queen. Shout out to you, Tracism. All right. Right, right. No, I got a bunch of water right here. I took my little sips and I'm good. So, Scorpios. Now, one thing about Jupiter in the 7th house here, maybe I got some Jupiter in the 7th house natives in here, but I always tell y'all, this person could be in two relationships. They'll feel like they was in three marriages. The Jupiter have a way of making that 7th house get deflated like a motherfucker. So, a lot of people Jupiter in the seventh house could excel being like relationship coaches. They don't even really be knowing how knowledgeable they really is at times with relationship activity. And they just need to really stop and realize how much people be coming to them for relationship advice at times. But Scorpios, you most likely had some type of relationship experience last year, or you're in it right now, and it's a new experience. Um, it's reflecting new things about you personally that a relationship never reflected about yourself. Uh, it's helping to bring you down to earth about certain things, whether it's doing it positively or negatively. So it may be something that the Scorpio sun rising may be really emotionally invested into, but you're not having the right outlook on how you're building it. You may just have so much passion and intent to do something, but you need a little bit more structure in this relationship, or some of the partnerships and people that you met in the year 2023 helped you to align a bit more of your intention and passion with more stability. Or you might have been dating somebody, their sense of stability and structure influenced you to be more structured. You could have had somebody come and help you with some things, bringing some sense of bringing, a container for your passion to be held in. But at the same time, when we talk about an intimate perspective, you having Jupiter in the seventh house, uh a lot of this was the year where, any bullshit that you bring to the relationship, Scorpio, we about to get real. Any bullshit you bring to the relationship, Scorpio, self-sabotaging habits, negative habits, this, that, and the third, they were getting called the fuck out. And maybe if you are one of them, if you a Scorpio that have hard time taking accountability, you struggled this year relationships. You struggled like a bitch. If you're a Scorpio that loves to learn, if you was a Scorpio that got into a space that you wanted to be receptive because you were really invested in your growth, you was really invested into breaking cycles in your relationship, and being a better partner. Um, you've been learning a lot of things. You've been learning a lot of things about yourself. Been learning a lot of things about how you participate in your relationships. You've been learning a lot about how your energies attract certain things in your relationships. And because you have Taurus in the seventh house, all right, a lot of the times your partners are trying to influence you to see things from a more practical point of view outside of how passionate you may be about something in your first house. So, you know, all that personal, Scorpios can have a whole bunch of strong intent in the first house with what they want in general in their life. And then when they get into relationships, sometimes it's hard for Scorpio sunrises to realize that they're trying to force their personal way of doing things in a relationship at times. And it's really subtle because it's water. They are understanding, but it's almost a little subconscious. They don't even know how they're enforcing things at times. Aries different. Aries know they trying to Aries be acting dumb, acting like they're not being forceful with some shit, acting like they're not trying to lay the law down in some type of way. Scorpios be a little subconscious as water. Sometimes they don't be knowing. And they're a little bit more better to being receptive because it's water. It's like, damn, that's the end. That's how I be doing you. I be making you feel like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, boo. All right. So Scorpios could get in a little sensitive, caring bag when you put the mirror in their face. And this may have been the year a lot of mirrors was in your face, Scorpio. All right. So I hope y'all was able to digest some of the things y'all partners was trying to show you. Some of your business partners was trying to show you. All that trying to take control of energy shit in relationships wasn't working. It was a time for you to jump into more of a cooperative bag in your relationships. And the more cooperative you've been with the potential that you've seen in a lot of your partnerships, the more that you was able to manifest some positive things, or possibly be in a real positive situation right now. All right. So we got that going on, and Jupiter is going to touch Uranus with the conjunction on April 20th. And it could be a lot of breakthroughs. There's going to be some Scorpios right now. They may be dealing with a toxic situation. They may be in an environment, a group environment that they feel restricted, that they're not being appreciated, or it's just a toxic situation. And for whatever reason they're attached to it, they're going to find a way to break through around this time. This is also a space right now where it could be a dynamic. A lot of Scorpio sun rises is a strong dynamic to mate here, because Uranus is dealing with power and control issues, but Jupiter dealing with exploration. So when Jupiter touches Uranus, now it gets to a point where the individuality, or the things that, Scorpio has a strong individual standard for in their relationships, that can kind of spread a bit more with Jupiter. So it brings more of a reach for Scorpio to connect with people that I appreciate you so much, Peggy Jean. It brings more of an influence for the individuality of Scorpio to be related to others. Remember, Scorpio's introvert. Scorpio be the Scorpio in the first house. They're not the most personally expressive sign. But with this Jupiter Uranus conjunction, the things that Scorpio gravitates towards in relationships, or the things that they'd like to seek and manifest in a relationship, Jupiter is going to have a way of spreading that out, giving it more reach, and it could just create more of a opportunity to mate and relate with somebody that's into the things you individually into. So that's why I need my Scorpio sun risings to take their personal development serious. I need y'all to really understand you can get over this attachment, or you can break this cycle if you're in one with somebody, because there's opportunities to get closer to people who resonate with you for real if you feel like you're working too hard to get on the same page with this big head motherfucker you're dealing with. All right, so that's what you got going on there. And then Jupiter enters Gemini in your 8th house, Scorpio sun rising. Jupiter enters your 8th house. So we already want to do the work dealing with attachments. You one of the signs that's gonna, you one of the top 3 signs that know what that word means. Okay, so we want to already do work with attachments. We want to do a work with dealing with self-sabotage and habits. We want to do the work understanding our desires. Scorpios, I get it. You on an everyday mission doing that. But when Jupiter gets into the 8th house, there's going to be a chapter of your life that should get a little bit more intense. You're gonna want to hibernate some more. Um, you're gonna be way more sensitive to relationship activity. So it don't make no sense to allow your flesh and your desires to dictate anything with relationship activity, because you're gonna allowing your flesh and your desires and your lack of self-control to dictate things in relationships. You're gonna feel so uncomfortable when Jupiter gets into the fucking 8th house. You're gonna feel so heavy, you know, because this is a space where you're supposed to be, ridding energies in your subconscious. You're supposed to be ridding energies that's heavy, that's a burden, that don't really understand what's going on within you. All right. You don't want to deal with that around this time, right? Let these relationship opportunities be more meaningful, okay? And I have to emphasize that with these 2 last signs, Libra and Scorpio, because y'all too, man, y'all live to serve the fucking flesh sometimes. All right. So that's very important. Scorpio, we actually be having more discernment than Libra. And just be thinking Scorpio is the Libra really the out of control sex sign. Scorpio be having way more discernment than Libra. Like yo, Scorpios be getting that rep. Like, I get it. Scorpio have a lot of them do be on some freak nasty shit. I get it. They do come out the 8th house, but it's just it's a lot of Scorpios that are very vulnerable with intimacy. It's not that many Libras that's like that. I could put 10 Libras in a room, 10 Scorpios in a room. A good close to maybe half of the Scorpios in that room is like, yeah, I'm not that real sexually experienced, or like I only could really have sex with one person at a time, and like it takes a lot for me to get there. 8 of them Libras is ready to go. 8 of them Libras, 8, 9 of the Libras, they done all had one night stands. Now, granted, even though 4 to 5 of them Scorpios said they need, it take time for them to deal with. Yeah, they need to build the emotional connection. They need to feel comfortable, this, and the third, to intimately connect. Yeah, 4 or 5 of them may have said that, but the other 5 Scorpios gonna be some freak nasties. All right, they're gonna be that's what make it seem like they not like that, because the other 5 is the extreme. Everything with Scorpio is extreme, so they ass is like, yeah, shit, I done did porn before. I done sold my shit before. All right. So that's what it is. To be them Scorpios that be making all the Scorpios look like they just out and about. No, not all Scorpios is like that at all. Okay. So um with all that being said, um where we at? Oh, Jupiter, yeah, Jupiter in the 8th house. So and then it's Gemini. So what was I saying to Libra about Jupiter in the 8th house? Was it Libra? Yeah. What was I saying about Jupiter in the 8th house? It was hard for Libras because it creates the experience for you. It gives you the insight to understand you have to evolve from your desires, but at the same time, it creates experiences for you to access your desires. So that's part of the development, you being able to reject the experience. So Scorpio, this is what you about to get into right now. This is what you about to get into right now. Every desire you have that's not good for you is gonna be at arm's length. It's gonna be right in front of your face. You're gonna be able to jump right into it. You have a desire and heavy attachment, power and control issue dealing with smoking weed. Oh yeah, motherfuckers is going. You're gonna have the best prices. Niggas gonna be trying to light you up for the free every day. You got an issue with sex in the flesh. The most attractive motherfuckers gonna be at your door this year. All different type of fucking things dealing with your desires. This is the year where you could really show God, like, nah, God, I'm learning. I'm learning, God. I understand this eighth house. This is my house. I understand the eighth house. I'm not gonna I know how to navigate it at this point in my life, God. I know the demons is over there, and I know I gotta go over there to reinvent myself in the eighth house. I know that there's niggas dealing with a whole bunch of lost soul energy over here. And I know this part of the eighth house, there's all type of people transmuting energy over there, and they're turning into phoenix. They're turning into the phoenix. So I need Scorpios to be able to show God and universe, you know how to navigate the eighth house. Is Jupiter. Jupiter has to show your sense of application with knowledge and wisdom. All right. So best believe Scorpio sun rises, you guys attract a lot of lustful energy. Like you attract a lot of people lusting over y'all, desiring over y'all, this, that, and the third. All right. Y'all attract a lot of that. So your ability to, once again, boundaries, you know, allow yourself to look at situations from an outer body, perspective, and look beyond what your flesh is feeling. My mind is telling me, my body, like that. You have to remind yourself, like, my body's telling me yes, not my mind. Okay. All right, we got that going on for my Scorpios. And it's Gemini though. Remember, it's Gemini. So when we're talking about the ability to experience, okay, Gemini want to get all up in that eighth house. AKA people all curious, Mercury, real curious and intrigued to see what the Scorpio does behind the scenes. Okay. So that, once again, that builds that's part of the reason that Gemini in the motherfucking eighth house. Why y'all ass be accessing so much goddamn shit, or accessing so much people trying to teach y'all shit, put y'all on the new crazy shit behind that. I'm not even gonna get too deep into that. Y'all Scorpios, if you know, you know. So we got that going on. Pluto entering the Aquarius house, gonna be cusping that fourth house. Once Pluto get into that fourth house, this it's going to be some deep transformations taking place with how you deal with the home environment, how you deal with building connections, letting people into your home. You're probably going to catch an influence of wanting to transform. I was watching an interview today with the dominatrix, and her Scorpio ass was talking about how the sex is more about the psychology for her. Libras be like, I'm fine, you fine, let's get it. Exactly. Right. Miss Robinson, what's going on? Facts. My ex had that best sex. That best sex started. Follow me on IG. I'm staying strong though. 2 years. So, ooh, so shout out to you, Sister Robinson. All right. But yeah, guys. Yeah, so when Pluto enters Aquarius and starts touching up on that fourth house cusp a bit more, understand Scorpios, this is gonna be a time of your life where you may start to feel an incentive to want to transform your home environment depending on this, that, and the third. But if there's any form of restriction in the home environment, or you may just feel like you're gonna outgrow that. And the more intention you have on that, the more opportunity you will create to transform these things. But once again, Pluto is more so has a lot to do with the psychological, how it's able to penetrate things from a psychological perspective. So, the more Pluto starts touching up on that fourth house, you're gonna start becoming more intrigued or understanding certain things about behaviors, traumas, and cycles that's developed in your fourth house, and how you're doing things today to conquer those things in some type of shape or form. Pluto gets in the fourth house and wants to start conquering anything dealing with cycles that develop in the home environment. And now this is going to develop a whole new journey for that in your life, and this journey is also going to make you way more sensitive to who you connect to. Because now, since Pluto's in your fourth house, every time you relate to somebody, all you're gonna be thinking about is how this relationship is either, a trauma bond, or it's something too, this doesn't reflect a negative, some form of trauma from our fourth house. This relationship don't reflect nothing about it, but you're gonna be more aware and more sensitive to seeing how either mates you attract, people you gravitate towards, you're attracted by, is really stemming from things you experience in the home environment. You're not understanding, you know, why you may feel comfortable, keyword fourth house, feel comfortable around these energies or whatnot. Okay. There may be some transformative influences dealing with your parents and your loved ones starting this year. So whatever that may be, maybe one of your parents, loved ones, are going through a huge transition in your life. So you just want to be aware of that, see how much you could be there for them, because it's still going to affect you. That's your home, your loved ones, right? So you got that going on. Then the eclipses in Libra and Aries, that's between your 12th and 6th house, Scorpio, between your 12th and 6th house. All right. So we could already think about you got Libra in that 12th house, Aries in that 6th house. All right. So you just look at last year and look at the pull and tug you may have had with trying to, because that's the thing, you got Libra in your 12th and Aries in the 6th. So with Aries in the 6th house, you need to be more individual about how you initiate and set things, lay the law down with what type of schedule and regimen you want. But you had Libra in the 12th house, pulling on some of that energy. So you may have found yourself last year, Scorpio, going through some intense situations, trying to relate other people to deal with some type of development with you. And that may have caused some transformations in your relationships because you felt like your partner, your best friend, or whoever the fuck should have joined you on this journey, should have been going to the gym with you, should have turned vegan with you, whatever the fuck. And you was mad extreme. You might have been the one that was a little too extreme, and you realize you couldn't force that on your friend, you couldn't force that on your partner in some type of shape or form. Some of y'all was dating Scorpios, and you like, yeah, boy, they trying to get my ass to they wanted me to turn into a Buddhist with their ass. All right. Now I like to meditate. All right. But that lifestyle ain't for me. And they was, so whatever, all type of shit going on with Scorpio with that Libra in the 12th house. So you have this passion and this thing that you want to take initiative and take control over with your schedule and routine, but it's just that you was trying to formulate your relationship activity to you know, basically, you was trying to you may have tried to dictate too much of how you want your relationship activity to play a part with your new schedule and routine, not understanding it's North Node in Aries. You are supposed to take initiative for what type of schedule, routine, what type of form of development and patterns you want to establish in your life for the betterment of your mental health, for the betterment of your forms of stability in life, and let the crystallization of your relationships take place. Okay, so that's what I want the focus for my Scorpios to be this year, right? Hone in on how you're developing, scheduling, and routining things, what the reality of things is in your life, how you're putting things in place, how you're managing things a bit better. It's going to make you feel more emotionally stable. It's going to have a huge impact on the ability to manifest 12th house, right? Subconscious imagination potential, the ability for you to get closer to manifesting more harmonious relationships that you truly desire. All right, keyword design. But when we're looking at moving on, lunar eclipse, Pisces lunar eclipse in the 5th house. Pisces lunar eclipse in the 5th house, man. So this is a trine. This is a trine. Okay, so with the lunar eclipse taking place in the 5th house, Scorpio sun rising, this is about to be a really deep dive on what's holding you back from embracing the 5th house. Now, this is very significant. It's going to be very significant for you. And I think there's many Scorpio sun risers going to have such big breakthroughs because of this energy, because uh you're a Scorpio rising, but you have Pisces in the 5th house, man. You have Pisces in the 5th house. One of the most creative signs in a creative house. But because you have Scorpio in the 1st house, sometimes it take a while for that Scorpio to be like, man, the sunlight don't feel that bad. Attention don't feel that bad. Let me push my talent. Let me push my creativity out. It takes a lot of Scorpio sun rising some time to get there. Some Scorpio risings don't get there sometimes. They don't get there, and you get comfortable telling yourself like, it's okay. I could live my life. I didn't have to express my talent, my creativity. Like that wasn't needed. I mean, I could have did it, but and you justify that. You justify, and Pisces get fucking mad as hell when you do that. Pisces get so mad when you do that because that's not Pisces energy. Pisces is la 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 la. Let's explore. Let's swim to the horizon. Let's see what's out there. And then you got Pisces in the 5th house, so Pisces is fiending. Pisces is fiending for his creative expression to be seen. Pisces is fiending for his philosophy to be seen. Pisces is fiending for his value to be seen. Pisces is fiending for his beliefs to be seen. So when Scorpio in the 1st house telling Pisces, yo, hold on, slow down, I'm not ready for all that shit yet. Damn, don't you know that shit come with attention? And then I gotta adjust everything I got going on in my personal life because you want to fucking be seen. Pisces is like, bitch, this shit could create transformation in your motherfucking life. Just let me do my creative thing here, and it's gonna affect all it's gonna. Don't you want to? That's what the fuck you doing in your personal life all the time, transforming, reinventing yourself. Let me help you reinvent some shit by showing the world your creative properties. Just let me roam. Just let me fly. Scorpio, you need to let Pisces fucking fly in your fifth house. Is a trine. Let Pisces fly in that bitch. All right. It's gonna create so much opportunities with how you understand what you're capable of, creativity, how your ability to teach, your awareness, your talents, what you bring to the table, your ability, how it could transform the lives of others. It can have strong impact on the subconscious of others. It takes Scorpio a little too long, especially when Scorpio don't have a strong this Scorpio don't have a support system like that, or their best friends, or their best friends, or the people they associate themselves with ain't on some trying to, you know, do some shit with their fucking life. Okay. Scorpio may get a little too content being like, okay, yeah, fuck it. I wasn't trying to pop out my first house shell anyways. And that's gonna continue to be a frustrating life for Scorpio sun rising. Why? You got Pisces in the fifth house that feel like is in fucking jail. You got Leo in the fucking 10th house, feel like is in fucking jail. So as much Scorpio sun rising want to stay behind the scenes and stay comfortable with my right hand man, my brother, blood couldn't make us closer. The fucking Scorpio rising. And that's all the fuck he hear from me. I'm like, he Aquarius sun on top of that. I'm like, you just such an intelligent brother. And you just he's comfortable doing so many things behind the scenes, and that's cool. And that's cool. But he has a lot of energy influencing him to express his creativity on the stage, and he be running from that bitch. So I hope all my Scorpio sun rises, this ain't the year for that, because when we get into that eclipse in the fifth house, it's gonna get extreme around this time. You might run into you might have some resources right now where you could be doing something creatively, right? You got free studio time, you got whatever it is. You might have some because it's a trine. So you might have somebody is Pisces energy, somebody that's so giving, somebody that's sharing their resources with you, somebody that's helping you, helping walk you through the early stages of something dealing with creativity. So you're not doing it on your own. Pisces is gonna bring that supportive energy into the fifth house, and you're gonna get to a point in fucking Virgo season that shit ain't gonna be there. And now it's gonna make you have to be in fight or flight mode. Like, damn, I don't have that resource no more. Like, damn, now I gotta really jump into this creative bag, or now I gotta really do this thing. Why you gotta do everything in such an extreme way all the time, Scorpio sun rising? Why you can't just work ahead of the time when you're in a space to work ahead of the time? Sometimes, and that's how the Mars sign rolls sometimes. Sometimes a Mars sign, you gotta do things and nothing could be gradual, nothing could be graceful. It gotta be extreme, 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 extreme. You gotta wait for extreme moments to activate. All right. Yeah, but how do you navigate with Virgo sun? Your Virgo sun is it's harmonizing with Scorpio in the first house. So your Virgo sun is supposed to be gifted. That's a sextile. Your Virgo sun is gift. It has the ability to give Scorpio the blueprint, give Scorpio some form of regiment, so Scorpio don't feel like it's just winging it. Your Virgo sun's supposed to tell your first house, like, yo, Scorpio, I know you're a little vulnerable. I ain't the biggest dealing with attention neither. But look, I think if we just come up with this little plan right here, you know, and I think you just find ways to insert your passion over this regimen over time, I think we can actually build confidence with our skill. I think you actually become more confident being, showing the world this talent or whatever it is you got going on. Your Virgo sun is supposed to have the awareness on how to do this, but even though your Virgo's ruled by Mercury, you might overthink it at times. You might overthink this process instead of experimenting. That'd be my keyword with Virgo energy all the time. 9 out of 10 times when Virgo gives himself the ability to experiment, you walk right into the fucking pot of gold. All right. Facts. Try to drag this bum with me. Had to let him stay where he at. Definitely learned to focus on myself. Right. Sometimes, relationship circumstances help activate certain journeys in our life. That's why, relationships are bittersweet, beautiful things. All right. Right. That's what you got going on. Blessed life 777. All right. Let that life be blessed in 2024. All right. So that's what we got going on with the eclipse for my Pisces. I mean for my Scorpio, excuse me. And then we got Mars retrograde in Leo in the 10th. Now, And that's another thing. Before I even talk about Mars retrograde and Leo, last thing about that Pisces lunar eclipse in the fifth house Scorpio, Saturn is here. Saturn is here. Saturn's in your fifth house. And guess what? Saturn don't like the fifth house. But guess what? You know what Saturn can do in the fifth house, even though it don't like it? It could bring some goddamn format into your creativity. It could bring some goddamn format and structure and a blueprint to something you want to put on the stage. So this is really a chapter of your life right now. You're supposed to be taking your time, understanding how to manage, understanding how to build, understanding how to take your time, work, tweak things, learning things about the back end, learning things about marketing, just learning all the, earthly, I don't want to say earthly, but all the Saturn like management, practical principles to apply to something with creativity. Okay. That is very important. You're supposed to be in that energy already. And that's probably something else that you gotta most likely work through because Saturn gets into the fifth house and it also has more of a like, I don't give a fuck about expressing energy. I want to make money and build upon something creatively, whether I'm expressing the shit or not. So sometimes with Saturn there, it could talk you out of being on the stage and trying to see what you can use. But no, you got to learn how to jump on that stage and bring what you got there. Bring what you got, out into the world, especially with Mars transiting in a retrograde in your 10th house. Now, when we talk about Leo in your 10th house, Scorpio sun rises, it's a very significant placement for y'all, just like all of our 10th house, just like our midheaven placement is significant for all of us. But when you talk about Leo in the 10th house as well, in some type of shape or form, it gets to some point in Scorpio sun rising's life that you're gonna have to go to bed thinking like, damn, was I supposed to express myself? Like, damn, am I running from this opportunity of being seen for this, that, and the third? Like, damn, is my friends bug? Am I bugging, not listening to my friends telling me to do this, that, and the third, not signing up for that audition? Like, damn, 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 damn. Yeah, Leo gonna drive you fucking crazy in that 10th house if you keep it locked up. Leo not playing that in the 10th. It is not playing that. Leo got all this different type of this is why you also go through certain extremes at times with once again, this is why a lot of Scorpios be best dressed. A lot of Scorpios be best dressed because it's like that almost is a mechanism for you holding yourself down in the outside worlds. Like sometimes Leo, Scorpio sun rising could take so long to pop out, to be seen, to have the attention on them. But because they have so much going into it, it's like, all right, at least let me be the flyest motherfucker. Like at least that'll help me feel good being in the 10th house. Outfits for days, Scorpio sun rising. Always wearing some new shit when you see their ass. But that could be like somewhat of a coping mechanism for their ass, not letting their talents and shit be seen in there on top of just the natural energy of Leo being in there. But they can have that energy going on, and now Mars going retrograde. See, Mars gonna get in here. Remember, Mars is exalted in the 10th house, so it's gonna be a real turned up time. Mars is already exalted in the 10th house, and then you know by the time it goes retrograde, by the time it goes retrograde, this can be intense. This can be intense, Scorpio sun risings, because if Mars gets into this house, you got a whole year. This ain't gonna be until December. If Mars gets into this house, Scorpio sun risings, and the 10th house still ain't activated with things it's supposed to be active with, if you are not in motion with certain things and experimenting and exploring with the things that you have in your heart, the aspirations you have to push into the 10th house, this house is connected to your sun placement. Leo's here. So, regardless of what the Scorpio sun rising does, the 10th house is always haunting you because you're a Scorpio sun. So, your actions is always getting pulled to be seen in the world in some type of shape form, no matter how secretive you want to be, no matter how introverted you want to be. Your sun placement is connected to the 10th house. So Scorpio suns and risings just have to learn just to get with it. You feel me? You're gonna have to learn just to fucking get with the shit. All right. I'm a Scorpio. Listen, I'm a Scorpio cusp. So my only thing that saved me is being on the fucking cusp. Libra like being liked in attention. Libra is one of the signs that kind of like attention, and it could be to a detriment, of course, but I be feeling vulnerable all the fucking mad fucking times. I still feel fucking vulnerable, guys. Listen, I feel vulnerable about so much shit sometimes at times with this shit on social media and just really allowing yourself to transparently be seen for your thoughts, feelings, and emotions to the fucking world. That shit is fucking vulnerable. I get it. But sometimes you just have to say fuck it and push through it. All right. you have to remember your whys. Make a list if you have to. Remember why you're doing what you're doing. So you always have that level, you always have some that reference to reinforce things in your life. All right. Because you're always gonna have that eighth house energy try to talk you out some shit, or that eighth house saying, like, no man, just chill, smoke this split being back in the scenes. Let them niggas do all that expression and shit. Let them niggas, no, we gotta jump into that 10th house, Scorpio sun risings. And y'all not finna neglect Leo in there like that. Y'all not finna do Leo like that. You're not finna do Pisces like that in your 5th house, Scorpio sun rising. And you're not finna do Leo like that in your 10th house. Not 2024. No, we not going. I'm saying that shit like I'm a Leo Pisces. We not going. All right, Scorpio sun rising. All right. Crazy thing about it, y'all niggas be having mad shit to put in the 10th. It's not even like, damn, boy, what do I do? Like, I don't know if I don't know what to do. Like, you niggas be artists, you niggas be philosophers, motherfuckers be occultists, motherfuckers be magicians. Scorpio rising be all type of shit you never fucking know. Cause they Scorpio rising, you never fucking know unless you they fucking best friend. If you don't put that fucking magic in the shit. All right. So Mars and Leo retrograde in the 10th house. That retrograde is gonna make things intense. If you're not already doing the work to understand why you don't be jumping into the 10th house, it's just gonna be a big platoon, a big wave of fucking karma around that time. And you're gonna feel extreme. Once again, you're gonna feel like, especially with Mars being in the 10th house, you're gonna feel very extreme to want to do this, that, and the third, and accomplish shit overnight, this, that, and the third, when you could be gradually working with your 10th house the whole fucking year. And by the time Mars gets in here, instead of you feeling like you gotta catch up at anything, no, you manifesting opportunities now. You're manifesting recognition. Your status is improving. Your brand and your business is getting more attention or whatnot. So that's the energy you can move into while Mars is in his exaltation place. So that's what we got going on with there. And last but not least, my Bagatarius. All right, my Bagatarius. All right. Now, Jupiter in the 6th house. All right. Sagittarius, you are one of the signs that actually can have the potential to be one of the stars of the show in 2024 because your ruler is one of the most active. Your ruler is making pretty much is a part of the biggest alignment of the year. Um, Yeah. So Sagittarius, you are definitely one that can have a very significant year. So let's get into it. Jupiter is in your 6th house right now, Sag. I definitely remember talking about a lot of 6th house energies with you and a lot of yep. Now that I think about it, all 2023, that 6th house, we couldn't not bring that up talking about you. And a lot of my Sagittariuses, you manifested situation. Remember, now Jupiter don't like the 6th house. Jupiter don't like the 6th house. We spoke about that earlier. Why? Right? Because Jupiter wants to fly, wants to experience, wants to explore. Okay. Hold on. I'm so sorry. I gotta take a number one. Yeah, hold on. I'll be right back. Right back. We're gonna finish strong. 30 seconds. Not even 30 seconds. 10 seconds. Count. 10, 9. All right. So remember, Jupiter doesn't like the 6th house, right? Because Jupiter wants to explore, experience. Want to fly his wings. Don't do restriction energy. And then when you get into the 6th house is like, damn, Jupiter has to learn how to deal with some type of regiment, some type of pattern, some type of repetition for something when it wants to actually experience something new Monday through Saturday, Monday through Sunday, but they have to learn how to kind of sustain something. Okay. So a lot of my Sagittarius is Your ruler just being in the sixth house, this is why this year you felt a lot of restriction energy. This is why this year, hopefully, a lot of you guys were able to see progress with things dealing with stability and structure and career in your life, because this energy kind of forced you. A lot of y'all started getting the vibe in the first quarter of the year in 2023, like, yo, you know what? I'm tired of letting this form of knowledge or this talent or something that I know I could help the world with, help others with, or use to build stability and security. I'm tired of this not being something I'm continuing to craft. I'm tired of this not being something that I'm working on every week. All right. So that's what Jupiter in the sixth house started basically, influencing on y'all. So, it may have it may not have been easy to sustain this energy throughout the whole year, but a lot of you guys had different phases of the year where you were sustaining energy. You were sustaining this regimen. You were sustaining working out for these 2 months. You were sustaining working on your business for this long. So, it may have not been easy to sustain that shit, but in these little phases and chapters, you were. And that was your Jupiter and your Jupiter energy trying its best to get acclimated with regiment energy. But this was not, last year was not easy. It was not easy. Having your ruler, especially when your ruler is a sign that stays in a sign, when your ruler is a planet that stays in a sign for a year. So now you got to go that whole year sustaining an uncomfortable. I don't even want to. Well, yes, an uncomfortable energy, but remember, just because I'm saying uncomfortable does not mean that it can't be a lot of positives that come out of it, right? It could be a real fruitful year because that uncomfortableness, just like squares and oppositions, pushed you with resistance to do something. Now you developed a new character out of yourself. This is just like, I don't know if I was talking about I don't remember, I was talking about Instagram or YouTube, and we were talking about how resistance, yeah, on our live stream yesterday, or the day before, I'm talking about, guys, a lot of the time it takes turbulence, it takes resistance, it takes adversity to reveal your greatness, to reveal what the fuck you really made of. So a lot of my Sagittariuses could have manifested and transformed and evolved through a lot last year because their ruler was in the sixth house and it was forced to deal with repetition, right? So what was in repetition? Your Jupiter energy, things that you had knowledge of that could transform your life over time by working on it. Whether it's something that you have, something you're spiritually invested in, and you understand, like, yo, I'm bugging. I know how to change my frequency vibration. All right. Let me start feeding my mind different things, eating different things. Let me start meditating a bit more. Let me start cleansing my social media. Let me start putting these habits that I already have knowledge and insight about into my sixth house, because I know eventually it's going to manifest whatever results in my reality. Or I have this form of knowledge, this form of information in some type of shape or form. Let me put it into some type of pocket where I can start connecting it to others and start working on ways to help others with it. Or I have this type of talent and this creative insight. Let me start working on this and find ways to this what Jupiter was trying to get y'all to do. And this is what y'all still doing until Jupiter moves into the seventh house. All right. So Sagittarius, I need y'all to stay with that vibe. I need y'all to hone in on that vibe in this first quarter of the year before Jupiter gets into that seventh house in May. Okay. Because it could be a lot of things that are able to, expand in your life from a career perspective, from a stability perspective. Now you put in all that work doing this and a third, and now people look at you as an example on how you manage this energy. Sixth house deals with management, right? But your experience is allowing you to be an example and convey things. I appreciate you, Mimi Draft. All right. Taylor said, I want to stay in the shadows. Sometimes I want to stay in the shadows too, but we just everywhere. No sign gets to be in their energy 24/7 all the time. Nope. God don't work. God didn't. Nope. We all have to learn how to shift from time to time, just like nothing stays the same, just like we go from season to season, just like we go from motherfucking winter to motherfucking summer. I mean, winter to spring to summer. Don't nothing stay stagnant. So we can't stay stagnant, right? That's just how motherfucking life goes. But when we talking about that Jupiter and sixth house energy, I just want my Sagittarius to continue to sustain that as much as you can and continue to do what you can to have a healthy sixth house, because it's gonna make for a very positive transition into excuse me, Jupiter into your seventh house. All right. Now, before Jupiter gets into the seventh house, remember, it's going to have that Jupiter Uranus conjunction in Taurus. Now, this is the thing, Sagittarius. I'm already predicting and assuming a lot of y'all have made some type of progress with things that on stability and security because you've been forced to have some type of repetition, right? And remember, Jupiter's also in your sixth house, so there's a lot of Sagittarius that made some huge transitions with their diets, forms of wellness. Probably started paying attention to new exercises with things to help their wellness and whatnot. Some of y'all actually, some Sagittarius out there probably manifested teaching positions. Now you the yoga instructor, you the physical trainer, you the motherfucker on the internet helping people understand how to, you know, have colorful vegan meals and how to really do it without chicken and meat, this, that, and the third, how to substitute things. You might have manifested the leadership teacher position with Jupiter in the sixth house for these things. All right. So that's that. But remember, Jupiter and Uranus conjunction in Taurus in the sixth. Earth house, Earth sign in this house and everything. So right now, Sagittarius, it could just be such a big breakthrough for all this energy that you've been trying to learn how to keep in repetition. All the things you've been trying to structure and see how the consistency and regimen of working on something, crafting on something can help improve your form of stability. I'm telling you, with this type of energy, man, in the earth house, I just see y'all dealing with all different type of opportunities when it come into career. People wanting to hire y'all to teach things. You just being able to probably take your own personal endeavors and stabilize yourself from that, and not have to feel like you're in this sense of uh this repetitive pattern in your workplace. Remember, that's another thing. Even though Jupiter got into your sixth house and it wants to even though Jupiter in your sixth house right now, it wants to, put things with your knowledge, your wisdom, your creativity into a repetitive space. Jupiter still don't like pattern and fucking routine. So it's not saying that Jupiter wasn't trying to get with the pattern routine for the most part, but it also was trying to break you out of a pattern routine that wasn't helping you self develop. It wasn't helping you, spiritually develop. So Jupiter may have helped y'all to transition into having more faith, working on something that fulfills you, that could eventually start building stability in some type of shape or form, right? So a lot of y'all could have ran into them situations, right? Huge transitions in the workplace, to stand the third, because that pattern wasn't fulfilling for you spiritually, okay? And it could have been a chaotic, intense breakup with the job. You could have cussed your boss out. You could have got fired on some extreme shit. It's Jupiter. If it was too much of a fucking pattern that it couldn't take, it's like, yeah, I understand this is a sixth house, but now we ain't finna be working on this shit all year. Hell the fuck no. Jupiter ain't going. I'm telling you, planets just don't be going for certain shit, and they'll create their circumstances for shit to change. Jupiter will fucking do that in the sixth house if you too attached to this pattern. Is one thing you're not even feeling fulfilled with the shit. So Jupiter be looking at you like, motherfucker, don't be mad at me. I'm making this shit intense. You don't like this shit. You don't like this pattern and schedule. I don't either. All right. So just you gonna be, don't worry. You mad at me now. You gonna appreciate me next year when you're not in this motherfucker no more. You gonna appreciate me next year when you're like, damn, that huge transformation at that workplace. I would have never went through all that. I want to be working my own business, having my own business, or this, that, and the third, or be in another company where I'm more respected. I got authority in this bitch. Shit like that. All right. So but with the Jupiter Uranus conjunction, like I said, I can see big breakthroughs with things manifesting in your career life in general. Uh, or just like how I said, a lot of Sagittarius may have manifested that position where now they're leading the sixth house. They're utilizing, the things that you've been working on repetitively with Jupiter in the sixth house. Now you're the example for it for others. Around Jupiter Uranus conjunction, this could be the time you're manifesting these opportunities where you're able to start really establishing a brand, a business, or opportunities to help other manage things that you've been learning how to manage with Jupiter in the sixth house, whether it's your wellness, whatever you've been working on, over a period of time, things you've just been cultivating in your personal life, all of these things, right? They could see big opportunities around this time and it could transform your sense of stability. So I need my Saggies, my Sagittarius to stay focused. All right, guys. I know the sixth house energy is uncomfortable for y'all. I know, but it's going to bring tremendous shifts in your life. All right. So we got that going on. Then moving on, Jupiter enters Gemini. Jupiter enters Gemini in your seventh. All right, Sagittarius. Okay, so for all my OG church members, if there's anything that y'all always remember that I say about Geminis with that Sagittarius in seventh house is that Sagittarius's, first of all, I always say how this is a very social, active ass first seventh house axis because these are very two social ass signs. But having Gemini in the seventh house, it creates a lot of, creates a lot of situations where Sagittarius can deal with so much fucking interaction in their relationship life to the point it takes time for them to understand what meaningful connections are. Sagittarius is Jupiter, is more philosophical. So when you get into the seventh house, the the communication and the relatability and the fact that Gemini is willing to, breathe life, breathe air into, the experiences and things Sagittarius wants to explore. Sometimes that could throw Sagittarius off and thinking this is something meaningful, not knowing it's just like, yeah, I'm just experiencing a lot with this person. It ain't really that much of a meaningful relationship. Like, but when Sagittarius gets into a relationship, when they're really learning from this person, where this person is intrigued learning from them and they're intrigued learning from this person, um, when it's just not, when they don't just feel like the person is pushing out their ideologies and communication on them all the time, and it really feels mutable, it feels flexible, it feels like we're adapting towards each other and not somebody projecting on the other person. Mercury projecting your ideologies on me in some type of shape or form, your thought forms on me, and that starts making Sagittarius feel condensed because once again, they're the explorational one. But sometimes Sagittarius risings and suns can manifest these relationships with Gemini in the seventh house, whether it takes them a while to realize this thrill and this experience is just a fucking thrill and there's not really no substance to it. Or, you just have these motherfuckers, sometimes a lot of motherfuckers playing mind games with Sagittarius sun risings in some type of shape or form. You feel me? Playing mind games and Sagittarius, they have to decipher that and make sure, they utilize these situations to understand how to vet their mates better so they can find more meaningful relationships with people, right? So with Jupiter moving into the seventh house, man, you will run into extreme situations, Sagittarius. All right, Sister Taylor Kristen, appreciate you with the collection plate. Appreciate you, sister. All right. When it comes into my Sagittarius sun risings, with Jupiter moving into the seventh house, I'm gonna just tell y'all right now, um, your relationship life is gonna be very active this year. It's probably gonna be the most options you ever had in. I mean, you got Gemini in the seventh house. There's somebody always trying to holler for a dollar, do something strange for a piece of change, and she says she's trying to do that from the back. I ain't never had that done before. I'm trying to see what that like. So there's gonna be a lot of people trying to do some things to you. There's always some things people trying to do some things. So it's just gonna be that crazy with Jupiter moving. It's your ruler now. You got your ruler in the opposite house, aka your personal life, Sagittarius sun rising, is thrown right into the relationship world. So there's a lot of dynamics to this though. Your personal philosophy, your talent, your creativity, your ability to uplift, your ability to teach, it's all up in the world now. People are going to be able to access it, see it quicker. It's going to have more of a spread, more of a reach. So anything you're doing in your personal life, you're cultivating your personal life, is going to be the external realm is going to be able to eat it up quick. You're going to be able to have people in your life or people in general connect and relate things for you, share things for you. But you know, you're gonna have to find the balance between being centered between your personal life and your relationship life because you're gonna have Jupiter in that fucking seventh house. It's gonna be so much experience, it's gonna be so much different thrills. It's gonna be the most, you're gonna feel like it's gonna be the most charismatic, intelligent, educated. It's gonna be just the most amazing people in the world all at the same time trying to get your attention. You trying to date 5 motherfuckers at the same time. Sagittarius, sit your ass down. Jupiter, don't let Jupiter drive you crazy in the 7th house. And the thing about this, with me saying Sagittarius sun risings have to learn how to decipher, how to filter Gemini energy out they seventh, how to filter Gemini energy in the 7th house to make sure they get to meaningful relationships. Jupiter, your ability to have discernment and discipline and vet mates the right way, man, Jupiter can bring something beautiful in the 7th house. No matter if it sustains forever, no matter if this is your fucking somebody you marry, and this is a strong marriage placement too. This is a strong marriage placement. This is a strong placement for long-term commitments as well too. Finding mates, one of the most general ones, but there is validity to Jupiter being able to manifest things dealing with marriage, dealing with long-term commitment in the 7th house. So this ain't the year. So Sagittarius, come on. Come on. All right. I need y'all to stay in y'all bag, do what y'all gotta do with all this Jupiter and 6th house energy. You done develop so many new routines, or you have a lot of influences in your life calling on new routines and regiments for you to, you know, develop more of a, healthier emotional mental well-being. You're learning so much things on how to do these things, whether it's just some simple personal spiritual practices and exercises, your diet, just all different things about wellness. And when you get into the 7th house, you don't want to just disregard all the work you've been doing to move yourself in a more centered space, or all the awareness you've been gaining about how you can move yourself into a more centered space, just for Jupiter again in the 7th house. And now you're entertaining the first thrilling thing that pops up. All right. Have to learn to say no things. Have to learn this. We get powerful with rejection in this world. You get powerful learning how to accept rejection, and you powerful understanding how to reject the things that there's really no reason to. But you also understand I don't need to accept everything. Right. So that's what we got going on with that, with my Sagittarius sun risings. Okay. Then Pluto entering Aquarius in the 3rd house. Okay. Wait, time out. Yeah, I'm bugging. Yeah. Aquarius in the third. Yep. So when Pluto starts touching up on Aquarius, there will be some, most likely you're going to start feeling intense energies with things possibly needing to be transformed with your local environment, whether you want to get up out of your local environment, where you feel like you're outgrowing things in your local environment. But we know the 3rd house is dealing with your close friends, siblings, and social space. So Sagittarius sun risings, with all the new development you're making, with things in your personal life, Pluto's gonna make things extreme if you're staying too attached to, what's familiar to you. And you got Aquarius in the 3rd house. So really in your 3rd house, a lot of people, your close friends and siblings and shit, a lot of them free thinkers, a lot of them got their own ways of thinking about things. A lot of them ain't really trying to peer pressure you to do things at times. It is air, so they're very relatable, but it ain't like Libra, Gemini air trying to get you to get along and peer pressure you and like, come on. Like, no, Aquarius will honor your own ability to have your own belief system, Sagittarius. Sagittarius be a fucking Buddha and be chilling with a Muslim. These niggas is best friends. All right. So when we talking about Pluto touching in your 3rd house, with all the development you have going on in your life, with all the new relationship experience and opportunity you have to especially find something more meaningful and fulfilling on a relationship levels, on all levels, business partnerships, friendships, everything, especially intimate romantic relationships. But Pluto touching the 3rd house, air house, there needs to be a discernment as to, you know what habits you developed in your 3rd house that you take out into your 7th house. um and you have to make sure you just don't allow yourself to stay, feel like you gotta honor things going on in your 3rd house. Like, you can't outgrow things in your 3rd house. Like for example, like, ladies, sometimes y'all be having friends that be hating on y'all when y'all got a new nigga in y'all life. So you might be experiencing some shit with a new nigga you dealing with, this, that, and the third, and then your friend in the 3rd house, your 3rd house friend is like, yeah, but that nigga, this, that, and the third, but yeah, that nigga, she's slowly trying to project her bitter ass, trying to project some shit onto your ass. Cause she fucking, here we go, the Tasha Leo Rising ass. Just want to go out and take pictures, mad at you because you like, girl, I'm really trying to stay home with my man tonight. She's like, see, that's the problem. Ever since you start fucking with this, then you don't come out with the girls no more. It's like, you know what, Tasha Leo rising ass. I don't give a fuck. I realize every time we go out, you just want to have everything center staged around you. You just want to go out for pictures. You don't even be tagging us in the group pic. You don't even be wanting your followers to be following us. So this is what Sagittarius sunrise. You have to put your foot down on that shit, Sagittarius sunrise. It's like, yo, hold on. I got this new experience going on in my 7th house. Y'all not gonna keep me. Y'all not gonna play these power control situations on me in the 3rd house. You go get you a nigga, Tasha. All right, you go get you a nigga. All right, so ladies, you might have to have situations going on like that in 2024. You might have to tell your friends, like, no, y'all not finna project on me. Fuck that. All right. I got some meaningful shit going on in my 7th. I got some new shit going on. Y'all not finna do me like that. Okay. So, Pluto, any type of power control energy y'all start coming up on in that house and shit. You got to point that shit out ASAP. Tell your fucking friends right about their ass. Tell your friends about themselves. Okay. So you got that going on. And then Libra Aries eclipse energy taking place in the 11th and the 5th house. All right, taking place in the 11th and the 5th house. So yeah, so Sagittarius, you got Aries in the 5th. All right, you got Aries in the 5th, Libra in the 11th. Okay. So the North Node has been pushing you to own the stage. And then that's the thing, the North Node been trining you. Okay. So when the North Node is trining you, anything dealing with spiritual development, you can feel more encouraged to tackle it. Okay. Because you're already in the element. The element is dealing with expression. Okay. So with the North Node and Aries in your 5th, this has been a year that you've been at since the North Node been in your 5th house. You've been feeling mad encouraged in general, to to own the stage for either the knowledge and wisdom that you have about something. A lot of you Sagittarius sun rising so goddamn charismatic. Okay, so you could gravitate so much energy when you on the stage. But with all that being said, this is where the eclipses was taking off. So there was a big pull and tug as far as how you were trying to find balance between your creative expression, the things that you want attention for, and your ability to navigate the 11th house. And that's the thing, man. You got a Libra in that fucking 11th house. So a lot of Sagittariuses, man, the minute they want to connect something out to the world, they got so much contacts and resources and people that can help them do this, that, and the third. It's like, oh yeah, you want to do some comedy? Oh yeah, my man's got a comedy club. I could get you down on the thing. Oh, you want to do this and that third? Oh yeah, my man. You Sagittarius be having plugs out the ass with Libra in the motherfucking in the 11th house. There's always somebody that can help you connect this, relate that as a mutual friend, a plug, or something in that bitch. All right. And then and then when you jump into that house, you find relatable ass energies in general, right? But the thing is, the North Node is in the 5th. So it's more so about you owning your individual expression, all right, and then understanding, how to take that and navigate it into the 11th house. But now when we're talking about eclipse season, I believe a lot of my Sagittarius is this was a year where y'all had to learn how to get more how do I say this? Because you are mutable fire, so you can adapt to you could adapt to you get fired up and inspired and motivated by other people's beliefs at times, by other people's ideologies about things. You're a sign that you could easily use the fire, use the intensity of somebody else to charge y'all up. But with Aries in the 5th house, this was a year where you had to break you had to kind of like block out the noise a little bit with certain forms of advice and guidance you were getting from other people on how to do things, because you had to be more of a pioneer with your creative expression. You might have started feeling a little overwhelmed and very sensitive towards other people critiquing you, as far as like, yo, why you creating, why you doing your YouTube like that, yo, why you working on these type of sweatsuits for your fashion brand? Why you had to learn to block all that shit out, Sagittarius, and like, yo, this is Aries known in the 5th house. I gotta honor my personal creative expression, and I gotta honor the aspirations I'm setting for myself personally and what I want to demonstrate into the world, right? Your ability to do that was molding the relationships with Libra in the 11th house, and it's going to continue to do that this year. You stay intentional about what you're building in the 5th, molds the opportunities for what type of people you connect to in the 11th, and how, once again, Libra, how they could open up portals for you to connect things out into that realm. How they'll look at you as the person that's experienced, knowledge, talented, creative enough to to own the stage out in the world as well. Okay, so that's very important for my Bagatarius when it comes into the eclipse houses. Okay, now, and you being a fire sign, you got both of the eclipse signs making direct alignments with you. Libra sextiles you, Aries trines you. So it's just so much transformation that can manifest with the Sagittarius, stepping up to the plate to be like, yo, I got this form of knowledge and wisdom. I got this talent and gift. I'm gonna be adamant about finding, the stage to express these things, and it's gonna manifest into situations where people are creating stages for you in 2024. All right, Bagatarius. And then we got the lunar eclipse, Pisces lunar eclipse taking place in the fourth house. So all my Sagittarius, y'all know y'all ass be trying to run away from the home. Y'all ass have a whole motherfucking family matters house. Y'all motherfucking full house. Auntie, uncle, grandparents, everybody in the house, nice house, motherfuckers, everything wholesome, but your ass want to be a gang member. Your ass want to run away from home. Your ass always want to stay out late. You always got to be, you being a little rebel, a little Sagittarius rebel. You got Pisces in the fourth house, should be harmonious in that bitch a little bit. Be some type of connection, be Sunday dinners in that shit. But Sagittarius gonna find a way to be. It's so funny because I really know this dynamic, like for real, right? It's gonna be a lot of Sagittarius. It's just like, man, fuck Miles. They always on some tradition shit. They always want to dinner Sunday. That shit gonna start getting corny to you. Motherfuckers wish they had the family you had. Wish they had the type of connection in the home. It's like, nigga, if my family was having Sunday dinner, I'd be in that bitch right now. Don't nobody want to eat together in my house. You better take your ass home, Sagittarius. I wish I had your family. All right. But at the same time, motherfuckers be lying like shit in your family sometimes too, throwing illusions over your motherfucking ass. You can't. It be a lot of listen. It's positive, negatives to everything. But then again, you can't act like Pisces is a trine house. So that is the positive power that Pisces bring as the trine. It brings some sense of fucking love, connection, and harmony in the household in some type of shape or form. It may not be with everybody, but you have a tight ass relationship with your father. You got the tightest relationship in the world with your mother. Is some type of shape or form. You actually able to see your mother and father on the same page in this bitch in some type of way. So when it comes into Sagittarius, when it comes into the lunar eclipse in the fourth house, um make sure you're not running away from situations with the home environment in 2024, because when you get into this point and there was things with loved ones that you were neglecting, there's things with people, places, and things that affect your house and affect your home environment, affect your mental emotional well-being, and you're running from these things because Sagittarius, what's the one thing Sagittarius don't like? Heavy emotion. You want a Sagittarius to leave your house. You want Sagittarius to not actually for a ride home from work, just throw heavy emotion at their ass. Be extra fucking moody and shit. You don't know how to be direct and just tell them you want them to leave. Just start throwing heavy emotion around the bitch. They're gonna be like, all right, you know what? There's something wrong with this motherfucker. Let me get the fuck up out of here. I don't even get them the fuck out of there. All right. If you too soft to tell them, like, yo, you know what? I just want to be in my personal space right now. All right. I'm not in the most relatable mood. Okay. That's what the fuck is gonna happen with they ass. And with all that being said, uh, uh, if you are not allowing yourself to be understanding and relatable and attentive and receptive towards things going on in the home environment, you could just manifest some extreme situations in this house. There could be, this year is going to have a lot of opportunity to find resolve amongst loved ones and family members as as we work up to that part of the year, which is going to be Virgo season. Okay, so we could prevent any type of things that's extreme in the home environment. So if there's any friction with parents, loved ones, Sagittarius, or things you have to do to cultivate your fourth house, certain people, places, and things, habits that you have going on in the fourth house, energies in your home environment, things surrounding your home environment, all these things are of heavy influence because it's going to be a heavy filtering process. It's going to be a heavy filtering process by the time we get into this space, and I don't want y'all feeling so overwhelmed with situations in the home environment because we wasn't attentive towards it, throughout the majority of the year. Okay, and then to cap things off, Mars retrograde in Leo in the ninth house, trine energy, trine energy. and this is your house. This is your house, Saggy. So with all these things, all these different transits, that's enforcing you to be on the stage with, your insight that you have that can uplift others and shift things in your reality just by being able to enlighten others and create, you know, a, a new form of awareness for others. When we get into this Mars retrograde in this ninth house, all right. Yes, this is somewhat of a karmic energy because you have a retrograde in the house that's dealing with spirituality and whatnot. So it's gonna be certain things dealing with cycles that you may have to realize why you're dealing, like, not saying that they're gonna be extreme or repetitive at this time, but if it's just anything dealing with cycles in your life, you're just gonna have a little bit more clarity and understanding the root of these cycles. But the thing is, because Mars comes into your ninth house and it trines your first, anything dealing with your personal passions is going to be able to be expressed and heard and felt and seen more by others, especially if it's dealing with your knowledge and wisdom. But another thing is that because Mars deals with intention and setting new goals and transformation, and this house is a very educational based type of house. uh this, you do want to make sure anything that your studious, loving knowledge self wants to engage in, in order to, as far from a new experience to learn something new, take this class, course, or whatever it is, you make sure you don't sleep on those things when Mars gets into your ninth house. And when it's retrograde, it'll remind you if there was things like, yo, remember when we said we wanted to learn this? Remember when we said we want to learn how to edit videos and this, that, and the third? Remember when we said we wanted to learn this? Whatever that, remember we said we wanted to learn this so we can get this skill and it could transform things in our life, or it could help enhance things with our vision, expression, creativity, fire, trying. That is something you don't want going over your head, right? And whatever that credential is, that skill is most likely going to be able to do wonders for you in 2025. All right. But when you have, I don't even know if I did a 5 hour live before. I don't even know if I fucking did that before. But wow. All right, guys. So I hope that was fulfilling. I hope you feel motivated, empowered, and feel like you got some clarity from things. Just recapping some of the influences from last year and understanding what's in the motion for 2024. Once again, guys, I'm so sorry for not being able to get these energies out before the motherfucking first. But everything happens in its divine timing, and Pastor's still learning. But I got my lessons too, y'all. And it seems like time management is one of the most serious ones in my life. But I appreciate y'all, vibing out, gang. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and get me some rest. And like I said, tomorrow, not tomorrow, today, later today, we are going to be jumping into Venus and Sagittarius updates for all signs, including Mars and Capricorn for all signs. All right. So happy motherfucking Venus Day to everybody. I hope everybody has a fruitful ass Friday. And I will see. Hold on. Can y'all just real quick before y'all go? Bow y'all heads real quick. Right. Right. Close your eyes real quick. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Y'all are incredible. No, you guys are incredible. I don't get how your ability to be so channeled in and focused when it comes into things, but y'all showing me how amazing y'all are, how serious y'all are about y'all motherfucking personal spiritual development. And that's why we all go to the same church, because we all serious about this shit. And that's why I love y'all. All right, guys. See y'all tomorrow. Peace.